Chapter 1 of John Caldigate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. Chapter 1. Folking. Perhaps it was more the fault of Daniel Caldigate, the father, than of his son John Caldigate, that they two could not live together in comfort in the days of the young man's early youth. And yet it would have been much for both of them that such comfortable association should have been possible to them. Wherever the fault lay, or the chief fault, for probably there was some on both sides, the misfortune was so great as to bring crushing troubles upon each of them. There were but the two of which to make a household. When John was 15 and had been about a year at Harrow, he lost his mother and his two little sisters almost at a blow. The two girls went first, and the poor mother, who had kept herself alive to see them die, followed them almost instantly. Then Daniel Caldigate had been alone. And he was a man who knew how to live alone, a just, hard, unsympathetic man, of whom his neighbours said, with something of implied reproach, that he bore up strangely when he lost his wife and girls. This, they said, because he was to be seen riding about the country, and because he was to be heard talking to the farmers and labourers as though nothing special had happened to him. It was rumoured of him, too, that he was as constant with his books as before, and he had been a man always constant with his books, and also that he had never been seen to shed a tear, or been heard to speak of those who had been taken from him. He was in truth a stout, self-constraining man, silent unless when he had something to say. Then he could become loud enough, or perhaps it might be said, eloquent. To his wife he had been inwardly affectionate, but outwardly almost stern. To his daughters he had been the same, almost anxious for every good thing on their behalf, but never able to make the children conscious of this anxiety. When they were taken from him, he suffered in silence, as such men do suffer, and he suffered the more because he knew well how little of gentleness there had been in his manners with them. But he had hoped, as he sat alone in his desolate house, that it would be different with him and his only son, with his son who was now the only thing left to him. But the son was a boy, and he had to look forward to what years might bring him, rather than to present happiness from that source. When the boy came home for his holidays, the father would sometimes walk with him and discourse on certain chosen subjects, on the politics of the day, in regard to which Mr. Caldigate was an advanced Liberal, on the abomination of the game laws, on the folly of protection, on the antiquated absurdity of a state church, as to all which matters his son John lent him a very inattentive ear. Then the lad would escape and kill rabbits or rats, or even take birds' nests, with a zest for such pursuits which was disgusting to the father, though he would not absolutely forbid them. Then John would be allured to go to his uncle Babington's house, where there was a pony on which he could hunt, and fishing rods, and a lake with a boat, and 3 fine bouncing girl cousins, who made much of him, and called him Jack, so that he soon preferred his uncle Babington's house, and would spend much of his holidays at Babington House. Mr. Caldigate was a country squire with a moderate income, living in a moderate house called Folking, in the parish of Utterden, about 10 miles from Cambridge. Here he owned nearly the entire parish, and some portion of Netherden, which lay next to it, having the reputation of an income of £3,000 a year. It probably amounted to about 2/3 of that. Early in life he had been a very poor man, owing to the improvidence of his father, but he had soon quarrelled with his father, as he had with almost every one else, and had for some 10 years earned his own bread in the metropolis among the magazines and newspapers. Then, when his father died, the property was his own, with such encumbrances as the old squire had been able to impose upon it. Daniel Caldigate had married when he was a poor man, but did not go to Folking to live till the estate was clear, at which time he was 40 years old. When he was endeavouring to inculcate good liberal principles into that son of his, who was burning the while to get off to a battle of rats among the cornstacks, he was not yet 50. There might therefore be some time left to him for the promised joys of companionship, if he could only convince the boy that politics were better than rats. But he did not long make himself any such promise. It seemed to him that his son's mind was of a nature very different from his own, and much like that of his grandfather. The lad could be awakened to no enthusiasm in the abuse of Conservative leaders. And those Babingtons were such fools. He despised the whole race of them, especially those thick-legged, romping, cheery-cheeked damsels, of whom no doubt his son would marry one. They were all of the earthy, without an idea among them. And yet he did not dare to forbid his son to go to the house, lest people should say of him that his sternness was unendurable. Foking is not a place having many attractions of its own, beyond the rats. It lies in the middle of the Cambridgeshire fens, between St. Ives, Cambridge, and Ely. In the two parishes of Utterden and Netherden there is no rise of ground which can by any stretch of complacence be called a hill. The property is bisected by an immense straight dyke, which is called the Middle Wash, and which is so sluggish, so straight, so ugly, and so deep, as to impress the mind of a stranger with the ideas of suicide. And there are straight roads and straight dykes, with ugly names on all sides, and passages through the country called droves, also with ugly appellations of their own, which certainly are not worthy of the name of roads. The Foking Causeway possesses a bridge across the Wash, and is said to be the remains of an old Roman way which ran in a perfectly direct line from St. Neots to Ely. When you have crossed the bridge going northward, or northwestward, there is a lodge at your right hand, and a private road running, as straight as a line can be drawn, through pollard poplars up to Mr. Caldigate's house. Round the house there are meadows and a large old-fashioned kitchen garden, and a small, dark flower garden, with clipped hedges and straight walks, quite in the old fashion. The house itself is dark, picturesque, well built, low, and uncomfortable. Part of it is as old as the time of Charles II, and part dates from Queen Anne. Something was added at a later date, perhaps early in the Georges, but it was all done with good materials and no stint of labour. Shoddy had not been received among building materials when any portion of Foking was erected, but then neither had modern ideas of comfort become in vogue. Just behind the kitchen garden a great cross-ditch, called Foulwater Drain, runs, or rather creeps, down to the Wash, looking on that side as though it had been made to act as a moat to the house, and on the other side of the drain there is Twopenny Drove, at the end of which Twopenny Ferry leads to Twopenny Hall, a farmhouse across the Wash belonging to Mr. Caldigate. The fields around are all square and all flat, all mostly arable, and are often so deep in mud that a stranger wonders that a plough should be able to be dragged through the soil. The farming is, however, good of its kind, and the ploughing is mostly done by steam. Such is, and has been for some years, the house at Foking in which Mr. Caldigate has lived quite alone. For 5 years after his wife's death he had only on rare occasions received visitors there. Twice his brother had come to Foking and had brought a son with him. The brother had been a fellow of a college at Cambridge, and had taken a living and married late in life. The living was far away in Dorsetshire, and the son, at the time of these visits, was being educated at a private school. Twice they had both been at Foking together, and the uncle had, in his silent way, liked the boy. The lad had preferred, or had pretended to prefer, books to rats, had understood, or seemed to understand, something of the advantages of cheap food for the people, and had been commended by the father for general good conduct. But when they had last taken their departure from Foking, no one had entertained any idea of any peculiar relations between the nephew and the uncle. It was not till a year or two more had run by that Mr. Daniel Caldigate thought of making his nephew George the heir to the property. The property indeed was entailed upon John, as it had been entailed upon John's father. There were many institutions of his country which Mr. Caldigate hated with almost an inhuman hatred, but there were none more odious to him than that of entails, which institution he was wont to prove by many arguments to be the source of all the ignorance and all the poverty and all the troubles by which his country was inflicted. He had got his own property by an entail, and certainly never would have had an acre had his father been able to consume more than a life interest. But he had denied that the property had done him any good, and was loud in declaring that the entail had done the property and those who lived on it very much harm. In his heart of hearts he did feel a desire that when he was gone the acres should still belong to a Caldigate. There was so much in him of the leaven of the old English squirearchic aristocracy as to create a pride in the fact that the Caldigates had been at Woking for 300 years, and a wish that they might remain there. And no doubt he knew that, without repeated entails, they would not have remained there. But still he had hated the thing, and, as years rolled on, he came to think that the entail now existing would do an especial evil. His son, on leaving school, spent almost the whole 4 months between that time and the beginning of his first term at Cambridge with the Babingtons. This period included the month of September, and afforded therefore much partridge shooting, than which nothing was meaner in the opinion of the Squire of Woking. When a short visit was made to Woking, the father was sarcastic and disagreeable. And then, for the first time, John Caldigate showed himself to be possessed of a power of reply which was peculiarly disagreeable to the old man. This had the effect of cutting down the intended allowance of £250 to £220 per annum, for which sum the father had been told that his son could live like a gentleman at the university. This parsimony so disgusted Uncle Babington, who lived on the other side of the county, within the borders of Suffolk, that he insisted on giving his nephew a hunter, and an undertaking to bear the expense of the animal as long as John should remain at the university. No arrangement could have been more foolish. And that last visit made by John to Babington House for the last 2 days previous to his Cambridge career was in itself most indiscreet. The angry father would not take upon himself to forbid it, but was worked up by it to a perilous jealousy. He did not scruple to declare aloud that old Humphrey Babington was a thick-headed fool, nor did Humphrey Babington, who with his 10,000 or 12,000 a year was considerably involved, scruple to say that he hated such cheese-paring ways. John Caldigate felt more distaste to the cheese-paring ways than he did to his uncle's want of literature. Such was the beginning of the rupture which took place before the time had come for John to take his degree. When that time came, he had a couple of hunters at Cambridge, played in the Cambridge 11, and rowed in one of the Trinity boats. He also owed something over £800 to the regular tradesmen of the university, and a good deal more to other creditors who were not regular. During the whole of this time his visits to Woking had been short and few. The old squire had become more and more angry, and not the less so because he was sensible of a non-performance of duty on his own part. Though he was close to Cambridge, he never went to see his son, nor would he even press the lads to come out to Woking. Nor, when on rare occasions a visit was made, did he endeavour to make the house pleasant. He was jealous to hot anger at being neglected, but could not bring himself to make advances to his own son. Then, when he heard from his son's tutor that his son could not pass his degree without the payment of £800 for recognized debts, then his anger boiled over, and he told John Caldigate that he was expelled from his father's heart and his father's house. The money was paid, and the degree was taken, and there arose the question as to what was to be done. John, of course, took himself to Babington House, and was condoled with by his uncle and cousins. His troubles at this time were numerous enough. That £800 by no means summed up his whole indebtedness, covered indeed but a small part of it. He had been at Newmarket, and there was a pleasant gentleman named Davis, who frequented that place and Cambridge, who had been very civil to him when he had lost a little money, and who now held his acceptances for, alas, much more than £800. Even Uncle Babington knew nothing of this when the degree was taken. And then there came a terrible blow to him. Aunt Babington, Aunt Polly as she was called, got him into her own closet upstairs, where she kept her linen and her jams and favourite liqueurs, and told him that his cousin Julia was dying in love for him. After all that had passed, of course it was expected he would engage himself to his cousin Julia. Now Julia was the eldest, the thickest-ankled, and the cherry-cheekedest of the lot. To him, up to that time, the Babington folk had always been a unit. No one else had been so good-natured to him, had so petted him, and so freely administered to all his wants. He would kiss them all round whenever he went to Babington, but he had not kissed Julia more than her sisters. There were 3 sons, whom he never specially liked, and who certainly were fools. One was the heir, and of course did nothing. The second was struggling for a degree at Oxford with an eye to the family living. The third was in a fair way to become the family gamekeeper. He certainly did not wish to marry into the family, and yet they had all been so kind to him. "I should have nothing to marry on, Aunt Polly," he said. Then he was reminded that he was his father's heir, and that his father's house was sadly in want of a mistress. They could live at Badmington till Folking should be ready. The prospect was awful. What is a young man to say in such a position? I do not love the young lady after that fashion, and therefore I must decline. It requires a hero, and a cold-blooded hero, to do that. And Aunt Polly was very much in earnest, for she brought Julia into the room, and absolutely delivered her up into the young man's arms. "I'm so much in debt," he said, "that I don't care to think of it." Aunt Polly declared that such debts did not signify in the least. Folking was not embarrassed. Folking did not owe a shilling. Everyone knew that. And there was Julia in his arms. He never said that he would marry her, but when he left the linen closet the two ladies understood that the thing was arranged. Luckily for him, Aunt Polly had postponed this scene till the moment before his departure from the house. He was at this time going to Cambridge, where he was to be the guest, for one night, of a certain Mr. Bolton, who was one of the very few friends to whom his father was still attached. Mr. Bolton was a banker, living close to Cambridge, an old man now, with 4 sons and 1 daughter. And to his house John Caldigate was going, in order that he might there discuss with Mr. Bolton certain propositions which had been made between him and his father respecting the Folking property. The father had now realized the idea of buying his son out, and John himself, who had all the world and all his life before him, and was terribly conscious of the obligations which he owed to his friend Davis, had got into his head a notion that he would prefer to face his fortune with a sum of ready money than to wait in absolute poverty for the reversion of the family estate. He had his own ideas, and in furtherance of them he had made certain inquiries. There was gold being found at this moment among the mountains of New South Wales, in quantities which captivated his imagination, and this was being done in a most lovely spot, among circumstances which were in all respects romantic. His friend Richard Shand, who was also a Trinity man, was quite resolved to go out, and he was minded to accompany his friend. In this way, and as he thought in this way only, could a final settlement be made with that most assiduous of attendants, Mr. Davis. His mind was fully set upon New South Wales, and his little interview with his cousin Julia did not tend to bind him more closely to his own country, or to Badmington, or to Folking. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 2. Puritan Grange. Perhaps there had been a little treachery on the part of Mr. Davis, for he had, in a gently insinuating way, made known to the squire the fact of those acceptances, and the additional fact that he was, through unforeseen circumstances, lamentably in want of ready money. The squire became eloquent, and assured Mr. Davis that he would not pay a penny to save either Mr. Davis or his son from instant imprisonment, or even from absolute starvation. Then Mr. Davis shrugged his shoulders, and whispered the word post obits. The squire thereupon threatened to kick him out of the house, and on the next day paid a visit to his friend Mr. Bolton. There had after that been a long correspondence between the father, the son, and Mr. Bolton, as to which John Caldigate said not a word to the Babingtons. Had he been more communicative, he might have perhaps saved himself from that scene in the linen closet. As it was, when he started for Cambridge, nothing was known at Babington either of Mr. Davis or of the New South Wales scheme. Mr. Bolton lived in a large red brick house in the village of Chesterton, near to Cambridge, which, with a large garden, was surrounded by an old, high, dark-coloured brick wall. He rarely saw any company, and there were probably not many of the more recently imported inhabitants of the town who had ever been inside the elaborate iron gates by which the place was to be approached. He had been a banker all his life, and was still reported to be the senior partner in Bolton's bank. But the management of the concern had in truth been given up to his two elder sons. His third son was a barrister in London, and a fourth was settled in Cambridge as a solicitor. These men were all married, and were doing well in the world, living in houses better than their fathers, and spending a great deal more money. Mr. Bolton had the name of being a hard man, because, having begun life in small circumstances, he had never learned to chuck his shillings about easily. But he had in a most liberal manner made over the bulk of his fortune to his sons, and though he himself could rarely be got to sit at their tables, he took delight in hearing that they lived bounteously with their friends. He had been twice married, and there now lived with him his second wife and a daughter, Hester, a girl about 16 years of age at the period of John Caldigate's visit to Puritan Grange, as Mr. Bolton's house was called. At this time Puritan Grange was not badly named, for Mrs. Bolton was a lady of stern life, and Hester Bolton was brought up with more of seclusion and religious observances than are now common in our houses. Mr. Bolton was probably 10 years older than the Squire of Foking, but circumstances had, in early life, made them fast friends. The old squire had owed a large sum of money to the bank, and Mr. Bolton had then been attracted by the manner in which the son had set himself to work, so that he might not be a burden on the estate. They had been fast friends for a quarter of a century, and now the arrangement of terms between the present squire and his son had been left to Mr. Bolton. Mr. Bolton had, no doubt, received a very unfavourable account of the young man. Men, such as was Mr. Bolton, who made their money by lending it out at recognized rates of interest, and who are generally very keen in looking after their principal, have no mercy whatsoever for the Davises of creation, and very little for their customers. To have had dealings with the Davis is condemnation in their eyes. Mr. Bolton would not, therefore, have opened his gates to this spendthrift, had not his feelings for the father been very strong. He had thought much upon the matter, and had tried hard to dissuade the squire. He, the banker, was not particularly attached to the theory of primogeniture. He had divided his wealth equally between his own sons, but he had a strong idea as to property and its rights. The young man's claim to Foking after his father's death was as valid as the father's claim during his life. No doubt the severance of the entail, if made at all, would be made in accordance with the young man's wishes, and on certain terms which should be declared to be just by persons able to compute the value of such rights. No doubt also, so Mr. Bolton thought, the property would be utterly squandered if left in its present condition. It would be ruined by encumbrances in the shape of post-obits. All this had been deeply considered, and at last Mr. Bolton had consented to act between the father and the son. When John Caldigate was driven up through the iron gates to Mr. Bolton's door, his mind was not quite at ease within him. He had seen Mr. Bolton on 2 or 3 occasions during his university career, and had called at the house, but he had never entered it, and had never seen the ladies, and now it was necessary that he should discuss his own follies and own all his faults. Of course, that which he was going to do would, in the eyes of the British world, be considered very unwise. The British world regards the position of heirship to acres as the most desirable which a young man could hold. That he was about to abandon. But, as he told himself, without abandoning it, he could not rid himself from the horror of Davis. He was quite prepared to acknowledge his own vice and childish stupidity in regard to Davis. He had looked all round that now, and was sure that he would do nothing of the kind again. But how could he get rid of Davis in any other way than this? And then Foking had no charms for him. He hated Foking. He was certain that any life would suit him better than a life to be passed as Squire of Foking. And he was quite alive to the fact that, though there was at home the prospect of future position and of future income, for the present there would be nothing. Were he to submit himself humbly to his father, he might probably be allowed to vegetate at the old family home. But there was no career for him. No profession had as yet been proposed. His father was 55, a very healthy man, likely to live for the next 20 years. And then it would be impossible that he should dwell in peace under the same roof with his father. And to Davis, life would be miserable to him if he could not free himself from that thraldom. The sum of money which was to be offered to him, and which was to be raised on the Foking property, would enable him to pay Davis and to start upon his career with plentiful means in his pocket. He would, too, be wise and not risk all his capital. Shand had a couple of £1,000, and he would start with a like sum of his own. Should he fail in New South Wales, there would still be something on which to begin again. With his mind thus fixed, he entered Mr. Bolton's gates. He was to stay one night at Puritan Grange, and then, if the matter were arranged, he would go over to Foking for a day or two, and endeavour to part from his father on friendly terms. In that case he would be able to pay Davis himself, and there would be no ground for quarrelling on that score. Before dinner the matter was settled at the Grange. The stern old man bade his visitor sit down, and then explained to him at full length that which it was proposed to do. So much money the squire had himself put by, so much more Mr. Bolton himself would advance. The value had been properly computed, and should the arrangement be completed, he, John Caldigate, would sell his inheritance at its proper price. Over and over again the young man endeavoured to interrupt the speaker, but was told to postpone his words till the other should have done. Such interruptions came from the too evident fact that Mr. Bolton thoroughly despised his guest. Caldigate, though he had been very foolish, though he had loved to slaughter rats and rabbits and to romp with the girls of Babington, was by no means a fool. He was possessed of good natural abilities, of great activity, and of a high spirit. His appreciation was quicker than that of the old banker, who, as he soon saw, had altogether failed to understand him. In every word that the banker spoke it was evident that he thought that these thousands would be squandered instantly. The banker spoke as though this terrible severance was to be made because the natural heir had shown himself to be irrevocably bad. What could be expected from a youth who was deep in the books of a Davis before he had left his college? "I do not recommend this," he said at last. "I have never recommended it. The disruption is so great as to be awful, but when your father has asked what better step he could take, I have been unable to advise him." It was as though the old man was telling the younger one that he was too bad for hope, and that therefore he must be consigned for ever to perdition. Caldigate, conscious of the mistake which the banker was making, full of hope as to himself, intending to acknowledge the follies of which he had been guilty, and at the same time not to promise, for he would not condescend so far, but to profess that they were the things of the past, and impatient of the judgment expressed against him, endeavoured to stop the old man in his severity, so that the tone in which the business was being done might be altered. But when he found that he could not do this without offence, he leaned back in his chair and heard the indictment to the end. "Now, Mr. Bolton," he said, when at length his time came, "you shall hear my view of the matter." And Mr. Bolton did hear him, listening very patiently. Caldigate first asserted that, in coming there to Puritan Grange, his object had been to learn what were the terms proposed, as to which he was now willing to give his assent. He had already quite made up his mind to sell what property he had on the estate, and therefore, though he was much indebted to Mr. Bolton for his disinterested and kind friendship, he was hardly in want of counsel on that matter. Mr. Bolton raised his eyebrows, but still listened patiently. Caldigate then went on to explain his views as to life, declaring that under no circumstances, had there been no Davis, would he have consented to remain at Foking as a deputy squire, waiting to take up his position some 20 years hence at his father's death. Nor, even were Foking his own at this moment, would he live there. He must do something, and upon the whole he thought that gold mining in the colonies was the most congenial pursuit to which he could put his hand. Then he made a frank acknowledgment as to Davis and his gambling follies, and ended by saying that the matter might be regarded as settled. He had certainly been successful in changing the old man's opinion. Mr. Bolton did not say as much, nor was he a man likely to make such acknowledgment. But when he led John Caldigate away to be introduced to his wife in the drawing-room, he felt less of disdain for his guest than he had done half an hour before. Mr. Bolton was a silent, cautious man, even in his own family, and had said nothing of this business to his wife, and nothing, of course, to his daughter. Mrs. Bolton asked after the squire, and expressed a hope that their guest would not find the house very dull for one night. She had heard that John Caldigate was a fast young man, and of course regarded him as a lost sinner. Hester, who was with her mother, looked at him with all her very young, big eyes, but did not speak a word. It was very seldom that he saw any young man, or indeed young people of either sex. But when this stranger spoke freely to her mother about this subject and the other, she listened to him and was interested. John Caldigate, without being absolutely handsome, was a youth sure to find favour in a woman's eyes. He was about 5 feet 10 in height, strong and very active, with bright dark eyes which were full of life and intelligence. His forehead was square and showed the angles of his brow. His hair was dark and thick and cut somewhat short. His mouth was large, but full of expression, and generally also of good humour. His nose would have been well formed, but that it was a little snubbed at the end. Altogether his face gave you the idea of will, intellect, and a kindly nature, but there was in it a promise, too, of occasional anger, and a physiognomist might perhaps have expected from it that vacillation in conduct which had hitherto led him from better things into wretched faults. As he was talking to Mrs. Bolton, he had observed the girl, who sat apart with her fingers busy on her work, and who had hardly spoken a word since his entrance. She was, he thought, the most lovely human being that he had ever beheld, and yet she was hardly more than a child. But how different from those girls at Babington! Her bright brown hair was simply brushed off from her forehead and tied in a knot behind her head. Her dress was as plain as a child's, as though it was intended that she should still be regarded as a child. Her face was very fair, with large, grey, thoughtful eyes, and a mouth which, though as Caldigate watched her it was never opened, seemed always as if it was just about to pour forth words. And he could see that though her eyes were intent upon her work, from time to time she looked across at him, and he thought that if only they two were alone together, he could teach her to speak. But no such opportunity was given to him now, or during his short sojourn at the Grange. After a while the old man returned to the room and took him up to his bedchamber. It was then about 4:30, and he was told that they were to dine at 6. It was early in November, not cold enough for bedroom fires among thrifty people, and there he was left, apparently to spend an hour with nothing to do. Rebelling against this, declaring that even at Puritan Grange he would be master of his own actions, he rushed down into the hall, took his hat, and walked off into the town. He would go and take one last look at the old college. He went in through the great gates and across the yard, and, passing by the well-known buttery hatches, looked into the old hall for the last time. The men were all seated at dinner, and he could see the fellows up at the high table. 3 years ago it had been his fixed resolve to earn for himself the right to sit upon that dais. He had then been sure of himself that he would do well and take honours and win a fellowship. There had been moments in which he had thought that a college life would suit him till he came into his own property. But how all that had faded away! Everybody had congratulated him on the ease with which he did his work, and the result had been Newmarket, Davis, and a long score in the ephemeral records of a cricket match. As he stood there with his slouched hat over his eyes, one of the college servants recognized him and called him by his name. Then he passed on quickly and made his way out to the gravel walk by the riverside. It was not yet closed for the night, and he went on, that he might take one last turn up and down the old avenue. He had certainly made a failure of his life so far. He did acknowledge to himself that there was something nobler in these classic shades than in the ore-laden dirt of an Australian gold gully. He knew as much of the world as that. He had not hitherto chosen the better part, and now something of regret, even as to Foking, poor old Foking, came upon him. He was, as it were, being kicked out and repudiated by his own family as worthless. And what was he to do about Julia Babington? After that scene in the linen closet he could not leave his own country without a word either to Julia or to Aunt Polly. But the idea of Julia was doubly distasteful to him, since that lovely vision of young female simplicity had shone upon him from the corner of Mrs. Bolton's drawing-room. Romping with the Babington girls was all very well, but if he could only feel the tips of that girl's fingers come within the grasp of his hand, then he thought that it would lend a fine romance to his life, if he could resolve to come back when he should be laden with gold and make Hester Bolton his wife. It should be his romance, and he swore that he would cling to it. He turned back and came down to dinner 5 minutes after the time. At 10 minutes before dinner time, Mr. Bolton heard that he was gone out, and was offended, thinking it quite possible that he would not return at all. What might not be expected from a young man who could so easily abandon his inheritance? But he was there, only 5 minutes after the time, and the dinner was eaten almost in silence. In the evening there was tea, and the coldest shivering attempt at conversation for half an hour, during which he could still at moments catch the glance of Hester's eyes and see the moving curve of her lips. Then there was a reading of the Bible and prayer, and before 10 he was in his bedroom. On the next morning, as he took his departure, Mr. Bolton said a word intended to be gracious. "I hope you may succeed in your enterprise, Mr. Caldigate." "Why should I not as well as another?" said John cheerily. "If you are steady, sober, industrious, self-denying, and honest, you probably will," replied the banker. "Oh, to promise all that would be to promise too much," said John. "But I mean to make an effort." Then at that moment he made one effort which was successful. For an instant he held Hester's fingers within his hand. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 3. Daniel Caldigate. That piece of business was done. It was one of the disagreeable things which he had had to do before he could get away to the gold diggings, and it was done. Now he had to say farewell to his father, and that would be a harder task. As the moment was coming in which he must bid adieu to his father, perhaps for ever, and bid adieu to the old place which, though he despised it, he still loved, his heart was heavy within him. He felt sure that his father had no special regard for him, in which he was of course altogether wrong, and the old man was equally wrong in supposing that his son was unnaturally deficient in filial affection. But they had never known each other, and were so different that neither had understood the other. The son, however, was ready to confess to himself that the chief fault had been with himself. It was natural, he thought, that a father's regard should be deadened by such conduct as his has been, and natural that an old man should not believe in the quick repentance and improvement of a young one. He hired a gig and drove himself over from Cambridge to Foking. As he got near to the place, and passed along the dykes, and looked to the right and left down the droves, and trotted at last over the Foking bridge across the Middle Wash, the country did not seem to him to be so unattractive as of yore. And when he recognized the faces of the neighbours, when one of the tenants spoke to him kindly, and the girls dropped a curtsy as he passed, certain soft regrets began to crop up in his mind. After all, there is a comfort in the feeling of property, not simply its money comfort, but in the stability and reputation of a recognized home. 6 months ago there had seemed to him to be something ridiculous in the idea of a permanent connection between the names of Caldigate and Foking. It was absurd that with so wild and beautiful a world around him he should be called upon to live in a washy fen, because his father and grandfather had been unfortunate enough to do so. And then, at that time, all sympathy with bricks and mortar, any affection for special trees or well-known home haunts, was absurd in his eyes. And, as his father had been harsh to him and did not like him, would it not be better that they should be far apart? It was thus that he had reasoned. But now all that was changed. An unwonted tenderness had come upon his spirit. The very sallows by the brook seemed to appeal to him. As he saw the house chimneys through the trees, he remembered that they had carried smoke from the hearths of many generations of Caldigates. He remembered, too, that his father would soon be old, and would be alone. It seemed to himself that his very mind and spirit were altered. But all that was too late. He had agreed to the terms proposed, and even were he now to repudiate them, what could he do with Davis, and how could he live for the present? Not for a moment did he entertain such an idea, but he had lost that alacrity of spirit which had been his when he first found the way out of his difficulties. His father did not come forth to meet him. He went in across the hall and through the library into a little closet beyond, in which Mr. Caldigate was wont to sit. "Well, John," said the old man, "how have you and Mr. Bolton got on together?" There seemed to be something terribly cold in this. It might be better that they should part, better even though the parting should be for ever. It might be right, nay, he knew that it was right, that he should be thrust out of the inheritance. He had spent money that was not his own, and of course he must pay the debt. But that his father should sit there in his chair on his entrance, not even rising to greet him, and should refer at once to Mr. Bolton and that business arrangement, as though that and that alone need now be discussed, did seem to him to be almost cruel. Of all that his father had suffered in constraining himself to this conduct, he understood nothing. "Mr. Bolton made himself very plain, sir." "He would be sure to do so. He is a man of business and intellect. But as to the terms proposed, were they what you had expected?" "Quite as good as I had expected." "Whether good or bad, of course you will understand that I have had nothing to do with them. The matter has been referred to two gentlemen conversant with such subjects, and after due inquiry they told Mr. Bolton what was the money value of your rights. It is a question to be settled as easily as the price of a ton of coals or a joint of beef. But you must understand that I have not interfered." "I am quite aware of that, sir." "As for the money, something over a third of it is in my own hands. I have not been extravagant myself, and have saved so much. The remainder will come out of Mr. Bolton's bank, and will be lent on mortgage. I certainly shall not have cause for extravagance now, living here alone, and shall endeavour to free the estate from the burden by degrees. When I die, it will, in accordance with my present purpose, go to your cousin George." As this was said, John thought he perceived something like a quiver in his father's voice, which up to that point had been hard, clear, and unshaken. "As to that, however, I do not intend to pledge myself," he continued. "The estate will now be my own, subject to the claim from Mr. Bolton's bank. I don't know that there is anything else to be said." "Not about business, sir." "And it is business, I suppose, that has brought you here, and to Cambridge. I do not know what little things you have of your own in the house." "Not much, sir." "If there be anything that you wish to take, take it. But with you now, I suppose, money is the only possession that has any value." I should like to have the small portrait of you, the miniature." "The miniature of me," said the father, almost scoffingly, looking up at his son's face suspiciously. And yet, though he would not show it, he was touched. Only if this were a ruse on the part of the young man, a mock sentiment, a little got-up theatrical pretence, then how disgraced he would be in his own estimation at having been moved by such mockery. The son stood square before his father, disdaining any attempt to evince a supplicating tenderness, either by his voice or by his features. "But perhaps you have a special value for it," he said. "No, indeed. It is others, not oneself, that ought to have such trifles. That is, if they are of value at all." "There is none but myself that can care much for it." "There is no one to care at all. No one else, that is," he added, wishing to avoid any further declaration. "Take that or anything else you want in the house. There will be things left, I suppose, clothes and books and such like." "Hardly anything, sir. Going so far, I had better give them away. A few books I shall take." Then the conversation was over, and in a few minutes John Caldigate found himself roaming alone about the place. It was so probable that he might never see it again. Indeed, it seemed to him now that were he to return to England with a fortune made, he would hardly come to Foking. Years and years must roll by before that could be done. If he could only come back to Cambridge and fetch that wife away with him, then he thought it would be better for him to live far from England, whether he were rich or whether he were poor. It was quite evident that his father's heart was turned from him altogether. Of course he had himself to blame, himself only, but still it was strange to him that a father should feel no tenderness at parting with an only son. While he had been in the room, he had constrained himself manfully. Not a drop of moisture had glittered in his eye, not a tone of feeling had thrilled in his voice. His features had never failed him. There had always been that look of audacity on his brow, joined to a certain manliness of good humour in his mouth, as though he had been thoroughly master of himself and the situation. But now, as he pushed his hat from off his forehead, He rubbed his hand across his eyes to dash away the tears. He felt almost inclined to rush back to the house and fall on his knees before his father, and kiss the old man's hands and beg the old man's blessing. But though he was potent for much, he was not potent for that. Such expression of tenderness would have been true, but he knew that he would so break down in the attempt as to make it seem to be false. He got out upon Twopenny Drove and passed over the ferry, meaning to walk across the farm and so out on to the causeway and round home by the bridge. But on the other side of the Wash he encountered Mr. Ralph Holt, the occupier of Twopenny Farm, whose father also and grandfather had lived upon the same acres. "And so thou beest going away from us, Mr. John?" said the farmer, with real tenderness, almost with solemnity in his voice, although there was at the same time something ridiculous in the far-fetched sadness of his tone and gait. "Yes, indeed, Holt, I want to travel and see the world at a distance from here." "If it was no more than that, Mr. John, there were nothing about it. Seeing the world. You young collegers always does that. But beest thou to come back and be squire o' Falking?" "I think not, Holt, I think not. My father, I hope, will be squire for many a year." "Aye, like enough, and we all hope that, for there ain't nowhere just a man, nor the squire, and he's hale and hearty. But in course of things his time will run out. And it be so, Mr. John, that thou beest going away for ever and allays?" "I rather think I am." "It's wrong, Mr. John. Though maybe I'm making over free to talk of what don't concern me, yet I say it's wrong. Sons should come out of fathers, especially where there's land. We don't none of us like it, none of us. And it's worse nor going any one of ourselves. For what's a lease? But when a man has a freehold, he should stick to it for ever and aye. It's just that the old place was a tumbling about all our ears." Caldigate was good-natured with the man, trying to make him understand that everything was being done for the best. And at last he bade him good-bye affectionately, shaking hands with him, and going into the farmhouse to perform the same ceremony with his wife and daughters. But to the last Ralph Holt was uncomfortable and dismal, foretelling miseries. It was clear that, to his thinking, the stability of this world was undermined and destroyed by the very contemplation of such a proceeding as this. Caldigate pursued his walk, and in the course of it bade farewell to more than one old friend. None of them were so expressive as Holt, but he could perceive that he was regarded by all of them as a person who, by his own conduct, was bringing misfortune not only on himself, but on the whole parishes of Utterden and Netherden. At dinner the squire conversed upon various subjects, if not easily to himself, at least with affected ease. Had he applied himself to subjects altogether indifferent, to the state of politics, or the game laws, or the absurdities of a state church, the unfitness of such matters for the occasion would have been too apparent. Both he and his son would have broken down in the attempt. But he could talk about Babington, abusing the old family, and even about himself, and about New South Wales and gold and the coming voyage, without touching points which had been, and would be, specially painful. Not a word had ever been spoken between them as to Davis. There had, of course, been letters, very angry letters, but the usurer's name had never been mentioned. Nor was there any need that it should be mentioned now. It was John's affair, not in any way his. So he asked and listened to much about Richard Shand, and the mode of gold-finding practised among the diggings in New South Wales. When the old butler had gone, he was even more free, speaking of things that were past, not only without anger, but, as far as possible, without chagrin, treating his son as a person altogether free from any control of his. "I dare say it is all for the best," he said. "It is as well, at any rate, to try to think so, sir," replied John, conscience-stricken as to his own faults. "I doubt whether there would have been anything for you to do here, or at least anything that you would have done. You would have had too much ambition to manage the little estate under me, and not enough of industry, I fear, to carry you to the front in any of the professions. I used to think of the bar." "And so did I." "But when I found that the Babingtons had got hold of you, and that you liked horses and guns better than words and arguments—" "I never did, sir." "It seemed so." "Of course I have been weak." "Do not suppose for a moment that I am finding fault. It would be of no avail, and I would not thus embitter our last hours together. But when I saw how your tastes seemed to lead you, I began to fear that there could be no career for you here. On such a property as Babington, an eldest son may vegetate like his father before him, and may succeed to it in due time, before he has wasted everything, and may die as he had lived, useless, but having to the end all the enjoyments of a swine." "You are severe upon my cousin, sir." "I say what I think. But you would not have done that. And though you are not industrious, you are far too active and too clever for such a life. Now you are probably in earnest as to the future." "Yes, I am certainly in earnest." "And though you are going to risk your capital in a precarious business, you will only be doing what is done daily by enterprising men. I could wish that your position were more secure, but that now cannot be helped." "My bed is as I have made it. I quite understand that, sir." "Thinking of all this, I have endeavoured to reconcile myself to your going." Then he paused a moment, considering what he should next say, and his son was silent, knowing that something further was to come. "Had you remained in England, we could hardly have lived together as father and son should live. You would have been dependent on me, and would have rebelled against the submission which a state of dependence demands. There would have been nothing for you but to have waited, and almost to have wished, for my death." "No, sir, never, never that." "It would have been no more than natural. I shall hear from you sometimes." "Certainly, sir." "It will give an interest to my life if you will write occasionally. Whither do you go tomorrow?" It had certainly been presumed, though never said, that this last visit to the old home was to be only for one day. The hired gig had been kept, and in his letter the son had asked whether he could be taken in for Thursday night. But now the proposition that he should go so soon seemed to imply a cold-blooded want of feeling on his part. "I need not be in such a hurry, sir," he said. "Of course it shall be as you please, but I do not know that you will do any good by staying. A last month may be pleasant enough, or even a last week, but a last day is purgatory. The melancholy of the occasion cannot be shaken off. It is only the prolonged wail of a last farewell." All this was said in the old man's ordinary voice, but it seemed to betoken, if not feeling itself, a recognition of feeling which the son had not expected. "It is very sad," said the son. "Therefore why prolong it? Stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once, seeing that it is necessary that you should go. Will you take any more wine? No? Then let us go into the other room. As they are making company of you and have lighted another fire, we will do as they would have us." Then for the rest of the evening there was some talk about books, and the father, who was greatly given to reading, explained to his son what kind of literature would, as he thought, fit in best with the life of a gold-digger. After what had passed, Caldigate, of course, took his departure on the following morning. "Good-bye," said the old man, as the son grasped his hand. "Good-bye." He made no overture to come even as far as the hall in making this his final adieu. "I trust I may return to see you in health." "It may be so. As to that we can say nothing. Good-bye." Then when the son had turned his back, the father recalled him by a murmur rather than by a word, but in that moment he had resolved to give way a little to the demands of nature. "Good-bye, my son," he said in a low voice, very solemnly. "May God bless you and preserve you." Then he turned back at once to his own closet. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 4. The Shands. John Caldigate had promised to go direct from Foking to the house of his friend Richard Shand, or rather to the house in which lived Richard Shand's father and family. The two young men had much to arrange together, and this had been thought to be expedient. When Caldigate, remembering how affairs were at his own home, had suggested at so sad a moment he might be found to be in the way, Shand had assured him that there would be no sadness at all. "We are not a sentimental race," he'd said. "There are a dozen of us, and the sooner some of us disperse ourselves, the more room there will be in the nest for the others." Shand had been Caldigate's most intimate friend at college through the whole period of their residence, and now he was to be his companion in a still more intimate alliance. And yet, though he liked the man, he did not altogether approve of him. Shand had also got into debt at Cambridge, but had not paid his debts, and had dealings also with Davis, as to which he was now quite indifferent. He had left the university without taking a degree, and had seemed to bear all these adversities with perfect equanimity. There had not been hitherto much of veneration in Caldigate's character, but even he had on occasions been almost shocked at the want of respect evinced by his friend for conventional rules. All college discipline, all college authorities, all university traditions had been despised by Shand, who even in his dress had departed as far from recognized customs and fashions among the men as from the requisitions of the statutes and the milder requirements of the dignitaries of the day. Now, though he could not pay his debts, and indeed intended to run away from them, he was going to try his fortune with a certain small capital which his father had agreed to give him as his share of what there might be of the good things of the world among the Shands generally. As Shand himself said of both of them, he was about to go forth as a prodigal son, with the perfect assurance that should he come back empty-handed, no calf would be killed for him. But he was an active man, with a dash of fun and perhaps a sprinkling of wit, quick and brave, to whom life was apparently a joke, and who boasted of himself that, though he was very fond of beef and beer, he could live on bread and water, if put to it, without complaining. Caldigate almost feared that the man was a dangerous companion, but still there was a certain fitness about him for the thing contemplated, and, for such a venture, where could he find any other companion who would be fit? Dr. Shand, the father, was a physician enjoying a considerable amount of provincial eminence in a small town in Essex. Here he had certainly been a successful man, for, with all the weight of such a family on his back, he managed to save some money. There had been small legacies from other Shands, and trifles of portions had come to them from the Potters, of whom Mrs. Shand had been one, Shand and Potter having been wholesale druggists in Smithfield. The young Shands had generally lived a pleasant life, had gone to school, the eldest son, as we have seen, to the university also, and had had governesses and ponies to ride, and had been great at dancing, had shot arrows, and played badminton, and been subject to but little domestic discipline. They had lived crowded together in a great red-brick house, plenteously, roughly, quarrelling continually, but very fond of each other in their own way, and were known throughout that side of the country as a happy family. The girls had always gloves and shoes for dancing, and the boys had enjoyed a considerable amount of shooting and hunting without owning either guns or horses of their own. Now Dick was to go in quest of a fortune, and all the girls were stitching shirts for him, and were as happy as possible. Not a word was said about his debts, and no one threw it in his teeth that he had failed to take a degree. It was known of the Shands that they always made the best of everything. When Caldigate got out of the railway carriage at Pollington, he was still melancholy with the remembrance of all that he had done and all that he had lost, and he expected to find something of the same feeling at his friend's house. But before he had been there an hour, he was laughing with the girls as though such an enterprise as theirs was the best joke in the world. And when a day and a night had passed, Mrs. Shand was deep among his shirts and socks, and had already given him much advice about flannel and soft soap. "I know Maria would like to go out with you," said the youngest daughter on the third day, a girl of 12 years old, who ought to have known better, and who nevertheless knew more than she ought to have done. "Indeed, Maria would like nothing of the kind," said the young lady in question. "Only, Mr. Caldigate, of course you would have to marry her." Then the child was cuffed, and Maria declared that the proposed arrangement would suit neither her nor Mr. Caldigate in the least. The eldest daughter, Harriet, was engaged to marry a young clergyman in the neighbourhood, which event, however, was to be postponed till he had got a living, and the second, Matilda, was under a cloud because she would persist in being in love with Lieutenant Postlethwaite of the Dragoons, whose regiment was quartered in the town. Maria was the third. All these family secrets were told to him quite openly, as well as the fact that Josh, the third son, was to become a farmer, because he could not be got to learn the multiplication table. Between Pollington and London Caldigate remained for 6 weeks, during which time he fitted himself out, took his passage, and executed the necessary deeds as to the estate. It might have been pleasant enough, this little interval before his voyage, as to the Shands, though rough and coarse, were kind to him and good-humoured, had it not been that a great trouble befell him through over-conscientiousness as to a certain matter. After what had passed at Babington House, it was expedient that he should, before he started for New South Wales, give some notice to his relatives there, so that Julia might know that destiny did not intend her to become Mrs. Caldigate of Woking. Aunt Polly had no doubt been too forward in that matter, and, in wishing to dispose of her daughter, had put herself in the way of merited rebuke and disappointment. It was, however, not the less necessary that she should be told of the altered circumstances of her wished-for son-in-law. But, had he been wise, he would so have written his letter that no answer should reach him before he had left the shores of England. His conscience, however, pinched him, and before he had even settled the day on which he would start, he wrote to his aunt a long letter in which he told her everything: how he had disposed of his inheritance, how he had become so indebted to Davis as to have to seek a new fortune out of England, how he had bade farewell to Woking for ever, and how impossible it was, under all these circumstances, that he should aspire to the hand of his cousin Julia. It was as though a thunderbolt had fallen among them at Babington. Mr. Babington himself was certainly not a clever man, but he knew enough of his own position as of owner of acres to be very proud of it, and he was affectionate enough towards his nephew to feel the full weight of this terrible disruption. It seemed to him that his brother-in-law, Daniel Caldigate, was doing a very wicked thing, and he hurried across the country to Woking that he might say so. "You have not sense enough to understand the matter," said Daniel Caldigate. "You have no heart in your bowels if you can disinherit an only son," said the big squire. "Never mind where I carry my heart," said the smaller squire, "but it's a pity you should carry so small an amount of brain." No good could be done by such a meeting as that, nor by the journey which Aunt Polly took to Pollington. The Caldigates, both father and son, were gifted with too strong a will to be turned from their purpose by such interference. But a great deal of confusion was occasioned, and Aunt Polly among the Shands was regarded as a very wonderful woman indeed. "Oh, my son, my darling son!" she said, weeping on John Caldigate's shoulder. Now John Caldigate was certainly not her son, in the usual acceptation of the word, nor did Maria Shand believe that he was so, even in that limited sense in which a daughter's husband may be so designated. It was altogether very disagreeable, and made our hero almost resolve to get on board the ship a week before it started from the Thames, instead of going down to Plymouth and catching it at the last moment. Of course, it would have been necessary that the Babingtons should know all about it sooner or later, but John very much regretted that he had not delayed his letter till the day before his departure. There is something jovial when you are young in preparing for a long voyage and for totally altered circumstances in life, especially when the surroundings are in themselves not melancholy. A mother weeping over a banished child may be sad enough, going as an exile when there is no hope of a return. But here among the Shands, with whom sons and daughters were plentiful, and with whom the feelings were of a useful kind and likely to wear well, rather than of a romantic nature, the bustle, the purchasings, the arrangements, and the packings generally had in them a pleasantness of activity with no disagreeable accompaniments. "I do hope you will wear them, Dick," the mother said, with something like a sob in her voice. But the tenderness came not from the approaching departure, but from her fear that the thick woollen drawers on which she was re-sewing all the buttons should be neglected, after Dick's usual fashion. "Mr. Caldigate, I hope you will see that he wears them. He looks strong, but indeed he is not." Our hero, who was always regarded his friend as a bull for strength of constitution generally, promised that he would be attentive to Dick's drawers. "You may be sure that I shall wear them," said Dick, "but the time will come when I shall probably wear nothing else, so you had better make the buttons firm." Everything was to be done with strict economy, but yet there was plenty of money for purchases. There always is at such occasions. The quantity of clothes got together seemed to be more than any two men could ever wear, and among it all there were no dress coats and no dress trousers, or if either of them had such articles, they were smuggled. The two young men were going out as miners, and took a delight in preparing themselves to be rough. Caldigate was at first somewhat modest in submitting his own belongings to the females of the establishment, but that feeling soon wore off, and the markings and mendings and buttonings and hemmings went on in a strictly impartial manner, as though he himself were a chick out of the same brood. "What will you do," said the doctor, "if you spend your capital and make nothing?" "Oh, work for wages," said Dick. "We shall have got at any rate enough experience out of our money to be able to do that. Men are getting 10 shillings a day." "But you have to go on doing that always," said the mother. "Oh, not at all. Of course it's a life of ups and downs. A man working for wages can put half what he earns into a claim, so that when a thing does come up trumps at last, he will have his chance. I've read a good deal about it now. There is plenty to be got if a man only knows how to keep it." "Drinking is the worst," said the doctor. "I think I can trust myself for that," said Dick, whose hand at the moment was on a bottle of whisky, and who had been by no means averse to jollifications at Cambridge. "A miner, when he's at his work, should never drink." "Not when he's at work, if he wants to keep what he earns." "I'm not going to take the pledge or anything of that kind," continued the son, "but I think I know enough of it all not to fall into that pit." During this discussion Caldigate sat silent, for he had already had various conversations on this subject with his friend. He had entertained some fears which were not perhaps quite removed by Dick's manly assurances. A cabin had been taken for the joint use of the young men on board the Goldfinder, a large steamer which was running at the time from London to Melbourne, doing the voyage generally in about 2 months. But they were going as second-class passengers, and their accommodation, therefore, was limited. Dick had insisted on this economy, which was hardly necessary to Caldigate, and which was not absolutely pressed upon the other. But Dick had insisted. "Let us begin as we mean to go on," he had said. "Of course we've got to rough it. We shall come across something a good deal harder than second-class fare before we have made our fortunes, and worked probably with mates more uncouth than second-class passengers." It was impossible to oppose counsel such as this, and therefore second-class tickets were taken on board the Goldfinder. A terrible struggle was made during the last fortnight to prevent the going of John Caldigate. Mr. Babington was so shocked that he did not cease to stir himself. Allow a son to disinherit himself merely because he had fallen into the hands of a money-lending Jew before he had left college? To have the whole condition of a property changed by such a simple accident? It was shocking to him, and he moved himself in the matter with much more energy than old Mr. Caldigate had expected from him. He wrote heart-rending letters to Foking, in spite of the hard words which had been said to him there. He made a second journey to Cambridge and endeavoured to frighten Mr. Bolton. Descent of acres from father to son was to him so holy a thing that he was roused to unexpected energies. He was so far successful that Mr. Daniel Caldigate did write a long letter to his son, in which he offered to annul the whole proceeding. "Your uncle accuses me of injustice," he said. "I have not been unjust, but there is no reason whatever why the arrangement should stand. Even if the money has been paid to Davis, I will bear that loss rather than you should think that I have taken advantage of you in your troubles." But John Caldigate was too firm and too determined for such retrogression. The money had been paid to Davis, and other moneys had been used in other directions. He was quite contented with the bargain, and would certainly adhere to it. Then came the last night before their departure, the evening before the day on which they were to go from Pollington to London, and from London to Plymouth. All the heavy packages and all the clothes had of course been put on board the Goldfinder in the London docks. The pleasant task of preparation was at an end, and they were now to go forth upon their hard labours. Caldigate had become so intimate with the family that it seemed as though a new life had sprung up for him, and that, as he had parted from all that he had then had of a family at Foking, he was now to break away from new ties under the doctor's roof. They had dined early, and at 10 o'clock there was what Mrs. Shand called a little bit of supper, where they were all of them high in heart and very happy, testifying their affection to the departing ones by helping them to the nicest bits, and by filling their tumblers the fullest. How it happened, no one could have said, but it did happen that, before the evening was over, Maria and Caldigate were together in a little room behind the front parlour. What still remained of their luggage was collected there, and this last visit had probably been made in order that the packages might be once more counted. "It does seem so odd that you should be going," she said. "It is so odd to me that I should ever have come. We have always heard of you since Dick went up to Cambridge." "I knew that there were so many of you, and that was all. Brothers never talk of their sisters, I suppose. But I seem to know you now so well. You've been so kind to me." "Because you are Dick's friend." "I didn't suppose that it was anything else." "That's not nice of you, Mr. Caldigate. You know that we are all very fond of you. We shall be so anxious to hear. You will be good to him, won't you?" "And he to me, I hope." "I think you are steadier than he is, and can do more for him than he can for you. I wonder whether we shall ever see each other again, Mr. Caldigate." "Why not?" "New South Wales is so far, and you will both marry there, and then you will not want to come back. I hope I may live to see dear Dick again some day." "But only Dick?" "And you too, if you would care about it." "Of course I should care about it," he said. And as he said so, of course he put his arm round her waist and kissed her. It did not mean much. She did not think it meant much. But it gave a little colouring of romance to that special moment of her life. He, when he went up to his bed, declared to himself that it meant nothing at all. He still had those large, clear eyes before him, and was still fixed in his resolution to come back for them when some undefined point of his life should have passed by. "Now," said Dick Shand, as they were seated together in a third-class railway carriage on the following morning, "now I feel that I can begin life. With proper resolutions, I hope, as to honesty, sobriety, and industry. With a fixed determination to make a fortune, and come back and be facile princeps among all the Shands. I have always made up my mind as to the sum I will give each of the girls, and the way I will start the two younger boys in business. In the meantime, let us light a pipe." End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 5. The Gold Finder. There is no peculiar life more thoroughly apart from life in general, more unlike our usual life, more completely a life of itself, governed by its own rules and having its own roughnesses and amenities, than life on board ship. What tender friendship it produces, and what bitter enmities! How completely the society has formed itself into separate sets after the 3 or 4 first days! How thoroughly it is acknowledged that this is the aristocratic set, and that the plebeian! How determined are the aristocrats to admit no intrusion, and how anxious are the plebeians to intrude! Then there arises the great demagogue, who heads a party, having probably been disappointed in early life, that is, in his first endeavours on board the ship. And the women have to acknowledge all their weaknesses, and to exercise all their strength. It is a bad time for them on board ship if they cannot secure the attention of the men, as it is in the other world, but in order that they may secure it, they assume indifference. They assume indifference, but are hard at work with their usual weapons. The men can do very well by themselves. For them there is drinking, smoking, cards, and various games, but the potency of female spells soon works upon them, and all who are worth anything are more or less in love by the end of the first week. Of course it must all come to an end when the port is reached. That is understood, though there may sometimes be mistakes. Most pathetic secrets are told with the consciousness that they will be forgotten as soon as the ship is left. And there is the whole day for these occupations. No work is required from anyone. The lawyer does not go to his court, nor the merchant to his desk. Paterfamilias receives no bills. Materfamilias orders no dinners. The daughter has no household linen to disturb her. The son is never recalled to his books. There is no parliament, no municipality, no vestry. There are neither rates, nor taxes, nor rents to be paid. The government is the softest despotism under which subjects were ever allowed to do almost just as they please. That the captain has a power is known, but hardly felt. He smiles on all, is responsible for everything, really rules the world submitted to him, from the setting of the sails down to the frying of the chops, and makes one fancy that there must be something wrong with men on shore, because first-class nations cannot be governed like first-class ships. The gold-finder had on board her over 100 first-class passengers, and nearly as many of the second class. The life among them was much of the same kind, though in the second class there was less of idleness, less of pleasure, and something more of an attempt to continue the ordinary industry of life. The women worked more, and the men read more than their richer neighbours. But the love-making and the fashion and the mutiny against the fashion were the same in one set as in the other. Our friends were at first subjected to an inconvenience which is always felt in such a position. They were known to have had saloon rather than second-class antecedents. Everybody had heard that they had been at Cambridge, and therefore they were at first avoided. And as they themselves were determined not to seek associates among their more aristocratic neighbours, they were left to themselves and solitary for some few days. But this was a condition not at all suited to Dick Shand's temperament, and it was not long before he had made both male and female acquaintances. "Have you observed that woman in the brown straw hat?" Dick said to Caldigate one morning as they were leaning together on the forepart of the vessel against one of the pens in which the fowls were kept. They were both dressed according to the parts they were acting, and which they intended to act as second-class passengers and future working miners. Anyone knowing in such matters would have seen that they were overdressed, for the real miner, when he is away from his work, puts on his best clothes and endeavours to look as little rough as possible. And all this had no doubt been seen and felt and discounted among our friend's fellow passengers. "I have seen her every day, of course," said Caldigate, "and have been looking at her for the last half-hour." "She's looking at us now." "She seems to me to be very attentive to the stocking she is mending." "Oh, just a woman's wiles. This moment she can't hear us, but she knows pretty nearly what we are saying by the way our lips are going. Have you spoken to her?" "I did say a word or two to her yesterday." "What did you say?" I don't recall especially. She struck me as talking better than her gown, if you know what I mean." "Ah, she talks a great deal better than her gown," said Dick. "I don't quite know what to make of her. She says she's going out to earn her bread, but when I asked her how, she either couldn't or wouldn't answer me. She's a mystery, and mysteries are always worth unravelling. I shall go to work and unravel her." At that moment the female of whom they were speaking got up from her seat on one of the spars which was bound upon the deck, folded up her work, and walked away. She was a remarkable woman, and certainly looked to be better than her gown, which was old and common enough. Caldigate had observed her frequently, and had been much struck by the word or two she had spoken to him on the preceding day. "I should like ship life well enough," she had said, in answer to some ordinary question, "if it led to nothing else." "You would not remain here for ever?" "Certainly, if I could. There is plenty to eat, and a bed to sleep on, and no one to be afraid of. And though nobody knows me, everybody knows enough of me not to think that I ought to be taken to a police office because I have not gloves to my hands." "Don't you think it wearisome?" he had asked. "Everything is wearisome, but here I have a proud feeling of having paid my way. To have settled in advance for your dinner for 6 weeks to come is a magnificent thing. If I get too tired of it, I can throw myself overboard. You can't even do that in London without the police being down upon you. The only horror to me here is that there will be so soon an end to it." At that time he had not even heard her name, or known whether she were alone or joined to others. Then he had inquired, and a female fellow passenger had informed him that she was a Mrs. Smith, that she had seen better days, but had been married to a ne'er-do-well husband, who had drank himself to death within a year of their marriage, and that she was now going out to the colony, probably, so the old lady said who was the informant, in search of a second husband. She was to some extent, the old lady said, in charge of a distant relative, who was then on board with a respectable husband and children, and he was very much ashamed of her poor connection. So much John Caldigate had heard. Though he had heard this, he did not feel inclined to tell it all to Dick Shand. Dick had professed his intention of unravelling the mystery, but Caldigate almost thought that he would like to unravel it himself. The woman was so constantly alone. And then, though she was ill-dressed, untidy, almost unkempt on occasions, still, through it all, there was something attractive about her. There was a brightness in her eye and a courage about her mouth, which had made him think that, in spite of her appearance, she would be worth his attention, just for the voyage. When he had been speaking to herself, they had been on the deck together, and it had been dusk, and he had not been able to look in her face. But while Shand had been speaking to him, he had observed that she was very comely. And this was the more remarkable because it seemed to him to be so evident that she made the worst rather than the best of herself. She was quite a young woman, probably, he thought, not more than 3 or 4 and 20, and she was there, with many young men around her, and yet she made no effort to attract attention. When his eye had fallen upon her, she had generally been quite alone, doing some piece of coarse and ordinary work. "I've had another conversation with her," said Shand to him that night. "Have you unravelled the mystery?" "Not quite, but I have got the fact that there is a mystery. She told me that you and I and she herself ought not to be here. When I asked her why, she said that you and I ought to be gentlemen, and that she ought to be a lady. I told her that you and I were gentlemen in spite of our trousers. 'Ah,' she said, 'there comes a difference. I'm not a lady any longer.' When I contradicted her, she snubbed me and said that I hadn't seen enough of the world to know anything about it. But I'll have it all out of her before I'm done." For some days after that, Caldigate kept himself aloof from Mrs. Smith, not at all because he had ceased to notice her or to think about her, but from a feeling of dislike to exhibit rivalry with his friend. Shand was making himself very particular, and he thought that Shand was a fool for his pains. He was becoming angry with Shand, and had serious thoughts of speaking to him with solemn severity. What could such a woman be to him? But at the bottom of all this there was something akin to jealousy. The woman was good-looking and certainly clever, and was very interesting. Shand, for 2 or 3 evenings running, related his success, how Mrs. Smith had communicated to him the fact that she utterly despised those Cromptons, who were distant cousins of her late husband's, and with whom she had come on board, how she preferred to be alone to having aught to do with them, how she had 1 or 2 books with her, and passed some hours in reading, and how she was poor, very poor, but still had something on which to live for a few weeks after landing. But Caldigate fancied that there must be a betrayal of trust in these revelations, and though he was in truth interested about the woman, did not give much encouragement to his friend. "Upon my word," he said, "I don't seem to care so very much about Mrs. Smith's affairs." "I do," said Shand, who was thick-skinned and irrepressible. "I declare my intention of unravelling the mystery, and I mean to do it." "I hope you are not too inquisitive." "Of course she likes to have someone to whom she can talk. And what can people talk about on board ship except themselves? A woman who has a mystery always likes to have it unravelled. What else is the good of a mystery?" He was thick-skinned and irrepressible, but Caldigate endeavoured to show his displeasure. He felt that the poor woman was in coarse hands, and he thought that, had matters gone otherwise, he might have accepted in a more delicate manner so much confidence as she chose to vouchsafe. So it was when they had been a fortnight at sea. They had left home in midwinter, but now they were in the tropics, near the line, and everything was sultry, sleepy, and warm. Flying fishes were jumping from the waves onto the deck, and when the dusk of night was come, the passengers would stand by the hour together, watching the phosphorus on the water. The Southern Cross had shown itself plainly, and possessed the heavens in conjunction with the Bear. The thick woolen drawers, which had been so carefully prepared, were no longer in use, and men were going about in light pantaloons and linen jackets, those on the quarter-deck at first beautifully clean and white, while our friends of the second cabin were less careful. The women, too, had got rid of their wraps, and lounged about the deck in light attire. During the bright hours of the day, the aristocrats, in the stern, were shrouded from the sun by a delightful awning, but forward the passengers sought the shade of the loose, idle sails, or screened themselves from the fierce rays as best they might among the hatchways and woodwork. But it was when the burning sun had hidden himself, when the short twilight had disappeared, and the heavens were alive and alight with stars, that all the world of the ship would be crowded on the upper deck. There they would remain, long after the lamps below had been extinguished, some of them sleeping through the whole night in the comparative coolness of the air. But it was from 8, when tea would be over, till midnight, that the hum of voices would be thickest, and the tread of those who walked for their exercise the most frequent. At such times Caldigate would be often alone. for though he had made acquaintances and had become indeed intimate with some of those around him, he had never thrust himself into the life of the ship as Shand had done. Charades were acted in the second cabin, in which Shand always took part, and there were penny readings, at which Shand was often the reader, and he smoked much and drank somewhat with those who smoked and drank. The awe at first inspired by his university superiority and supposed rank in the world had faded almost into nothing, but by Caldigate, unconsciously, much of this had been preserved. I am not sure that he did not envy his friend, but at any rate he stood aloof. And in regard to Mrs. Smith, when he saw her walking one evening with Shand in the sweetly dim light of the evening, with her hand upon Shand's arm, he made up his mind that he would think no more about her. They had been at sea just a fortnight when this happened, and in about a quarter of an hour after this resolve had been formed, Mrs. Smith was standing by him and talking to him. A ball was being held on the quarter-deck, or rather, as there was in truth no quarter-deck in the Goldfinder, on that clean, large, luxurious expanse devoted to the aristocracy in the after part of the vessel. From among the second-class passengers, 2 fiddlers and a flute-player had been procured, who formed the band. At sea you would always look to musicians among the second-class passengers. And now, under the awning, young and old were standing up and making themselves happy beneath the starlight and the glimmer of the dozen ship lamps which had been hung around. On board ship there are many sources of joy of which the land knows nothing. You may flirt and dance at 60, and if you are awkward in the turn of a valse, you may put it down to the motion of the ship. You need wear no gloves, and may drink your soda and brandy without being ashamed of it. It was not for John Caldigate to join the mazes of that dance, though he would have liked it well, and was well fitted by skill and taste for such exercise. But the ground was hallowed on which they trod, and forbidden to him, and though there was probably not a girl or a dancing married woman there who would not have been proud to stand up with Mr. Caldigate a folking, there was not one who would have dared to take the hand of a second-class passenger. So he stood just within his own boundary, and looked and longed. Then there was a voice in his ear. "Do you dance, Mr. Caldigate?" It was a very pleasant voice, low but distinct and silvery, infinitely better the game than the gown, a voice so distinct and well managed that it would have been noticed for its peculiar sweetness if coming from any high-bred lady. He turned round and found her face close to his. Why had she come to speak to him when she must have perceived that he had intentionally avoided her? "I used to be very fond of dancing," he said, "but it is one of the things that have gone away." "I too was fond of dancing, but as you say, it has gone away. It will come back to you in half a dozen years, perhaps. It can never come back to me. Things do come back to men." "Why more than to women?" "You have a resurrection, I mean here upon earth. We never have. Though we live as long as you, the pleasure-seeking years of our lives are much shorter. We burst out into full flowering early in our spring, but long before the summer is over, we are no more than huddled leaves and thick stalks." "Are you a thick stalk, Mrs. Smith?" "Unfortunately not. My flowers are gone while my stalk is still thin and sensitive. And then women can't recuperate." "I don't quite know what that means." "Yes, you do. It is good English enough even for Cambridge by this time. If you have made a false step, got into debt and ran away, or mistaken another man's wife for your own, or disappeared altogether under a cloud for a while, you could retrieve your honour, and sinking at 25 or 30, could come up from out of the waters at 35, as capable of enjoyment and almost as fresh as ever. But a woman does not bear submersion. She is draggled ever afterwards. She must hide everything by a life of lies, or she will get no admittance anywhere. The man is rather the better liked because he has sown his wild oats broadly. Of all these women dancing there, which dance is the best? There's not one who really knows how to dance." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 6. Mrs. Smith. She changed the conversation so suddenly, rushing off from that great question as to the condition of women generally to the very unimportant matter of the dancing powers of the ladies who were manoeuvring before them, that Caldigate hardly knew how to travel with her so quickly. "They all dance well enough for ship dancing," he replied, "but as to what you were saying about women—" "No, Mr. Caldigate, they don't dance well enough for ship dancing. Dancing, wherever it should be done, should be graceful. A woman may at any rate move her feet in accordance with time, and she need not skip, nor prance, nor jump, even on board ship. Look at that stout lady. Mrs. Calendar." Everybody by this time knew everybody's name. "If she is Mrs. Calendar." Mrs. Smith no doubt knew very well that it was Mrs. Calendar. "Does not your ear catch separately the thud of her footfall every time she comes to the ground? She is fat, fair, and 40. Fair enough, and what she lacks in fairness may be added on to the 40. But if she were less ambitious and had a glimmer of taste, she might do better than that. You see that girl with the green scarf round her? She is young and good-looking. Why should she spring about like a bear on a hot iron?" "You should go and teach them." "It is just what I should like, only they would not be taught, and I should be stern and tell them the truth." "Why don't you go and dance with them yourself?" "I? Why not? There is one second-class lady there." This was true, for though none of the men would have been admitted from the inferior rank to join the superior, the rule of demarcation had so far been broken that a pretty girl who was known to some of the first-class passengers had been invited to come over the line and join the amusements of the evening. "She dances about as well as any of them." "If you were among them, would you dare to come out and ask me to join them? That is a question which you wouldn't even dare answer." "It is a little personal." "No, you ought to say. I could not do that because your clothes are so poor, and because of your ragged old hat, and I'm not quite sure that your shoes are fit to be seen. Is not that what you would say if you said what you thought?" "Perhaps it is." "And if you said all that you thought, perhaps you would remind me that a woman of whom nobody knows anything is always held to be disreputable. That girl, no doubt, has her decent belongings. I have nobody." "You have your friends on board." "No, I have not. I have not a single friend on board. Those Cromptons were very unwillingly persuaded to take a sort of interest in me, though they really know nothing about me. And I have already lost any good which might come from their protection. She told me yesterday that I ought not to walk about with Mr. Shand." "And what did you say?" "Of course I told her to mind her own business. I had no alternative. A woman has to show a little spirit, or she will be trodden absolutely into the dirt. It was something to have a woman to speak to, even though I had not a thought in common with her. Though she was, to my feeling, as inferior to myself as I no doubt am thought to be by that fat, prancing woman to herself. Even Mrs. Crompton's countenance was of value. But if I had yielded, she would have taken it out in tyranny. So now we don't speak." "That's a pity." "It is a pity. You watch them all and see how they look at me. The women, I mean. They know that Mr. Shand speaks to me, and that you and Mr. Shand are the two gentlemen we have among us. There are no doubt a dozen of them watching me now, somewhere, and denouncing me for the impropriety of my behaviour." "Is it improper?" "What do you think?" "Why may they not talk as well as others?" "Exactly. But there are people who are tabooed. Look at that Miss Green and the ship doctor." At that moment the ship's doctor and the young lady in question came close to them in the dance. There is no harm in Miss Green talking by the hour together with the doctor, because she is comfortably placed. She's got an old father and mother on board who don't look after her, and everything is respectable. But if I show any of the same propensities, I ought almost to be put into irons." "Has anybody else been harsh to you?" "The captain has made inquiries, no doubt with the idea that he may at last be driven to harsh measures. Have you got a sister?" "No." "Or a mother?" "No." "Or a housemaid?" "Not even a housemaid. I have no female belongings whatever." "Don't you know that if you had a sister and a mother and a housemaid, your mother would quite expect that your sister should in time have a lover, but that she would be horrified at the idea of the housemaid having a follower?" I did not know that. I thought housemaids got married sometimes. Human nature is stronger than tyranny. But what does this all mean? You are not a housemaid, and you have not got a mistress. Not exactly. But at present, if I say my outward woman, you'll know what I mean, perhaps? I think I shall. Well, my present outward woman stands to me in lieu of the housemaid's broom, and the united authority of the captain and Mrs. Crompton make up the mistress between them. And the worst of it all is that though I have to endure the tyranny, I have not got the follower. It is as hard upon Mr. Shand as it is upon me. Oh, Shand, I suppose, can take care of himself. No doubt, and so in real truth can I. I can stand apart and defy them all, and as I look at them looking at me, and almost know with what words they are maligning me, I can tell myself that they are beneath me, and that I care nothing for them. I shall do nothing which will enable anyone to interfere with me. But it seems hard that all this should be so because I am a widow, and because I am alone, and because I am poorly clothed. As she said this, there were tears in her eyes, true ones, and something of the sound of a broken sob in her voice. And Caldigate was moved. The woman's condition was to be pitied, whether it had been produced with or without fault on her own part. To be alone is always sad, even for a man, but for a woman, and for a young woman, it is doubly melancholy. Of a sudden the dancing was done, and the lamps were taken away. "If you do not want to go to bed," he said, "let us take a turn." "I never go to bed. I mean here on board ship. I linger up on deck, half hiding myself about the place, till I see some quartermaster eyeing me suspiciously, and then I creep down into the little hole which I occupy with 3 of Mrs. Crompton's children, and then I cry myself to sleep. But I don't call that going to bed. Take a turn now. I shall feel like the housemaid talking to her follower through the area gate. But she is brave, and why should I be a coward?" Then she put her hand upon his arm. "And you," she said, "why are not you dancing in the other part of the ship with Mrs. Callender and Miss Green, instead of picking your way among the hen-coops here with me?" This suited my pocket best, and my future prospects. "You are making a delightful experiment in roughing it, as people eat picnic dinners out in the woods occasionally, so that there may be a break in the monotony of chairs and tables." While Shand had been unravelling her mystery, she, perhaps, had been more successful in unravelling his. "We intend to be miners." "And to return home before long with some vast treasure. I hope you may be successful." "You seem to doubt it." "Of course it is doubtful. If not, the thing would be common and hardly worth the doing. Will Mr. Shand be very persistent as a working miner?" "I hope so." "He seems to me to have great gifts of idleness, which on board ship are a blessing. How I do envy men when I see them smoking! It seems to me that nothing is wanting to them. Women have their needlework, but though they hate it less than idleness, they do hate it. But you really like your tobacco." "I don't like being idle. I read a good deal. Do you read?" "I have but few books here. I have read more perhaps than most young women of my age. I came away in such a hurry that I have almost nothing with me." "Can I lend you some books?" "If you will. I will promise to take care of them." "I have The Heartbroken one by Spratt, you know. It is very absurd, but full of life from beginning to end. All that Spratt writes is very lively." "I don't think I care for Spratt. He may be lively, but he's not lifelike." "And Michael Bamfold. It's hard work, perhaps, but very thoughtful, if you can digest that sort of thing." "I hate thought." "What do you say to Miss Bouvery's last, Ridden to a Standstill? A little loud, perhaps, but very interesting. Or Green Grow the Rushes O, by Mrs. Tremaine. None of Mrs. Tremaine's people do anything that anybody would do, but they all talk well." "I hate novels written by women. Their girls are so unlovely, and their men such absurdly fine fellows." "I have William Cox's Lock Picked at Last, of which I would defy you to find the secret till you've got to the end of it." "I'm a great deal too impatient." "And Thompson's Four Marquises. That won't give you any trouble, because you will know it all from the first chapter." "And never have a moment of excitement from the beginning to the end. I don't think I care very much for novels. Have you nothing else?" Caldigate had many other books, a Shakespeare, some lighter poetry, and sundry heavier works, of which he did not wish especially to speak, lest he should seem to be boasting of his own literary taste. But at last it was settled that on the next morning he should supply her with what choice he had among the poets. Then, at about midnight, they parted, and Caldigate, as he found his way down to his cabin, saw the quartermaster with his eye fixed upon Mrs. Smith. There is no such stern guardian of morality and propriety as your old quartermaster on board a first-class ship. "You've been having a grand time of it with Mrs. Smith," said Shand, as soon as Caldigate was in their cabin. "Pretty well, as far as fine times go on board ship. Is there anything against it?" "Oh, no, not that I know of. I started the hare. If you choose to run it, I have no right to complain, I suppose." "I don't know anything about the hare, but you certainly have no right to complain because I have been talking to Mrs. Smith, unless indeed you tell me that you are going to make her Mrs. Shand." "You are much more likely to make her Mrs. Caldigate." "I don't know that I should have any objection. That is, if I wanted a wife. She's good-looking, clever, well-educated, and would be well-mannered, were it not that she bristles up against the ill usage of the world too roughly." "I didn't know it had gone so far as that," said Shand angrily. "Nor did I, till you suggested it to me. Now I think I'll go to sleep, if you please, and dream about it." He did not go to sleep, but lay awake half thinking and half dreaming. He certainly liked Mrs. Smith, but then, as he had begun to find out of himself, he liked women's society generally. He was almost jealous of the doctor, because the doctor was allowed to talk to Miss Green and waltz with Miss Green, whereas he could not approach her. Then he thought of Maria Shand, and that kiss in the little back parlour, the kiss which had not meant much, but which had meant something, and then of Julia Babington, to whom he was not quite sure that he ought not to feel himself engaged. But the face that was clearest to him of all, and which became the dearer the nearer that he approached to a state of dozing, was that of Hester Bolton, whose voice he had hardly heard, who had barely spoken to him, the tips of whose fingers he had only just touched. If there was any one thing fixed on his mind, it was that, as soon as he had put together a large lump of gold, he would go back to Cambridge and win Hester Bolton to be his wife. But yet, what a singular woman was this Mrs. Smith! As to marrying her, that of course had been a joke produced by the petulance of his snoring friend. He began to dislike Shand because he did snore so loudly, and drank so much bottled ale, and smelt so strongly of Cavendish tobacco. Mrs. Smith was at any rate much too good for Shand. Surely she must have been a lady, or her voice would not have been sweet and silvery. And though she did bristle roughly against the ill usage of the world, and say strong things, she was never absolutely indelicate or even loud. And she was certainly very interesting. How did it come to pass that she was so completely alone, so poor, so unfriended, and yet possessed of such gifts? There certainly was a mystery, and it would certainly be his fate, and not the fate of Dick Shand, to unravel it. The puzzle was much too delicate and too intricate for Dick Shand's rough hands. Then, giving his last waking thoughts for a moment to Hester Bolton, he went to sleep, in spite of the snoring. On the next morning, as soon as he was out of bed, he opened a small portmanteau in which he had put some volumes the day before he left Pollington, and to which he had not yet had recourse since the beginning of the voyage. From these he would select one or two for the use of his new friend. So he dragged out the valise from beneath the berth, while Shand abused him for the disturbance he made. On the top, lying on the other volumes, which were as he had placed them, was a little book, prettily bound, but by no means new, which he was sure had never been placed there by himself. He took it up, and, standing in the centre of the cabin between the light of the porthole and Dick's bed, he examined it. It was a copy of Thomson's Seasons, and on the fly-leaf was written in a girl's hand the name of its late owner, Maria Shand. The truth flashed upon him at once. She must have gone down that last night after he was in bed, and thus have made her little offering in silence, knowing that it would be hidden from him till he was far away from her. "What book is that?" said Shand suddenly, emerging with his head and shoulders from the low berth. "A book of mine," said Caldigate, disconcerted for the moment. "What are you going to do with it?" "I'm looking for something to lend to Mrs. Smith." "That is Molly Thompson's Seasons," said the brother, remembering, as we are so apt to remember the old thing that had met his eye so often in the old house. "Where'd you get it?" "I didn't steal it, Dick." "I don't suppose you did, but I'm sure it's the book I say." "No doubt it is. If you think it is in bad hands, shall I give it back to you?" "I don't want it. If she gave it to you, she was a fool for her pains." "I don't see that." "I would rather, at any rate, that you would not lend a book with my sister's name in it to Mrs. Smith." "I was not thinking of doing so. She wants a Shakespeare that I've got here, and a volume of Tennyson." Then Dick retreated back into his berth, and snored again, while Caldigate dressed himself. When that operation was completed, which, including his lavations, occupied about 5 minutes, he went up on the deck with the books for Mrs. Smith in his hand, and with Thomson's Seasons in his pocket. So the poor girl had absolutely stolen downstairs in the middle of the cold night, and had opened the case and refastened it, in order that he, when in strange lands, might find himself in possession of something that had been hers. He had not been alone a minute or two, and was looking about to see if Mrs. Smith was there, when he was accosted by the captain. The captain was a pleasant-looking, handsome man, about 45 years of age, who had the good word of almost everybody on board, but who had not before spoken specially to Caldigate. "Good morning, Mr. Caldigate. I hope you find yourself fairly comfortable where you are?" "Pretty well, thank you, Captain." "If there is anything I can do?" "We have all that we have a right to expect." "I wish, Mr. Caldigate, I could invite you and your friends to come astern among us sometimes, but it would be contrary to rule." "I can quite understand that, Captain." "You are doing a bit of roughing, no doubt for the sake of experience. If you only knew the sort of roughing I've had in my time." "I dare say. Salt pork and hard biscuit, and only half enough of that." "You find yourself among some queer fellow passengers, I dare say, Mr. Caldigate?" "Everybody is very civil." "There's sure to be that to a gentleman. But one has to be careful. The women are the most dangerous." Then the captain laughed, as though it had only been a joke, this allusion to the women. But Caldigate knew that there was more than a joke in it. The captain had intended to warn him against Mrs. Smith. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 7. The Three Attempts. Something more than a month had gone by, and John Caldigate and Mrs. Smith were very close companions. This had not been effected without considerable opposition, partly on the part of Shand, and partly by the ship's inhabitants generally. The inhabitants of the ship were inimical to Mrs. Smith. She was a woman who had no friends, and the very female who had first appeared as a friend was now the readiest to say hard things of her. And Caldigate was a handsome, well-mannered young man. By this time all the ladies in the first class knew very well who he was, and some of them had spoken to him. On one or two occasions the stern law of the vessel had been broken, and he had been absolutely invited to sit on those august after benches. He was known to be a gentleman, and believed, on the evidence of Dick Shand, to be possessed of considerable means. It was therefore a thing horrible to all of them, and particularly to Miss Green, that he should allow himself to be enticed into difficulties by such a creature as that Mrs. Smith. Miss Green had always been a little cold to the doctor in consequence of a pleasant half-hour spent by her in Caldigate's company, as they looked over the side of the vessel at the flying fish. Mrs. Calendar had been with them, and everything had been quite proper. But what a pity it was that he should devote so much of his time to that woman. "Fancy his condition if he should be induced to marry her," said Miss Green, holding up her hands in horror. The idea was so terrible that Mrs. Calendar declared that she would speak to him. "Nobody ever disliked interfering so much as I do," said Mrs. Calendar, "but sometimes a word from a lady will go so far with a young man." Mrs. Calendar was a most respectable woman, whose father had begun life as a cattle drover in the colonies, but had succeeded in amassing a considerable fortune. "Oh, I do wish that something may be done to save him," said Miss Green. Among the second-class passengers the same feeling existed quite as strongly. The woman herself had not only been able, but had been foolish enough to show that in spite of her gown she considered herself superior to them all. when it was found that she was, in truth, handsome to look upon, that her words were soft and well chosen, that she could sit apart and read, and that she could trample upon Mrs. Crompton in her scorn, then for a while there were some who made little efforts to get into her good graces. She might even have made an ally of good-natured Mrs. Bones, the wife of the butcher who was going out with his large family to try his fortune at Melbourne. Mrs. Bones had been injured, after some ship fashion, by Mrs. Crompton, and would have made herself pleasant. But Mrs. Smith had despised them all, and had shown her contempt, and were now as deeply suspected by Mrs. Bones as by Mrs. Crompton or Mrs. Calendar. But of all the foes to this intimacy, Dick Shand was for a time the most bitter and the most determined. No doubt this arose at first from jealousy. He had declared his purpose of unravelling the mystery, but the task had been taken out of his hands, and the unravelling was being done by another. And the more that the woman was abused, and the more intent were all the people in regard to her wicked determination to be intimate with Caldigate, the more interesting she became. Dick, who was himself the very imp of imprudence, who had never been deterred from doing anything he fancied by any glimmer of control, would have been delighted to be the hero of all the little stories that were being told. But as that morsel of bread had been taken, as it were, from between his very teeth by the unjustifiable interference of his friend, he had become more alive than anyone else to the danger of the whole proceeding. He acknowledged to the captain that his friend was making a fool of himself, and though he was a little afraid of Caldigate, he resolved upon interfering. "Don't you think you're making an ass of yourself about this woman?" he said. "I dare say I am." "Well, all the wise men, from David downwards, have made asses of themselves about women. Why should I be wiser than the rest?" "Oh, that's nonsense, you know." "Very likely." "I'm trying to talk to you in earnest." "You make such a failure of it, old boy, that I am compelled to talk nonsense in return. The idea of your preaching! Here I am with nothing special to do, and I like to amuse myself. Ought not that to be enough for you?" "But what is to be the end of it?" Dick Shand asked, very solemnly. "How can I tell? But the absurdity is that such a man as you should talk about the end of anything. Did you ever look before you leaped in your life? We are to be together, you know, and it won't do for us to be hampered with that woman." "Won't it? Then let me tell you that if I choose to hamper myself with that woman, or with a whole harem of women, and am not deterred by any consideration for myself, I certainly shall not be deterred by any consideration for you. Do you understand me?" "That's not being a true partner," said Shand. "I'm quite sure of this, that I am likely to be as true as you are. I'm not aware that I have entered into any terms with you by which I have bound myself to any special mode of living. I have left England, as I fancy you have done also, because I desired more conventional freedom than one can find among the folk at home. And now, on the first outset, I am to be cautioned and threatened by you because I have made acquaintance with a young woman. Of all the moral pastors and masters that one might come across in the world, you, Dick Shand, appear to me to be the most absurd. But you are so far right as this, that if my conduct is shocking to you, you'd better leave me to my wickedness." "You're always so damned upsetting," said Dick, "that no one can speak to you." Then Dick turned away, and there was nothing more said about Mrs. Smith on that occasion. The next to try her hand was Mrs. Calendar. By this time the passengers had become familiar with the ship, and knew what they might and what they might not do. The second-class passengers were not often found intruding across the bar, but the first-class frequently made visits to their friends amidships. In this way Mrs. Calendar had become acquainted with our two gold-seekers, and often found herself in conversation with one or the other. Even Miss Green, as has been stated before, would come and gaze upon the waves from the inferior part of the deck. "What a very nice voyage we are having, Mr. Caldigate," Mrs. Calendar said one afternoon. "Yes, indeed. It's getting a little cold now, but we shall enjoy that after all the heat." "Quite so, only I suppose it will be very cold when we get quite south. You still find yourself tolerably comfortable?" "I shall be glad to have it over," said Caldigate, who had in truth become disgusted with Dick's snoring. "I dare say. I'm sure we shall. My young people are getting very tired of it. Children, when they are accustomed to every comfort on shore, of course feel it grievously. I suppose you are rather crowded." "Of course we are crowded. One can't have a 20-foot square room on board ship." "No, indeed. But then you are with your friend, and that is much pleasanter than a stranger." "That would depend on whether the stranger snored, Mrs. Calendar." "Oh, don't talk of snoring, Mr. Caldigate. If you only heard Mr. Calendar! But as I was saying, you must have some very queer characters down there." She had not been saying anything of the kind, but she found a difficulty in introducing her subject. "Take them all together, they are a very decent, pleasant, well-mannered set of people, and all of them in earnest about their future lives." "Poor creatures! But I dare say they are very good." Then she paused a moment and looked into his face. She had undertaken a duty, and she was not the woman to shrink from it. So she told herself at that moment. And yet she was very much afraid of him as she saw the squareness of his forehead and the set of his mouth. And there was a frown across his brow as though he were preparing himself to fight. "You must have found it hard to accommodate yourselves to them, Mr. Caldigate?" "Not at all." "Of course we all know that you are a gentleman." "I am much obliged to you, but I do not know any word that requires a definition so much as that. I am going to work hard to earn my bread, and I suppose these people are going to do the same." "There always will be some danger in such society," said Mrs. Calendar. "I hope I may escape any great evil." "Oh, I hope so too, Mr. Caldigate. You probably have had a long roll of ancestors before you." "We all have that, back to Adam." "Ah, but I mean a family roll of which you ought to be proud, all ladies and gentlemen." "Upon my word, I don't know." "So I hear, and I have no doubt it is true." Then she paused, looking again into his face. It was very square, and his lips were hard, and there was a gleam of anger in his eyes. She wished herself back again in her own part of the ship, but she had boasted to Miss Green that she was not the woman to give up a duty when she had undertaken it. Though she was frightened, still she must go on. "I hope you will excuse me, Mr. Caldigate." "I am sure you will not say anything that I cannot excuse." "Don't you think—" Then she paused. She had looked into his face again, and was so little satisfied that she did not dare to go on. He would not help her in the least, but stood there looking at her, with something of a smile stealing over the hardness of his face, but with such an expression that the smile was even worse than the hardness. "Were you going to speak to me about another lady, Mrs. Calendar?" "I was. This is what I was going to speak of." She was anxious to remonstrate against that word lady, but her courage failed her. "Then don't you think that perhaps you had better leave it alone? I am very much obliged to you, and all that kind of thing. And as to myself, I really shouldn't care what you said. Any good advice would be taken most gratefully, if it didn't affect anyone else. But you might say things of the lady in question which I shouldn't bear patiently." She can't be your equal." "I won't even hear that patiently. You know nothing about her except that she is a second-class passenger, in which matter she is exactly my equal. If you come to that, don't you think that you are disgrading yourself in coming here and talking to me? I am not your equal." But you are." "And so is she, then. We shan't arrive at anything, Mrs. Calendar, and so you'd better give it up." Whereupon she did give it up, and retreat to her own part of the ship, but not with a very good grace. They had certainly become very intimate, John Caldigate and Mrs. Smith, and there could be no doubt that, in the ordinary language of the world, he was making a fool of himself. He did in fact know nothing about her but what she told herself, and this amounted to little more than 3 statements which might or might not be true: that she had gone on the stage in opposition to her friends, that she had married an actor who had treated her with great cruelty, and that he had died of drink. And with each of these stories there had been an accompaniment of mystery. She had not told him her maiden name, nor what had been the condition of her parents, nor whether they were living, nor at what theatres she and her husband had acted, nor when he had died. She had expressed a hope that she might get an engagement in the colonies, but she had not spoken of any recommendation or letters of introduction. He simply knew of her that her name was Euphemia Smith. In that matter of her clothes there had been a great improvement, but made very gradually. She had laughed at her own precautions, saying that in her poverty she had wished to save everything that could be saved, and that she had only intended to make herself look like others in the same class. "And I have wanted to avoid all attention, at first," she said, smiling as she looked up at him. "In which you have been altogether unsuccessful," he replied, "as you are certainly more talked about than anyone else in the ship." "Has it been my fault?" she asked. Then he comforted her, saying that it certainly had not been her fault, that she had been reticent and reserved till she had been either provoked or invited to come forth, and, in fact, that her conduct had been in all respects feminine, pretty, and decorous, as to all of which she was not perhaps the best judge in the world. But she was certainly much pleasanter to look at and even to talk to, now that she put on a small, clean, black felt hat instead of the broken straw, and had got out from her trunks a pretty warm shawl, and placed a ribbon or two about her in some indescribable manner, and was no longer ashamed of showing her shoes as she sat about upon the deck. There could be no doubt, as she was seen now, that she was the most attractive female on board the ship. But it may be doubted whether the anger of the Mrs. Cromptons, Mrs. Callendars, and Miss Greens was mitigated by the change. The battle against her became stronger, and the duty of rescuing that infatuated young man from her sorceries was more clear than ever, if only anything could be done to rescue him. What could be done? Mrs. Smith could not be locked up. No one, not even the captain, could send her down to her own wretched little cabin because she would talk with a gentleman. Talking is allowed on board ship, and even flirting to a certain extent. Mrs. Smith's conduct with Mr. Caldigate was not more peculiar than that of Miss Green and the doctor. Only it pleased certain people to think that Miss Green might be fond of the doctor if she chose, and that Mrs. Smith had no right to be fond of any man. There was a stubbornness about both the sinners which resolved to set public opinion at defiance. The very fact that others wished to interfere with him made Caldigate determined to resent all interference, and the woman, with perhaps a deeper insight into her own advantages, was brave enough to be able to set opposition at defiance. They were about a week from port when the Captain Monday, was induced to take the matter into his own hands. It is hardly too much to say that he was pressed to do so by the united efforts of the first-class passengers. It was dreadful to think that this unfortunate young man should go on shore merely to become the prey of such a woman as that. So Captain Monday, who at heart was not afraid of his passenger, but who persisted in saying that no good could be done, and who had, as may be remembered, already made a slight attempt, was induced to take the matter in hand. He came up to Caldigate on the deck one afternoon, and without any preface began his business. "Mr. Caldigate," he said, "I am afraid you are getting into a scrape with one of your fellow passengers." "What do you call a scrape, Captain Monday?" "I should call it a scrape if a young gentleman of your position and your prospects were to find himself engaged on board ship to marry a woman he knew nothing about." "Do you know anything about my position and prospects, Captain Monday?" "I know you are a gentleman." "And I think you know less about the lady." "I know nothing, but I will tell you what I hear." "I really would rather that you did not. Of course, Captain Monday, on board your own ship you are a despot, and I must say that you have made everything very pleasant for us. But I don't think even your position entitles you to talk to me about my private affairs, or about hers. You say you know nothing. Is it manly to repeat what one hears about a poor, forlorn woman?" Then the captain retreated without another word, owning to himself that he was beaten. If this foolish young man chose to make for himself a bed of that kind, he must lie upon it. Captain Monday went away shrugging his shoulders, and spoke no further words to John Caldigate on that or any other subject during the voyage. Caldigate had driven off his persecutors valiantly, and had taught them all to think that he was resolute in his purposes in regard to Mrs. Smith, let those purposes be what they might. But nothing could be further from the truth, for he had no purposes, and was, within his own mind, conscious of his lack of all purpose, and very conscious of his folly. And though he could repel Mrs. Callendar and the captain, as he had always repelled those who had attempted to control him, still he knew that they had been right. Such an intimacy as this could not be wise, and its want of wisdom became the more strongly impressed upon him the nearer he got to shore, and the more he felt that when he had got ashore he should not know how to act in regard to her. The intimacy had suddenly become very close. He had expressed his great admiration, and she had replied that, had things not been as they were, she could have returned the feeling. But she did not say what the things were which might have been otherwise, nor did she seem to attempt to lead him on to further and more definite proposals, and she never spoke of any joint action between them when on shore, though she gave herself up to his society here on board of the ship. She seemed to think that they were then to part, as though one would be going one way and one the other. But he felt that after so close an intimacy they could not part like that. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 8. Reaching Melbourne. Things went on in the same way till the night before the morning on which they were to enter Hobson's Bay. Hobson's Bay, as everyone knows, is the inlet of the sea into which the little river runs on which Melbourne is built. After leaving the tropics they had gone down south, and had encountered showers and wind and cold weather, but now they had come up again into warm latitudes and fine autumn weather, for it was the beginning of March, and the world out there is upside down. Before that evening nothing had been said between Mrs. Smith and John Caldigate as to any future, not a word to indicate that when the journey should be over there would, or that there would not, be further intercourse between them. She had purposely avoided any reference to a world after this world of the ship, even refusing, in her half-sad but half-joking manner, to discuss matters so far ahead. But he felt that he could not leave her on board, as he would the other passengers, without a word spoken as to some future meeting. There will arrive on occasions a certain pitch of intimacy, which cannot be defined as mere degree of cousinship, but which is perfectly understood by the persons concerned, so close as to forbid such mere shaking of the hands. There are many men, and perhaps more women, cautious enough and wise enough to think of this beforehand, and, thinking of it, to guard themselves from the dangerous attractions of casual companions by a composed manner and unenthusiastic conversation. Who does not know the sagacious lady who, after sitting at table with the same gentleman for a month, can say, "Good-bye, Mr. Jones," just as though Mr. Jones had been a stranger under her notice but for a day? But others gush out, and when Mr. Jones takes his departure, hardly know how not to throw themselves into his arms. The intercourse between our hero and Mrs. Smith had been such that, as a gentleman, he could not leave her without some allusion to future meetings. That was all up to the evening before their arrival. The whole ship's company, captain, officers, quartermasters, passengers, and all, were quite sure that she had succeeded in getting a promise of marriage from him. But there had been nothing of the kind. Among others, Dick Shands was sure that there was some entanglement. Entanglement was the word he always used in discussing the matter with Mrs. Calendar. Between Dick and his friend there had been very little confidential communication of late. Caldigate had forbidden Shand to talk to him about Mrs. Smith, and thus had naturally closed the man's mouth on other matters. And then they had fallen into different sets. Dick at least had fallen into a set, while Caldigate had hardly associated with any but the one dangerous friend. Dick had lived much with a bevy of noisy young men who had been given to games and smoking, and to a good deal of drink. Caldigate had said not a word, even when on one occasion Dick had stumbled down into the cabin very much the worse for what he had taken. How could he find fault with Dick's folly when he would not allow Dick to say a word to him as to his own? But on this last day at sea it became necessary that they should understand each other. "What do you mean to do when you land?" Caldigate asked. All that had been settled between them very exactly long since. At a town called Nobble, about 300 miles west of Sydney, there lived a man, supposed to be knowing in gold, named Crinkett, with whom they had corresponded, and to whom they intended in the first instance to apply. And about 20 miles beyond Nobble were the new and now much reputed Ahalala diggings, at which they purposed to make their first debut. It had been decided that they would go direct from Melbourne to Nobble, not round by Sydney, so as to see more of the world and thus spend more money, but by the direct route, taking the railway to Albury and the coaches, which they were informed were running between Albury and Nobble. And it had also been determined that they would spend but 2 nights in Melbourne, just to get their things washed. So keen had they been in their determination to begin their work. But on all these matters there had been no discussion now for a month, not even an allusion to them. "What do you mean to do when we land?" Caldigate asked on that last day. "I thought all that was settled. But I suppose you are going to change everything." "I am going to change nothing. Only you seem to have got into such a way of life that I didn't know whether you would be prepared for serious work." "Oh, I shall be as well prepared as you are, I don't doubt," said Dick. "I have no impediment of any kind." "I certainly have none. Then we will start by the first train on Wednesday morning for Albury. We must have our heavy things sent round by sea to Sydney, and can get them from there as best we can. When we are a little fixed, one of us can run down to Sydney." And so it was settled, without any real confidence between them, but in conformity with their previous arrangements. It was on the evening of the same day, after they had sighted Cape Otway, that Mrs. Smith and Caldigate began their last conversation on board the Goldfinder. A conversation which lasted, with 1 or 2 interruptions, late into the night. "So we have come to the end of it," she said. "To the end of what?" "To the end of all that is pleasant and easy and safe. Don't you remember my telling you how I dreaded the finish? Here I have been fairly comfortable, and have in many respects enjoyed it. I have had you to talk to, and there has been a flavour of old days about it. What shall I be doing this time tomorrow?" "I don't know your plans." "Exactly, and I have not told you because I would not have you bothered with me when I land. You have enough on your own hands, and if I were to be a burden to you now, it might be a serious trouble. I am afraid poor Mr. Shand objects to me." "You don't think that would stand in my way?" "It stands in mine. Of course, with your pride and your obstinacy, you would tell Mr. Shand to go to the devil if he ventured to object to any little delay that might be occasioned by looking after me. Then Mr. Shand would go, there or elsewhere, and all your plans would be broken up, and you would be without a companion." "Unless I had you." Of all the words which he could have spoken in such an emergency, these were the most foolish. And yet, at so tender a moment, how were they to be repressed? "I do think that Dick Shand is dangerous," she answered, laughing. "But I should be worse. I am afraid Dick Shand will drink." "If so, we must part. And what would you do?" "What would I do? What could I do?" Then there was a pause. "Perhaps I should want you to marry me, which would be worse than Dick Shand's drinking, eh?" There is an obligation on a man to persevere when a woman has encouraged him in love-making. It is like riding at a fence. When once you have set your horse at it, you must go on, however impracticable it may appear as you draw close to it. If you have never looked at the fence at all, if you have ridden quite the other way, making for some safe gate, or clinging to the dull lane, then there will be no excitement, but also there will be no danger and no disgrace. Caldigate had ridden hard at the fence, and could not crane at it now that it was so close to him. He could only trust to his good fortune to carry him safe over. "I don't suppose you would want it," he said, "but I might." "You would want me, but you would not want me for always. I should be a burden less easy to shake off than Dick Shand." "Is that the way a man is always to look at a woman?" "It is the way in which they do, I think. I often wonder that any man is ever fool enough to marry. A poor man may want someone to serve him, and may be able to get service in no other way. Or a man, poor in another way, may find an heiress convenient. But otherwise I think men only marry when they are caught. Women are prehensile things which have to cling to something for nourishment and support. When I come across such a one as you, I naturally put out my feelers." "I have not been aware of it." "Yes, you are. And I do not doubt that your mind is vacillating about me. I am sure you like me." "Certainly I like you." "And you know that I love you." "I did not know it." "Yes, you did. You are not the man to be diffident of yourself in such a matter. You might either think that I love you, or that I have been a great hypocrite in pretending to do so. Love you!" They were sitting together on a large spar which was lashed on to the deck, and which had served throughout all the voyage for a seat for second-class passengers. There were others now on the farther end of it, but there was a feeling that when Mr. Caldigate and Mrs. Smith were together, it would not be civil to intrude upon their privacy. At this time it was dark, but their eyes had become used to the gloom, and each could see the other's face. "Love you," she repeated, looking up at him, speaking in a very low voice, but yet so clearly, so that not a fraction of a sound was lost to his ears, with no special emotion in her face, with no contortion, no grimace, but with her eyes fixed upon his. "How should it be possible that I would not love you? For 2 months we have been together as people seldom are in the world, as they never can be without hating each other or loving each other thoroughly. You have been very good to me, who am all alone and desolate. And you are clever, educated, and a man. How should I not love you? And I know from the touch of your hand, from your breath when I feel it on my face, from the fire of your eye, and from the tenderness of your mouth, that you, too, love me." "I do," he said. "But as there may be marriage without love, so there may be love without marriage. You cannot but feel how little you know of me, and ignorant as you are of so much, that to marry me might be ruin." It was just what he had told himself over and over again when he had been trying to resolve what he would do in regard to her. "Don't you know that?" "I know that it might have been so among the connections of home life." "And to you the connections of home life may all come back. That woman talked about your roll of ancestors. Coming from her it was absurd, but there was some truth in it. You know that were you to marry me, say tomorrow, in Melbourne, it would shut you out from, well, not the possibility, but the probability of return." "I do not want to go back." "Nor do I want to hinder you from doing so. If we were alike desolate, alike alone, alike cast out, oh, then what a heaven of happiness I should think had been opened to me by the idea of joining myself to you. There is nothing I could not do for you. But I will not be a millstone round your neck." She had taken so much the more prominent part in all this that he felt himself compelled by his manliness to say something in contradiction to it, something that should have the same flavour about it as had her self-abnegation and declared passion. He also must be unselfish and enthusiastic. "I do not deny that there is truth in what you say." "It is true." "Of course I love you." "It ought to be of course now." "And of course I do not mean to part from you now as though we were never to see each other again." "I hope not quite that." "Certainly not." "I shall therefore hold you as engaged to me, and myself as engaged to you, unless something should occur to separate us." It was a foolish thing to say, but he did not know how to speak without being foolish. It is not usual that a gentleman should ask a lady to be engaged to him, unless something should occur to separate them. "You will consent to that?" he said. "What I will consent to is this, that I will be yours, all yours, whenever you may choose to send for me. At any moment I will be your wife for the asking. But you shall go away first, and shall think of it and reflect upon it, so that I may not have to reproach myself with having caught you." "Caught me?" "Well, yes, caught you. I do feel that I have caught you, almost. I do feel, almost, that I ought to have had nothing to do with you. From the beginning of it all I knew that I ought to have nothing to say to you. You are too good for me." Then she rose from her place as though to leave him. "I will go down now," she said, "because I know you will have many things to do. To-morrow, when we get up, we shall be in the harbour, and you will be on shore quite early. There will be no time for a word of farewell then. I will meet you again here just before we go to bed, say at 10:30. Then we will arrange, if we can arrange, how we may meet again." And so she glided away from him, and he was left alone, sitting on the spar. Now, at any rate, he had engaged himself. There could not be any doubt about that. he certainly could not be justified in regarding himself as free, because she had told him that she would give him time to think of it. Of course he was engaged to marry her. When a man has been successful in his wooing, he is supposed to be happy. He asked himself whether he was proud of the result of his intimacy. She had told him, she herself, that she had caught him, meaning thereby that he had been taken as a rabbit with a snare or a fish with a baited hook. If it had been so, surely she would not herself have said so. And yet he was aware how common it is for a delinquent to cover his delinquency by declaring it. "Of course I am idle," says the idle one, escaping the disgrace of his idleness by his honesty. "I have caught you." There is something soothing to the vanity in such a declaration from a pretty woman. That she should have wished to catch you is something that the net should itself be so pleasant with its silken meshes. But the declaration may not the less be true, and the fact unpleasant. In the matter of matrimony a man does not wish to be caught, and Caldigate, fond as he was of her, acknowledged that what she said was true. He leant back in a corner that was made by the hatchway, and endeavoured to think over his life and prospects. If this were a true engagement, then must he cease altogether to think of Hester Bolton. Then must that dream be abandoned. It is of no use to the most fervid imagination to have a castle projected in Spain from which all possible foundation had been taken away. In his dreams of life a man should never dream that which is altogether impossible. There had been something in the thought of Hester Bolton which had taken him back from the roughnesses of his new life, from the doubtful respectability of Mrs. Smith, from the squalor of the second class, from the whisky-laden snores of Dick Shand, to a sweeter, brighter, cleaner world. Till this engagement had been absolutely spoken, he could still indulge in that romance, distant and unreal as it was. But now it seemed to be brought in upon him very forcibly that he must rid his thoughts of Hester Bolton, or else rid his life of Mrs. Smith. But he was engaged to marry Mrs. Smith. Then he got up and walked backwards and forwards along the deck, asking himself whether this could really be the truth. Was he bound to this woman for his life? And if so, had he done a thing of which he already repented himself? He tried to persuade himself that she was admirably fitted for the life which he was fated to lead. She was handsome, intellectual, a most delightful companion, and yet capable of enduring the hardships of an adventurous, uncertain career. Ought he not to think himself peculiarly lucky in having found to himself so eligible a companion? But there is something so solemn, so sacred, in the name of wife. A man brought up among soft things is so imbued with the feeling that his wife should be something better, cleaner, sweeter, holier than himself, that he could not but be awestruck when he thought that he was bound to marry this all but nameless widow of some drunken player, this woman who, among other women, had been thought unfit for all companionship. But things arranged themselves. How probable it was that he should never be married to her. After all, this might be but an incident, and not an unpleasant incident, in his life. He had had his amusement out of it, and she had had hers. Perhaps they would part to meet no more. But when he thought that there might be comfort in this direction, he felt that he was a scoundrel for thinking so. "And this is to say good-bye?" 'Twas thus she greeted him again that night. "Good-bye." "Good-bye, my love." "My love, my love. And now remember this, my address will be Post Office, Melbourne. It will be for you to write to me. You will not hear from me unless you do. Indeed, I shall know nothing of you. Let me have a line before the month is over." This he promised, and then they parted. At break of day on the following morning the Goldfinder rowed over the Rip into Hobson's Bay. There were still 4 hours before the ship lay at her moorings, but during all that time Mrs. Smith was not seen by Caldigate. As he got into the boat which took him and Shand from the ship to the pier at Sandridge, she kissed her hand to him over the side of the vessel. Before 11 o'clock, Dick Shand and his companion were comfortably put up at the Miners' Home in Flinders Lane. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Simon Evers. Chapter 9. Nobble. During the 2 days which Dick and Caldigate spent together in Melbourne, Mrs. Smith's name was not mentioned between them. They were particularly civil each to the other, and went to work together, making arrangements at a bank as to their money, taking their places, dispatching their luggage, and sorting their belongings, as though there had been no such woman as Mrs. Smith on board the Goldfinder. Dick, though he had been inclined to grumble when his mystery had been taken out of his hands, who had of course been jealous when he saw that the lady had discarded her old hat and put on new ribbons, not for him, but for another, was too conscious of the desolation to which he would be subjected by quarrelling with his friend. He felt himself unable to go alone, and was therefore willing that the bygones of the ship should be bygones. Caldigate, on the other hand, acknowledged to himself that he owed some reparation to his companion. Of course, he had not bound himself to any special mode of life, but had he, in his present condition, allied himself more closely to Mrs. Smith, he would, to some extent, have thrown Dick over. And then, as soon as he was on shore, he did feel somewhat ashamed of himself in regard to Mrs. Smith. Was it not manifest that any closer alliance, let the alliance be what it might, must be ruinous to him? As it was, had he not made an absolute fool of himself with Mrs. Smith? Had he not got himself already into a mess from which there was no escape? Of course he must write to her when the month was over. The very weight of his thoughts on this matter made him tamer with Dick and more observant than he would otherwise have been. They were, during those 2 days, frequently about the town, looking at the various streets and buildings, at the banks and churches and gardens, as is usual with young men when they visit a new town. But during it all Caldigate's mind was more intent on Mrs. Smith than he was on the sights of the place. Melbourne is not so big but that she might easily have thrown herself in his way had she pleased. Strangers residing in such a town are almost sure to see each other before 24 hours are gone. But Mrs. Smith was not seen. 2 or 3 times he went up and down Collins Street alone, without his friend, not wishing to see her, aware that he had better not see her, but made restless by a nervous feeling that he ought to wish to see her, that he should, at any rate, not keep out of her way. But Mrs. Smith did not show herself. Whatever might be her future views, she did not now take steps to present herself to him. "I shall be so much the more bound to present myself to her," he said to himself. "But perhaps she knows all that," he added in the same soliloquy. On the Wednesday morning they left Melbourne by the 6 a.m. train for Albury, which latter place they reached the same day, about 2 p.m., having then crossed the Murray River and passed into the colony of New South Wales. Here they stayed but a few hours, and then went on by coach on their journey to Nobble. From one wretched vehicle they were handed on to another, never stopping anywhere long enough to go to bed. 3 hours at one wretched place, and 5 at another, travelling at the rate of 6 miles an hour, bumping through the mud and slush of the bush roads, and still going on for 3 days and 3 nights. This was roughing it indeed. Even Dick complained, and said that, of all the torments prepared for wicked mortals on earth, this Australian coaching was the worst. They went through Wagga Wagga and Murrumbura, and other places with similar names, till at last they were told that they had reached Nobble. Nobble, they thought, was the foulest place which they had ever seen. It was a gold-digging town, as such places are called, and had been built with great rapidity to supply the necessities of adjacent miners. It was constructed altogether of wood, but no 2 houses had been constructed alike. They generally had gable ends opening on to the street, but were so different in breadth, altitude, and form, that it was easy to see that each enterprising proprietor had been his own architect. But they were all alike in having enormous advertisement boards, some high, some broad, some sloping, on which were declared the merits of the tradesmen who administered within to the wants of mining humanity. And they had generally assumed most singular names for themselves: the old stick-in-the-mud soft goods store, the Polyeuca stout depot, No. 9 flour mills, and so on, all of which were very unintelligible to the friends, till they learned that these were the names belonging to certain gold-mining claims which had been opened in the neighbourhood of Nobble. The street itself was almost more perilous to vehicles than the slush of the forest tracks, so deep were the holes and so uncertain the surface. When Caldigate informed the driver that they wanted to be taken as far as Henniker's hotel, the man said that he had given up going so far as that for the last 2 months, the journey being too perilous. So they shouldered their portmanteaus and struggled forth down the street. Here and there a short bit of wooden causeway, perhaps for the length of 3 houses, would assist them, and then again they would have to descend into the roadway and plunge along through the mud. "Not quite as nice walking as the old quad at Trinity," said Caldigate. "The beastiest hole I ever put my foot in since I was born," said Dick, who had just stumbled and nearly came to the ground with his burden. "They told us that Nobble was a fine town." Henniker's hotel was a long, low, wooden shanty, divided into various very small partitions by thin planks, in most of which 2 or more dirty-looking beds had been packed very closely. But between these little compartments there was a long chamber, containing a long and very dirty table and 2 long benches. Here was sitting a crowd of miners, drinking, when our friends were ushered in through the bar or counter which faced to the street. At the bar they were received by a dirty old woman who said that she was Mrs. Henniker. Then they were told, while the convivial crowd were looking on and listening, that they could have the use of one of the partitions and their grub for 7 shillings and 6pence a day each. When they asked for a partition apiece, they were told that if they didn't like what was offered to them, they might go elsewhere. Upon that they agreed to Mrs. Henniker's terms, and, sitting down on one of the benches, looked desolately into each other's faces. Yes, it was different from Trinity College, different from Babington, very different even from the less luxurious comfort of the house of Pollington. The deck, even the second-class cabin of the gold-finder, had been better than this. And then they had no friend, not even an acquaintance, within some 100 miles. The men around them were not uncivil. Australian miners never are so. But they were inquisitive, familiar, and, with their half-drunken good humour, almost repulsive. It was about noon when our friends reached Henniker's, and they were told that there would be dinner at 1. There was always grub at 1, and grub at 7, and grub at 8 in the morning, so one of the men informed them. The same gentleman hoped that the strangers were not very particular, as the grub, though plentiful, was apt to be rough of its kind. "You'll have it a deal worse before you've done, if you're going on to Ahalala," said another. Then Caldigate said that they did intend to go on to Ahalala. "We're going to have a spell at gold-digging," said he. What was the use of making any secret of the matter? "Oh, we know that ready enough," said one of the men. "Chaps like you don't come much to Nobble for nothing else. Have you got any money to start with?" "A few half-crowns," said Dick cautiously. "Half-crowns don't go very far here, my mate. If you can spend £4 or £5 a week each for the next month, so as to get help till you know where you are, it may be you'll turn up gold at Ahalala. But if not, you'd better go elsewhere. Oh, you needn't be afraid. We ain't going to rob you of nothing." "Nor yet we don't want nothing to drink," said another. "Ah, speak for yourself, Jack," said a third. "But come, as these are regular new chums, I don't care if I shout for the lot myself." Then the dirty old woman was summoned, and everybody had whisky all round. When that was done, another generous man came to the front, and there was more whisky, till Caldigate was frightened as to the result. Evil might have come from it, had not the old woman opportunely brought the grub into the room. This she chucked down on the table in such a way that the grease out of the dish spattered itself all round. There was no tablecloth, nor had any preparation been made, but in the middle of the table there was a heap of dirty knives and forks with which the men at once armed themselves, and each took a plate out of a heap that had been placed on a shelf against the wall. Caldigate and Shand, when they saw how the matter was to be arranged, did as the other men. The grub consisted of an enormous lump of boiled beef and a bowl of potatoes, which was moderate enough in size, considering that there were in all about a dozen men to be fed. But there was meat enough for double the number, and bread in plenty, but so ill-made as to be rejected by most of the men. The potatoes were evidently the luxury, and, guided by that feeling, the man who had told the strangers that they need not be afraid of being robbed, at once selected 6 out of the bowl, and deposited 3 each before Dick and Caldigate. He helped the others all round to 1 each, and then was left without any for himself. "I don't care a damn for that sort of tucker," he said, as though he despised potatoes from the bottom of his heart. Of all the crew he was the dirtiest, and was certainly half drunk. Another man holloaed to Mother Henniker for pickles, but Mother Henniker, without leaving her seat at the bar, told them to pickle themselves. Whereupon one of the party, making some allusion to Jack Bryan's swag, Jack Bryan being absent at the moment, rose from his seat and undid a great roll lying in one of the corners. Every miner has his swag, consisting of a large blanket which is rolled up and contains all his personal luggage. Out of Jack Bryan's swag were extracted 2 large square bottles of pickles. These were straightway divided among the men, care being taken that Dick and Caldigate should have ample shares. Then every man helped himself to beef as much as he would, passing the dish round from one to the other. When the meal was half finished, Mrs. Henniker brought in an enormous jorum of tea, which she served out to all the guests in tin pannikins, giving to every man a fixed and ample allowance of brown sugar, without at all consulting his taste. Milk there was none. In the midst of this, Jack Bryan came in, and with a clamour of mirth the empty pickle jars were shown to him. Jack, who was a silent man and somewhat melancholy, merely shook his head and ate his beef. It may be presumed that he was fond of pickles, having taken so much trouble to provide them, but he said not a word of the injury to which he had been subjected. "Them's a-going to Ahalala, Jack," said the distributor of the potatoes, nodding his head to indicate the 2 new adventurers. "Then they're a-going to the most infernal, mean, break-heartedest place as God Almighty ever put on this earth for the perplexment of poor unfortunate miners." This was Jack Bryan's eloquence and his description of Ahalala. Before this he had not spoken a word, nor did he speak again till he had consumed 3 or 4 pounds of beef and had swallowed 2 pannikins of tea. Then he repeated his speech. "There isn't so an infernal, mean, break-hearted a place as Ahalala. Not nowhere. No, not nowhere. And so them chums will find for themselves if they go there." Then his neighbour whispered into Caldigate's ear that Jack had gone to Ahalala with 50 sovereigns in his pocket, and he wasn't worth now a red cent. "But there is gold there?" asked Caldigate. "It's my belief there's gold pretty much everywhere, and you may find it or you mayn't. That's where it is, and the mayn'ts are a great deal oftener turning up than the mays." "A man can get work for wages?" suggested Dick. "Wages? What's the use of that? A man as knows mining can earn wages. But Ahalala ain't a place for wages. If you want wages, go to one of the old-fashioned places, Bendigo, or the likes of that. I've worked for wages, but what comes of it? A man goes to Ahalala because he wants to run his chance and get a big haul. Is everyone on his own bottom pretty much at Ahalala?" "Wages be," said Jack Bryan, rising from the seat and hitching up his trousers as he left the room. It was very evident that Jack Bryan was a gambler. After dinner there was a smoke, and after the smoke Dick Shand shouted for the company. Dick had quite learned by this time the mystery of shouting. When one man stands, drinks all round, he shouts, and then it is no more than reciprocal that another man should do the same. And in this way, when the reciprocal feeling is spread over a good many drinkers, a good deal of liquor is consumed. While Dick Shand's shout was being consumed, Caldigate asked one of his new friends where Mr. Crinkett lived. Was Mr. Crinkett known in Nobble? It seemed that Crinkett was very well known in Nobble indeed. If anybody had done well at Nobble, Mr. Crinkett had done well. He was the swell of the place. This informant did not think that Mr. Crinkett had himself gone very deep at Ahalala. Mr. Crinkett had risen high enough in his profession to be able to achieve more certainty than could be found at such a place as Ahalala. By this time they were on the road to Mr. Crinkett's house, this new friend having undertaken to show them the way. "He can put you up to a thing or two if he likes," said the new friend. "Perhaps he's a pal of yourn." Caldigate explained that he had never seen Mr. Crinkett, but that he had come to Nobble armed with a letter from a gentleman in England who had once been concerned in gold digging. "Ah, he's a civil enough gent, is Crinkett," said the miner, "but he do like making money. They say of him there's nothing he wouldn't sell, not even his grandmother's bones." "I like trade myself," added the miner, "but some of them's too sharp. That's where Crinkett lives. He's a swell, ain't he?" They had walked about half a mile from the town, turning down a lane at the back of the house, and had made their way through yawning pit-holes and heaps of dirt and pools of yellow water, where everything was disorderly and apparently deserted, till they came to a cluster of heaps so large as to look like little hills, and here there were signs of mining vitality. On their way they had not come across a single shred of vegetation, though here and there stood the bare trunks of a few dead and headless trees, the ghosts of the forests which had occupied the place 6 or 7 years previously. On the tops of these artificial hills there were sundry rickety-looking erections, and around them were troughs and sheds and rude waterworks. These, as the miner explained, were the outward and visible signs of the world-famous old stick-in-the-mud claim, which was now giving 2 ounces of gold to the ton of quartz, and which was at present the exclusive property of Mr. Crinkett, who had bought out the tribute shareholders and was working the thing altogether on his own bottom. As they ascended one of those mounds of upcast stones and rubble, they could see on the other side the crushing mills and the engine-house, and could hear the thud, thud, thud of the great iron hammers as they fell on the quartz. And then, close beyond, but still among the hillocks, and surrounded on all sides by the dirt and filth of the mining operations, was Mr. Crinkett's mansion. "And there's his very self a-standing at the gate, a-counting how many times the hammer falls a minute, and how much gold is a-coming from every blow as it falls." With this little observation as to Mr. Crinkett's personal character, the miner made his way back to his companions. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 10. Polyeuca Hall. The house which they saw certainly surprised them much, and seemed to justify the assertion just before made to them that Mr. Crinkett was a swell. It was marvellous that any man should have contemplated the building of such a mansion in a place so little attractive, with so many houses within view. The house and little attempted garden, together with the stables and appurtenances, may have occupied half an acre. All around it were those hideous signs of mining operations which make a country rich in metals look as though the devil had walked over it, dragging behind him an enormous rake. There was not a blade of grass to be seen. As far as the eye could reach, there stood those ghost-like skeletons of trees in all spots where the soil had not been turned up. But on none of them was there a leaf left, or even a branch. Everywhere the ground was thrown about in hideous uncovered hillocks, all of which seemed to have been deserted, except those in the immediate neighbourhood of Mr. Crinkett's house. But close around him one could see wheels turning, and long ropes moving, and water running in little wooden conduits, all of which were signs of the activity going on underground. And then there was the never-ceasing thud, thud, thud of the crushing mill, which from 12 o'clock on Sunday night to 12 o'clock on Saturday night never paused for a moment, having the effect, on that vacant day, of creating a painful strain of silence upon the ears of those who were compelled to remain on the spot during the unoccupied time. It was said that in Mr. Crinkett's mansion every sleeper would wake from his sleep as soon as the engine was stopped, disturbed by the unwonted quiescence. But the house which had been built in this unpromising spot was quite entitled to be called a mansion. It was of red brick, 3 stories high, with white stone facings to all the windows and all the corners, which glittered uncomfortably in the hot sun. There was a sweep up to it, a road having been made from the debris of the stone out of which the gold had been crushed. But though there was the sweep up to the door, carefully made for the length of a few dozen yards, there was nothing that could be called a road outside, though there were tracks here and there through the hillocks, along which the waggons employed about the place struggled through the mud. The house itself was built with a large hall in the middle, and 3 large windows on each side. On the floor there were 4 large rooms, with kitchens opening out behind, and above them were, of course, chambers in proportion, and in the little garden there was a pond and a big bath-house, and there were coach-houses and stables, so that it was quite a mansion. It was called Polyeuca Hall, because while it was being built Mr. Crinkett was drawing large gains from the Polyeuca mine, about 3 miles distant on the other side of Knobble. For the building of his mansion on this special site, no one could imagine any other reason than that love which a brave man has of overcoming difficulties. To endeavour to create a paradise in such a pandemonium required all the energies of a Cricket. Whether or not he had been successful depended, of course, on his own idiosyncrasies. He had a wife who, it is to be hoped, liked her residence. They had no children, and he spent the greater part of his time away in other mining districts in which he had ventures. When thus absent, he would live as Jack Bryan, and his friends were living at Mrs. Henniker's, and were supposed to enjoy the ease of his inn more thoroughly than he did the constraint of his grand establishment. At the present moment he was at home, and was standing at the gate of his domain all alone, with a pipe in his mouth, perhaps listening, as the man had said, to the noise of his own crushing machine. He was dressed in black, with a chimney-pot on his head, and certainly did not look like a miner, though he looked as little like a gentleman. Our friends were in what they conceived to be proper miner's costume, but Mr. Cricket knew at a glance that there was something uncommon about them. As they approached, he did not attempt to open the gate, but awaited them, looking over the top of it from the inside. "Well, my mates, what can I do for you?" he said, still remaining on his side, and apparently intending that they should remain on theirs. Then Caldigate brought forth his letter, and handed it to the owner of the place across the top of the gate. "I think Mr. Jones wrote to you about us before," said Caldigate. Cricket read the letter very deliberately. Perhaps he required time to meditate what his conduct should be. Perhaps he was not quick at reading letters. But at last he got to the end of the very few words which the note contained. "Jones," he said. "Jones wasn't much account when he was out here." "We don't know a great deal about him," said Dick. "But when he heard that we were coming, he offered us a letter to you," said Caldigate. "I believe him to be an honest man." "Honest? Well, yes, I dare say he's honest enough. He never robbed me of nothing. And shall I tell you why? Because I know how to take care that he don't, nor yet anybody else." As he said this, he looked at them as though he intended that they were included among the numbers against whom he was perfectly on his guard. "That's the way to live," said Dick. "That's the way I live, my friend. He did write before. I remember saying to myself what a pair of simpletons you must be if he was thinking of going to Ahalala." "We do think of going there," said Caldigate. "Are the roads open to you? Nobody won't prevent you? You can get beef and mutton there, and damper, and tea, no doubt, and what they call brandy, as long as you've got the money to pay for it. One won't say anything about what price they'll charge you. Have you got any money?" Then Caldigate made a lengthened speech, in which he explained so much of their circumstances as seemed necessary. He did not name the exact sum which had been left at the bank in Melbourne, but he did make Mr. Cricket understand that they were not paupers. They were anxious to do something in the way of mining, and particularly anxious to make money. But they did not know quite how to begin. Could he give them a hint? They meant to work with their own hands, but perhaps it might be well for them at first to hire the services of some one to set them a-going. Cricket listened very patiently, still maintaining his position on his own side of the gate. Then he spoke words of such wisdom as was in him. "Ahalala is just the place to ease you of a little money. Mind I tell you. Gold? Of course there's gold to be got there. But what's been the cost of it? What's been the return? If 1,600 men among 'em can sell £1,500 worth of gold a week, how is each man to have 20 shillings on Saturday night? That's about what it is at Ahalala. Of course there's gold. And when there's gold chucked about in that way, just on the surface, one gets it and 10 don't. Who's to say you mayn't be the one? As to hiring a man to show you the way, you can hire a dozen. As long as you pay 'em 10 shillings a day to loaf about, you may have men enough. But whether they'll show you the way to anything except the liquor store, that's another thing. Now, shall I tell you what you two gents had better do?" Dick declared that the two gents would be very much obliged to him if he could take that trouble. "Of course you've heard of the old stick in the mud?" Dick told him that they had heard of that very successful mining enterprise since their arrival at Nobble. "You ask on the veranda at Melbourne, or at Ballarat, or at Sydney. If they don't tell you about it, my name's not Cricket. You put your money, what you've got, into 10-shilling shares. I'll accommodate you, as your friends of Jones, with any reasonable number. We're getting 2 ounces to the ton. The books will show you that." "We thought you'd purchased out all the shareholders,"
said Caldigate. So I did, and now I'm redividing it. I'd rather have a company. It's pleasanter. If you can put in a couple of £1,000 or so between you, you can travel about and see the country, and your money be working for you all the time. Did you ever see a gold mine?" They owned that they had never yet been a yard below ground. Then he opened his gate preparatory to taking them down the old stick in the mud, and brought them with him into one of the front rooms. It was a large parlour, only half furnished, not yet papered, without a carpet, in which it appeared that Mr. Crickett kept his own belongings. Here he divested himself of his black clothes, and put on a suit of miner's garments, real miner's garments, very dirty, with a slouch hat, on the top of which there was a lump of mud in which to stick a candle end. Anyone learned in the matter would immediately have known the real miner. "Now, if you like to see a mine, we'll go down, and then you can do as you like about your money." They started forth, Crickett leading the way, and entered the engine-house. As they went, he said not a word, being aware that gold that they could see with their eyes in its raw condition, would tempt them more surely than all his eloquence. In the engine-house the three of them got into a box or truck that was suspended over the mouth of a deep shaft, and soon found themselves descending through the bowels of the earth. They went down about 400 feet, and, as they were reaching the bottom, Crickett remarked that it was a goodish deep hole all to belong to one man. "Yes," he added, as Caldigate extricated himself from the truck, "and there's a precious lot more gold to come out of it yet, I can tell you." In all the sights to be seen about the world, there is no sight in which there is less to be seen than in a gold mine. The two young men were made to follow their conductor along a very dirty underground gallery for about a quarter of a mile, and then they came to 4 men working with pricks in a rough sort of chamber, and 4 others driving holes in the walls. They were simply picking down the rock, in doing which they were assisted by gunpowder. With keen eyes Crickett searched along the roof and sides, and at last showed to his companions 1 or 2 little specks which he pronounced to be gold. "When it shows itself like that all about, you may guess whether it's a paying concern. 2 ounces to the ton, my boys." As Dick and Caldigate hitherto knew nothing about ounces and tons in reference to gold, and as they had heard of nuggets and lumps of gold nearly as big as their fist, they were not much exalted by what they saw down the old stick in the mud. Nor did they like the darkness and dampness and dirt and dreariness of the place. They had both resolved to work, as they had often said, with their own hands. But in thinking over it, their imagination had not pictured to them so uncomfortable a workshop as this. When they had returned to the light, the owner of the place took them through the crushing mill attached, showed them the stone or mullock as it was thrust into the jaws of the devouring animal, and then brought them in triumph round to the place where the gold was eliminated from the debris of mud and water. The gold did not seem to them to be very much, but still there it was. "2 ounces to the ton, my boys," said Crickett, as he brought them back to his house. "You'll find that's a 10-shilling share. I'll give you about 6pence a month. It's about 60%, I guess. You can have your money monthly. What comes out of that there mine in a March, you can have it in April, and so on. There ain't nothing like it anywhere else, not as I knows on. And instead of working your hearts out, you can be just amusing yourselves about the country. Don't go to Alhalala, unless it is for dropping your money. If that's what you want, I wouldn't say, but Alhalala is as good a place as you'll find in the colony." Then he brought a bottle of whisky out of a cupboard, and treated them to a glass of grog apiece. Beyond that his hospitality did not go. Dick looked as though he liked the idea of having a venture in the old stick in the mud. Caldigate, without actually disbelieving all that had been said to him, did not relish the proposal. It was not the kind of thing which they had intended. After they had learned their trade as miners, it might be very well for them to have shares in some established concern, but in that case he would wish to be one of the managers himself, and not to trust everything to any Crickett, however honest. The suggestion of travelling about and amusing themselves did not commend itself to him. New South Wales might, he thought, be a good country for work, but it did not seem to offer much amusement beyond sheer idleness and brandy and water. "I rather think we should like to do a little in the rough first," he said. "A very little go a long way with you, I'm thinking." "I don't see that at all," said Dick stoutly. "You go down there and take one of them picks in your hand for a week, 8 hours at a time, with 5 minutes' spell allowed for a smoke, and see how you'll feel at the end of the week." "We'll try it on if you'll give us 10 shillings a day for the week," said Caldigate, rubbing his hands together. "I wouldn't give you half a crown for the whole time between you, and you wouldn't earn it. 10 shillings a day! I suppose you think a man has only just to say the word and become a miner out of hand. You've a deal to learn before you'll be worth half the money. I never knew chaps like you come to any good at working. If you've got a little money, you know, I've shown you what you can do with it. But perhaps you haven't." The conversation was ended by a declaration on the part of Caldigate that they would take a week to think over Mr. Cricket's kind proposition, and that they might as well occupy the time by taking a look at Ahalala. A place that had been so much praised and so much abused must be worth seeing. "Who's been appraising it?" asked Cricket angrily, "unless it's that fool Jones. And as for waiting, I don't say that you'll have the shares at that price next week." In this way he waxed angry, but nevertheless he condescended to recommend a man to them, when Caldigate declared that they would like to hire some practical miner to accompany them. "There's Mick Maggott," said he, "knows mining almost as well as anybody. You'll hear of him, maybe, up at Henniker's. He's honest, and if you can keep him off the drink, he'll do you as well as anybody. But neither Mick nor nobody else can do you no good at Ahalala." With that he led them out of the gate, and, nodding his head at them by way of farewell, left them to go back to Mrs. Henniker's. To Mrs. Henniker's they went, and there, stretched out at length on the wooden veranda before the house, they found the hero of the potatoes, the man who had taken them down to Cricket's house. He seemed to be fast asleep, but as they came up on the boards he turned himself on his elbow and looked at them. "Well, mates," he said, "what do you think of Tom Cricket now you've seen him?" "He doesn't seem to approve of Ahalala," said Dick. "Of course he don't. When a new rush is opened like that, and takes away half the hands a man has about him, and raises the wages of them who remain, of course he don't like it. You see the difference. The old stick in the mud is an established kind of thing." "It's a paying concern, I suppose," said Caldigate. "Oh, it has paid, not a doubt about it. Whether it's played out or not, I'm not so sure. But Ahalala is a working man's diggings, not a master's, such as Cricket is now. Of course Cricket has a down on Ahalala." "Your friend Jack Brown didn't seem to think much of the place," said Dick. Poor Jack is one of them who never has a stroke of luck. He's the sort of chum who, when he has a bottle of pickles, somebody else is sure to eat 'em. Ahalala isn't so bad. It's one of them chancy places, of course. You may and you mayn't, as I was saying before. When the great rush was on, I did uncommon well at Ahalala. I never was the man I was then." "What became of it?" asked Caldigate with a smile. "Mother Henniker can tell you that, or any other publican round the country. It never will stick to me. I don't know why, but it never will. I've had me luck too. Oh, laws, I might have had me house just as grand as Polly Hook at this moment, and I never could stick it out like Tom Cricket. I've drank champagne out of buckets, I have." "I'd rather have a pot of beer out of the pewter," said Caldigate. "Very like. One doesn't drink champagne because it's better nor anything else. A nobbler of brandy's worth 10 of it. It's the glory of outfacing the swells at their own game. There was a chap over in the other colonies shot his horse with gold, and he had to go shepherding her afterwards for £30 a year and his grub. But it's something for him to have ridden a horse with gold shoes. You've never seen a bucketful of champagne in the old country?" When both Dick and Caldigate had owned that they had never encountered luxuries so superabundant, and had discussed the matter in various shapes, asking whether the bucket had been emptied, and other questions of the same nature, Caldigate inquired of his friend whether he knew Mick Maggott. "Mick Maggott?" said the man, jumping up on his feet. "Who wants Mick Maggott?" Then Caldigate explained the recommendation which Mr. Cricket had made. "Well, I'm darned! Mick Maggott? I'm Mick Maggott myself." Before the evening was over, an arrangement had been made between the parties, and even been written on paper and signed by all the three. Mick on the morrow was to proceed to Ahalala with his new comrades, and was to remain with them for a month, assisting them in all their views, and for this he was to receive 10 shillings a day. But in the event of his getting drunk, he was to be liable to dismissal at once. Mick pleaded hard for 1 bout of drinking during the month, but when Dick explained that 1 bout might last for the entire time, he acknowledged that the objection was reasonable, and assented to the terms proposed. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 11. Ahalala. It was all settled that night, and some necessary purchases made. Ahalala was 23 miles from Nobble, and a coach had been established through the bush for the benefit of miners going to the diggings. But Mick was of opinion that miners ought to walk, with their swag on their backs, when the distance was not more than 40 miles. "You look so foolish getting out of one of them rattle-trap coaches," he said, "and everybody axing whether you're going to pick for yourself or buy a share in a climb. I'm all for walking, if it ain't beneath you." They declared themselves quite ready to walk, and under Mick's guidance they went out and bought 2 large red blankets and 2 pannikins. Mick declared that if they went without swags on their backs and pannikins attached to their swags, they would be regarded with evil eyes by all who saw them. There were some words about the portmanteaus. Mick proposed that they should be left for the entire month in the charge of Mrs. Henniker, and, when this was pronounced impossible, he was for a while disposed to be off the bargain. Caldigate declared that, with all his ambition to be a miner, he must have a change of shirts. Then Mick pointed to the swag. Couldn't he put another shirt into the swag? It was at last settled that 1 portmanteau should be sent by the coach, and 1 left in the charge of Mrs. Henniker. "Them sort of traps ain't never any good in my mind," said Mick. "It's unmanly having all them togs. I like a wash as well as any man, trousers, jerseys, drawers and all. I'm always at 'em when I get a place for a rinse by the side of a creek. But when my things are so gone that they won't hang on comfortable any longer, I chucks 'em away and buys more. 2 jerseys is good, and 2 drawers is good because of wet. Boots is awkward, and I always does with 1 pair. Some have 2, and ties 'em on with a pannikin, but it ain't ship-shape. Them's my ideas, and I've been at it these 9 years. You'll come to the same." The 3 started the next morning at 6, duly invested with their swags. Before they went, they found Mrs. Henniker up, with hot tea, boiled beef, and damper. "Just 1 drop at starting, for the good of the house," said Mick apologetically. Whereupon the whisky was brought, and Mick insisted on shouting for it out of his own pocket. They had hardly gone a mile out of Nobble before Maggott started a little difficulty, merely for the purpose of solving it with a master's hand. "There ain't a been no misters among us, you know." "Certainly not," said Caldigate. "My name's Mick. This chap's name's Dick. I didn't exactly catch yoursen. I suppose you've been christened?" "Yes, they christened me John." "And it never been Jack with you?" "I don't think it ever was." "John? It do sound lackadaisical. What I call womanish. But perhaps it's for the better. We have such a lot of Jacks. There's Dirty Jack, and Jack the Nigger, and Jack Misery, that's poor Jack Bryan, and a lot more. Perhaps you wouldn't like not another name of that sort?" "Well, no, unless it's necessary." "There ain't another John about the place, as I know. I never knew a John down in mine. Never. We'll try it anyway." And so that was settled. As it happened, though Dick Shand had always been Dick to his friends, Caldigate had never as yet been either John or Jack to Dick Shand. There are men who fall into the way of being called by their Christian names, and others who never hear them except from their own family. But before the day was out, Caldigate had become John to both his companions. "It don't sound as it ought to, not yet," said Mick, after he tried it about a dozen times in 5 minutes. Before the day was over, it was clear that Mick Maggott had assumed the mastery. When 3 men start on an enterprise together, 1 man must be boss. Let the Republic be as few as it may, 1 man must be president. And, as Mick knew what he was about, he assumed the situation easily. The fact that he was to receive wages from the others had no bearing on the subject at all. Before they got to Ahalala, Caldigate had begun to appreciate all this, and to understand in part what they would have to do during this month, and how they would have to live. It was proposed that they should at once fix on a spot, peg out a claim on some unoccupied piece of ground, buy for themselves a small tent, of which they were assured that they would find many for sale, and then begin to sink a hole. When they entered Ahalala, Caldigate was surprised to find that Mick was the most tired of the 3. It is always so. The man who has laboured from his youth upwards can endure with his arms. It is he who has had leisure to shoot, to play cricket, to climb up mountains, and to handle a racket, that can walk.
"Darned if you ain't better stuff than I took you for," said Mick, as the three let the swags down from their backs on the veranda of Ridley's Hotel at Ahalala. Ahalala was a very different place from Nobble. Made Nobble seem to be almost a compact and prosperous city. At Nobble there was at any rate a street, but at Ahalala everything was straggling. The houses, such as they were, stood here and there about the place, while a great part of the population lived under canvas. And then Ahalala was decidedly in the forest. The trees around had not yet been altogether killed, nor had they been cut down in sufficient numbers to divest the place of its forest appearance. Ahalala was leafy, and therefore, though much less regular, also less hideous than Nobble. When Dick first made tender inquiry as to the comforts of an hotel, he was assured that there were at least a couple of dozen. But the place was bewildering. There seemed to be no beginning to it and no end. There were many tracks about here and there, but nothing which could be called a road. The number of holes was infinite, each hole covered by a rough windlass used for taking out the dirt, which was thrown loosely anywhere round the aperture. Here and there were to be seen little red flags stuck upon the end of poles. These indicated, as Mick informed them, those fortunate adventures in which gold had been found. At those very much more numerous hillocks which showed no red flag, the labourers were hitherto labouring in vain. There was a little tent generally near to each hillock in which the miners slept, packed nearly as close as sheep in a fold. As our party made its way through the midst of this new world to Ridley's Hotel, our friend observed many a miner sitting at his evening meal. Each generally had a frying-pan between his legs, out of which he was helping himself to meat which he had cooked on the ashes just behind him. Sometimes 2 or 3 were sharing their provisions out of the same frying-pan, but as a rule each miner had his own, and each had it between his legs. Before they had been at Ahalala 24 hours, they also had their tent and their frying-pan and their fire, and had pegged out their claim, and were ready to commence operations on the morrow. It was soon manifest to Caldigate and Dick Shand that they would have been very much astray without a boss to direct them. 3 or 4 hours had been passed in forming a judgment as to the spot on which they should commence to dig, and in making his choice Mick had been guided by many matters as to which our 2 adventurers were altogether ignorant. It might be that Mick was equally so, but he had at any rate assumed some knowledge. He looked to the fall of the ground, the line in which the red flags were to be traced, if any such line could be found, and was possessed of a considerable amount of jargon as to topographical mining secrets. At last they found a spot near a creek, surrounded by forest trees, perhaps 300 yards from the nearest adjacent claim, and, as Mick declared, in a direct line with 3 red flags. Here they determined to commence their operations. "I don't suppose we shall do any good," said Caldigate to Dick, "but we must make a beginning, if only for the sake of hardening our hands. We shall be learning something at the time, even though we only shovel up so much mud." For a fortnight they shovelled up the soil continuously, without any golden effects, and so far without any feeling of disappointment. Mick had told them that if they found a speck at the end of 3 weeks they would be very fortunate. They had their windlass, and they worked in relays, 1 man at the bottom, 1 man at the wheel, and 1 man idle. In this way they kept up their work during 18 hours of the day. Each man in this way worked 12 hours, and had 12 for sleeping and cooking and eating. Other occupation they had none. During the fortnight neither of them went any further distance from their claim than to the neighbouring shop. Mick often expressed his admiration of their continued industry, not understanding the spirit which will induce such young men as them to work, even when the work is agonizing. And they were equally charmed with Mick's sobriety and loyalty. Not a word had been said as to hours of work, and yet he was as constant to their long hours as though the venture was his own, as though there was no question of wages. "We ain't had a drop of drink yet," said Mick that one night. "Ain't we a holding off like Britons?" There was great triumph in his voice as he said this, very great triumph, but also, as Caldigate thought, a sound of longing also. They were now in their 3rd week, and the word whisky had never been pronounced between them. At this moment, when Mick's triumphant ejaculation was uttered, they were all lying in bed. It should be called bed by way of compliment. They had bought a truss of straw which Mick had declared to be altogether unnecessary and womanish, and over that was laid a white india-rubber sheet which Caldigate had brought with him from England. This, too, had roused the miner's wrath. Nevertheless, he condescended to lie upon it. This was their bed, and here they lay, each wrapped up in his blanket, Mick in the middle, with our two friends at the sides. Now, it was not only on Mick's account, but quite as much in reference to Dick Shand, that Caldigate deprecated any reference to drink. The abstention hitherto had been marvellous. He himself would have gone daily to the store for a bottle of beer, but that he recognized the expediency of keeping them away from the place. He had heard that it was a peculiarity of the country that all labour was done without drink, even when it was done by determined drunkards. The drunkard would work for a month, and then drink for a month, then after a time would die. The drink almost always consisted of spirits of the worst description. It seemed to be recognized by the men that work and drink must be kept separate. But Mick's mind travelled away on this occasion from the little tent to the delights of Ridley's bar. "We haven't had a drop of drink yet," he said. "We'll push through the month without it, eh, old boy?" said Caldigate. "What wouldn't I give for a pint of bitter beer?" said Shand. "Or a bottle of battle-axe between the three of us," said Mick, battle-axe being the name for a certain brand of brandy. "Not a drop till the month is over," said Caldigate, turning himself round in his blanket. Then there were whisperings between the other two men, of which he could only hear the hum. On the next morning at 6, Caldigate and Dick Shand were at the hold together. It was Caldigate's turn to work till noon, whereas Dick went off at 9, and Dick would come on from 9 till 3. At 9, Mick did not make his appearance, and Dick declared his purpose of looking after him. Caldigate also threw down his tools, as he could not work alone, and went in search. The upshot of it was that he did not see either of his companions again till he found them both very drunk at a drinking shop about 2 miles away from their claim, just before dusk. This was terrible. He did at last succeed in bringing back his own friend to the tent, having, however, a sad task in doing so. But Mick Maggott would not be moved. He had his wits about him enough to swear that he cared for nothing. He was going to have a spree. Nobody had ever known him to be talked out of it when he had once set his mind upon it. He had set his mind upon it now, and he meant to have his whack. This was what he said of himself. "It ain't no good, John. It ain't no good at all, John. Don't ye trouble yourself, John. I'm going to have it out, John, so I'll tell you." This he said, nodding his head about in a maudlin sort of way, and refusing to allow himself to be moved. On the next day Dick Shand was sick, repentant, and idle. On the 3rd he returned to his work, working, however, with difficulty. After that he fairly recovered himself, and the two Cambridge men went on resolutely at their hole. They soon found how hard it was not to go astray without their instructed mate. The sides of the shaft became crooked and uneven, and the windlass sometimes could not be made to work. But still they persevered, and went on by themselves for an entire week without any sign of gold. During this time various fruitless expeditions were made by both the men in search of Maggott. He was still at the same drinking shop, but could not be induced to leave it. At last they found him with the incipient horrors of delirium tremens, and yet they could not get him away. The man who kept the place was quite used to delirium tremens, and thought nothing about it. When Caldigate tried a high moral tone, everybody around him laughed at him. They had been digging for a month, and still without a speck of gold, when, one morning early, Mick appeared in front of the tent. It was then about 8, and our friends had stopped their work to eat their breakfast. The poor man, without saying a word, came and crouched down before them, not in shame, not at all that, but apparently in an agony of sickness. "I've had me bout," he said. "I don't suppose you're much the better for it," replied Caldigate. "No, I ain't none the better. I thought it was all up with me yesterday. Oh, laws, I've had it heady this time." "Why are you such a fool?" "Why, d'ye see, John, some of us is born fools. I'm one of 'em. You needn't tell me, 'cause I know all about it without any sermoning. And nobody don't know it so well as I do. How could they? If you had my inside now, and my head, oh, laws!" "Give it up, man." That's easy said, as if I wouldn't if I could. I haven't got a blessed coin left to buy a bite of bread with, and I couldn't touch a morsel if I ever had so much. I'll take my blanket and be off as soon as I can move." All this time he had been crouching, but now he threw himself at length upon the ground. Of course they did what they could for the poor wretch. They got him into the tent, and they made him swallow some tea. Then he slept, and in the course of the afternoon he had so far recovered as to be able to eat a bit of meat. Then, when his companions were at their work, he carefully packed up his swag, and, fastening it onto his back, appeared by the side of the hole. "I'm come to bid you good-bye," he said. "Where are you going, Mick?" asked Caldigate, climbing up out of the hole by the rope. "I'm blessed if I know, but I'm off. You're getting that hole tarnation crooked." The man was going without any allusion to the wages he had earned, or to the work that he had done. But then, in truth, he had not earned his wages, as he had broken his contract. He made no complaint, however, and no apology, but was prepared to start. "Oh, that's all nonsense," said Dick, catching hold of him. "You put your swag down," said Caldigate, also catching hold of the other's shoulder. "What am I going to put my swag down for? I'm a-going back to Nobble. Cricket'll give me work." "You're not going to leave us in that way," said Dick. "Stop and make the shaft straight," said Caldigate. The man looked irresolute. "Friends are not to part like that." "Friends?" said the poor fellow. "Who'll be friends to such a beast as I be? But I'll stay out the month if you'll find me my grub." "Oh, you shall have your grub and your money too. Do you think we've forgotten the potatoes?" "The potatoes!" said the man, bursting into tears. Then he chucked away his swag and threw himself under the tent upon the straw. The next day he was making things as straight as he could down the shaft. When they had been at work about 5 weeks, there was a pole stuck into their heap of dirt, and on the top of the pole there was a little red flag flying. At about 30 feet from the surface, when they had already been obliged to insert transverse logs in the shaft to prevent the sides from falling in, they had come upon a kind of soil altogether different from the ordinary clay through which they had been working. There was a stratum of loose shingle or gravelly earth, running apparently in a sloping direction, taking the decline of the very slight hill on which their claim was situated. Mick, as soon as this was brought to light, became an altered man. The first bucket of this stuff that was pulled up was deposited by him separately, and he at once sat down to wash it. This he did in an open tin pan. Handful after handful he washed, shifting and teasing it about in the pan, and then he cast it out, always leaving some very small residuum. He was intent upon his business to a degree that Caldigate would have thought to be beyond the man's nature. With extreme patience he went on washing handful after handful all the day, while the other two pulled up fresh buckets of the same stuff. He would not pause to eat, or hardly to talk. At last there came a loud exclamation. "By God, we got it!" Then Dick and Caldigate, stooping down, were shown 4 or 5 little specks in the angle of the pan's bottom. Before the sun had set, they had stuck up their little red flag, and a crowd of neighbours were standing round them, asking questions as to their success. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 12. Mademoiselle Settini. After 3 days of successful washing, when it became apparent that the shed must be built, and that if possible some further labour must be hired, Mick said that he must go. "I ain't earned nothing," he said, "because of that bout, and I ain't going to ask for nothing, but I can't stand this any longer. I hope you make your fortunes." Then came the explanation. It was not possible, he said, that a regular miner such as he was should be a party to such a grand success without owning a share of it. He was quite aware that nothing belonged to him. He was working for wages, and he had forfeited them. But he couldn't see the gold coming out under his hands in pailfuls and feel that none of it belonged to him. Then it was agreed that there should be no more talk of wages, and that each should have a 3rd share in the concern. Very much was said on the matter of drink, in all of which Caldigate was clever enough to impose on his friend Dick the heavy responsibility of a mentor. A man who has once been induced to preach to another against a fault will feel himself somewhat constrained by his own sermons. Mick would make no promises, but declared his intention of trying very hard. "If anybody'll knock me down as soon as I've goes a yard off the claim, that'd be best." And so they renewed their work, and, at the end of 6 weeks from the commencement of their operations, sold 9 ounces of gold to the manager of the little branch bank which had already established itself at Ahalala. These were hardly pailfuls, but gold is an article which adds fervour to the imagination, and almost creates a power for romance. Other matters, however, were not running smoothly with John Caldigate at this eventful time. To have found gold so soon after their arrival was no doubt a great triumph, and justified him in writing a long letter to his father, in which he explained what he had done, and declared that he looked forward to success with confidence. But still he was far from being at ease. He could not suffer himself to remain hidden at Ahalala without saying something of his whereabouts to Mrs. Smith. After what had happened between them, he would be odious to himself if he omitted to keep the promise which he had made to her. And yet he would so fain have forgotten her, or rather have wiped away from the reality of his past life that one episode, had it been possible. A month's separation had taught him to see how very silly he had been in regard to this woman, and had also detracted much from those charms which had delighted him on board ship. She was pretty, she was clever, she had the knack of being a pleasant companion. But how much more than all these was wanted in a wife? And then he knew nothing about her. She might be, or have been, all that was disreputable. If he could not shake himself free from her, she would be a millstone round his neck. He was aware of all that, and as he thought of it, he would think also of the face of Hester Bolton, and remember her form as she sat silent in the big house at Chesterton. But nevertheless it was necessary that he should write to Mrs. Smith. He had promised that he would do so, and he must keep his word. The name of the woman had not been mentioned between him and Dick Shand since they left the ship. Dick had been curious, but had been afraid to inquire, and had in his heart applauded the courage of the man who had thus been able to shake off at once a woman with whom he had amused himself. Caldigate himself was continually meditating as he worked with the windlass in his hand, or with his pick at the bottom of the hole, whether in conformity with the usages of the world he could not simply drop her. Then he remembered the words which had passed between them on the subject, and he could not do it. He was as yet too young to be at the same time so wise and so hard. "I shall hold you as engaged to me," he had said, "and myself as engaged to you." And he remembered the tones of her voice as with her last words she had said to him, "My love, my love." They had been very pleasant to him then, but now they were most unfortunate. They were unfortunate because there had been a power in them from which he was now unable to extricate himself. Therefore, during one of those leisure periods in which Mick and Dick were at work, he wrote his letter, with the paper on his knees, squatting down just within his tent on a deal case which contained boxes of sardines, boxes of pickle, and cans of jam. For now, in their prosperity, they had advanced somewhat beyond the simple plenty of the frying-pan. It was a difficult letter to write. Should it be ecstatic and loving, or cold and severe, or light and therefore false? My own one, here I am, I have struck gold, come to me and share it. That would have been ecstatic and loving. 'Tis a hard life this, and not fit for a woman's weakness, but it must be my life, and therefore let there be an end of all between us. That would have been cold and severe. How are you, and what are you doing? Dick and I are shoving along. It isn't half as nice as on board ship. Hope to see you before long, and am yours, just the same as ever. That would have been light and false, keeping the word of promise to the ear, but breaking it to the heart. He could not write either of these. He began by describing what they had done, and had completed 2 pages before he had said a word of their peculiar circumstances in regard to each other. He felt that his letter was running into mere gossip, and was not such as she would have a right to expect. If any letter were sent at all, there must be something more in it than all this. And so, after much thinking of it, he at last rushed, as it were, into hot words, and ended it as follows. I have put off to the last what I have really got to say. Let me know what you are doing and what you wish, and whether you love me. I have not as yet the power of offering you a home, but I trust that the time may come." These last words were false. He knew that they were false, but the falseness was not of a nature to cause him to be ashamed. It shames no man to swear that he loves a woman when he has ceased to love her, but it does shame him to drop off from the love which he has promised. He balanced the matter in his mind for a while before he would send his letter. Then, getting up quickly, he rushed forth and dropped it into the post-office box. The very next day chance brought to Ahalala one who had been a passenger on board the Goldfinder, and the man, hearing of the success of Shand and Caldigate, came to see them. "Of course you know," said the man, "what your fellow passenger is doing down at Sydney?" Dick Shand, who was present, replied that they had heard nothing of any fellow passenger. Caldigate understood at once to whom the allusion was made, and was silent. "Look here," said the man, bringing a newspaper out of his pocket and pointing to a special advertisement. "Who do you think that is?" The advertisement declared that Mademoiselle Settini would, on such and such a night, sing a certain number of songs, and dance a certain number of dances, and perform a certain number of tableaux, at a certain theatre in Sydney. "That's your Mrs. Smith," said the man, turning to Caldigate. "I am very glad she has got employment," said Caldigate, "but she is not my Mrs. Smith." "We all thought that you and she were very thick." "All the same, I beg you to understand that she is not my Mrs. Smith," repeated Caldigate, endeavouring to appear unconcerned, but hardly able to conceal his anger. Dancing dances, singing songs, and acting tableaux, and all under the name of Mademoiselle Settini. Nothing could be worse, unless, indeed, it might be a service to him to know that she was earning her bread, and therefore not in distress, and earning it after a fashion of which he would be at liberty to express his disapproval. Nothing more was said at the time about Mrs. Smith, and the man went his way. 10 days afterwards, Caldigate, in the presence both of Mick and Dick, declared his purpose of going down to Sydney. "Our luggage must be looked after," said he, "and I have a friend whom I want to see," he added, not choosing to lie. At this time all was going successfully with them. Mick Maggott lived in such a manner that no one near him would have thought that he knew what whisky meant. His self-respect had returned to him, and he was manifestly boss. There had come to be a necessity for complicated woodwork below the surface, and he had showed himself to be a skilled miner. And it had come to pass that our two friends were as well assured of his honesty as of their own. He had been a veritable godsend to them, and would remain so could he be kept away from the drinking shops. "If you go away, don't you think you'll break out?" Dick asked when they were alone together. "I hope not. He seems to have been steadied by success. At any rate, I must go." "Is it to see Mrs. Smith?" Dick, as he asked the question, put on his most serious face. He did not utter the name as though he were finding fault. The time that had passed had been sufficient to quench the unpleasantness of their difference on board ship. He was justified in asking his friend such a question, and Caldigate felt that it was so. "I am." "Don't you think, upon the whole, I don't like to interfere, but upon my word the thing is so important." "You think I had better not see her?" "I do." "And lie to her?" "All is fair in love and war." "That means that no faith is due to a woman. I cannot live by such a doctrine. I do not mind owning to you that I wish I could do as you bid me. I can't. I cannot be so false. I must go, old fellow. But I know all that you would say to me, and I will endeavour to escape honestly from this trouble." And so he went. Yes, to escape honestly from that trouble. But how? It is just that trouble from which there is no honest escape, unless a man may honestly break his word. He had engaged himself to her so much that simply to ignore her would be cowardly as well as false. There was but one thing that he could do, but one step that he could take, by which his security and his self-respect might both be maintained. He would tell her the exact truth, and put it to her whether, looking at their joint circumstances, it would not be better that they should part. Reflecting on this during his 3 days' journey down to Sydney, it was thus that he resolved, forgetting altogether in his meditations the renewed force of the woman's charms upon himself. As he went from the railway station at Sydney to the third-class inn at which he located himself,
he saw the hoardings on all sides placarded with the name of Mademoiselle Settini, and there was a picture on some of these placards of a wonderful female, without much clothes, which was supposed to represent some tragic figure in a tableau. There was the woman whom he was to make his wife. He had travelled all night, and had intended to see Mrs. Smith immediately after his breakfast. But so unhappy was he, so much disgusted by the tragic figure in the picture, that he postponed his visit and went after his luggage. His luggage was all right in the warehouse, and he arranged that it should be sent down to Knobble. Waggons with stores did make their way to Knobble from the nearest railway station, and hopes were held out that the packages might be there in 6 weeks' time. He would have been willing to postpone their arrival for 12 months, for 24 months, could he, as compensation, have been enabled to postpone with honour his visit to Mrs. Smith for the same time. Soon after noon, however, his time was vacant, and he rushed to his fate. She had sent him her address, and he found her living in very decent lodgings overlooking the public park. He was at once shown up to her room, where he found her at breakfast. "So you've come," she said. Then, when the door was shut, she flung herself into his arms. He was dressed as a miner might be dressed who was off work and out for a holiday, clean, rough, and arranged with a studied intention to look as little like a gentleman as possible. The main figure and manner were so completely those of a gentleman that the disguise was not perfect, but yet he was rough. She was dressed with all the pretty care which a woman can use when she expects her lover to see her in morning costume. Anything more unlike the Mrs. Smith of the ship could not be imagined. If she had been attractive then, what was she now? If her woman's charms sufficed to overcome his prudence while they were so clouded, what effect would they have upon him now? And she was in his arms. Here there was no quartermaster to look after the proprieties, no Mrs. Crompton, no Mrs. Canada, no Miss Green to watch with 100 eyes for the exchange of a chance kiss in some moment of bliss. "So you've come, oh my darling, oh my love!" No doubt it was all just as it should be. If a lady may not call the man to whom she is engaged her love and her darling, what proper use can there be for such words? And to whose arms is she to jump, if not into his? As he pressed her to his heart and pressed his lips to hers, he told himself that he ought to have arranged it all by letter. "Why Settini?" he asked. But he smiled as he put the question. It was intended to be serious, but still he could not be hard upon her all at once. "Why 50,000 fools?" "I don't understand." "Supposing there to be 50,000 people in Sydney, as to which I know nothing, or why ever so many million fools in London? If I called myself Mrs. Smith, nobody would come and see me. If I called myself Madame Settini, not nearly so many would come. You've got to inculcate into the minds of the people an idea that a pure young girl is going to jump about for their diversion. They know it isn't so, but there must be a flavour of the idea. It isn't nice, but one has to live." "Were you ever Settini before?" "Yes, when I was on the stage as a girl." Then he thought he remembered that she had once told him some particular in regard to her early life, which was incompatible with this, unless indeed she had gone under more than one name before she was married. "I used as a child to dance and sing under that name." "Was it your father's name?" She smiled as she answered, "You want to discover all the little mean secrets of my life at once, and do not reflect that, in so far as they were mean, they are disagreeable as subjects of conversation. I was not mean myself." "I am sure of that." "If you are sure of it, is not that enough? Of course I have been among low people. If not, why should I have been a singer on the stage at so early an age? Why a dancer? Why should I have married such a one as Mr. Smith?" "I do not know what sort he was," said Caldigate. "This is not the time to ask, when you have just come to see me, when I am so delighted to see you. Oh, it is such a pleasure! I have not had a nice word spoken to me since I left the gold finder. Come and take a walk in the gardens. Nobody knows me off the stage yet, and nobody knows you, so we can do just as we like. Come and tell me about the gold." He did go, and did tell her about the gold, and before he had been with her an hour, sitting about on the benches in that loveliest of all places, the public gardens at Sydney, he was almost happy with her. It was now late in the autumn, in May,
but the end of the autumn in Sydney is the most charming time of the year. He spent the whole day with her, dining with her in her lodgings at 5, in order that he might take her to the theatre at 7. She had said a great deal to him about her performances, declaring that he would find them to be neither vulgar nor disagreeable. She told him that she had no friend in Sydney, but that she had been able to get an engagement for a fortnight at Melbourne, and had been very shortly afterwards pressed to come on to Sydney. She listened not only with patience, but apparently with the greatest pleasure, to all that he could tell her of Dick Shand and Mr. Crinkett and Mick Maggot, arousing herself quite to enthusiasm when he came to the finding of the gold. But there was not a word said the whole day as to their future combined prospects, nor was there any more outspoken allusions to loves and darlings, or any repetition of that throwing herself into his arms. For once it was natural. If she were wanted thus again, the action must be his, not hers. She was clever enough to know that. "What do you think of it?" she said, when he wanted to take her home. "It is the only good dancing I ever saw in my life, but—" "Well?" "I will tell you to-morrow." "Tell me whatever you think, and you will see that I will attend to you. Come about 11. Not sooner, as I shall not be dressed. Now, good night."
End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 13. Coming Back. The letter which Caldigate wrote to his father from Ahalala, telling him of the discovery of gold upon their claim, contained the first tidings which reached Foking of the wanderer, and that was not received till 7 or 8 months had passed by since he left the place. The old squire, during that time, had lived a very solitary life. In regard to his nephew, whom he had declared his purpose of partially adopting, he had expressed himself willing to pay for his education, but had not proposed to receive him at Foking. And as to that matter of heirship, he gave his brother to understand that it was not to be regarded as a settled thing. Foking was now his own to do what he liked with it, and as such it was to remain. But he would treat his nephew as a son, while the nephew seemed to him to merit such treatment. As for the estate, he was not at all sure whether it would not be better for the community at large, and for the Caldigate family in particular, that it should be cut up and sold in small parcels. There was a long correspondence between him and his brother, which was ended by his declaring that he did not wish to see any of the family just at present at Foking. He was low in spirits, and would prefer to be alone. He was very low in spirits, and completely alone. All those who knew anything about him, and they were very few, the tenants perhaps, and servants, and old Mr. Bolton, were of opinion that he had torn his son out from all place in his heart, had so thoroughly disinherited the sinner, not only from his house and acres, but from his love, that they did not believe him capable of suffering from regret. But even they knew very little of the man. As he wandered about alone among the dykes, as he sat alone among his books, even as he pored over the volumes which were always in his hand, he was ever mourning and moaning over his desolation. His wife and daughters had been taken from him by the hand of God. For how had it come to pass that he had also lost his son, that son who was all that was left to him? When he had first heard of those dealings with Davis, while John was amusing himself with the frivolities of Babington, he had been full of wrath, and had declared to himself that the young man must be expelled, if not from all affection, yet from all esteem. And he had gone on to tell himself that it would be unprofitable for him to live with a son whom he did not esteem. Then it had come to pass that, arguing it out in his own mind, rationally as he had thought, but still under the impulse of hot anger, he determined that it was better that they should part, even though the parting should be for ever. But now he had almost forgotten Davis, had turned the matter over in his mind till he had taught himself to think that the disruption had been altogether his son's work, and in no degree his own. His son had not loved him. He had not been able to inspire his son with love. He was solitary and wretched because he had been harsh and unforgiving. That was his own judgment as to himself. But he never said a word of his feelings to any human being.
John had promised to write. The promise had not been very enthusiastically given, but still, as the months went by, it was constantly remembered. The young man, after leaving Cambridgeshire, had remained some weeks at the Shand's house before he had started, and from thence he had not written. The request had been that he should write from Australia, and the correspondence between him and his father had always been so slight that it had not occurred to him to write from Pollington. But Mr. Caldigate had not expected, but hoped that a letter might come at the last moment. He knew to a day, to an hour, when the vessel would sail from Plymouth. There might have been a letter from Plymouth, but no letter came. And then the months went by slowly. The son did not write from Melbourne, nor from Nobble, nor from Ahalala, till the gold had been found. So it came to pass that nearly 8 months had passed, and that the father had told himself again and again that his son had torn himself altogether away from all remembrance of his home, before the letter came. It was not a long letter, but it was very satisfactory. The finding of the gold was in itself, of course, a great thing, but the manner in which it was told, without triumph or exultation, but with an air of sober, industrious determination, was much more. And then there was a word or two at the end. "Dear father, I think of you every day, and am already looking forward to the time when I may return and see you again." As he read it, the tears rolled down his cheeks, and unluckily the old housekeeper came into the room at the same time. "Is it from Mr. John, sir?" He had to recover himself and to get rid of his tears, and to answer the old woman in an unconcerned tone all in a moment, and it disconcerted him. Yes, he said. I'll tell you all about it another time." "Is he well, sir?" "I dare say he is. He doesn't say. It's about business. Didn't you hear me say that I'd tell you another time?" And so the old woman was turned out of the room, having seen the tear and heard the little gurgle in the throat. "He seems to be doing well," the squire said to Mr. Holt. "He has got a couple of partners, and they have succeeded in finding gold. He may probably come back some day, but I don't suppose it will be for the next 20 years. After that he marked the posts which he knew came from that part of the world by San Francisco, and had resolved not to expect anything by that of the next month, when there came, a day before its time, a much longer letter than the last. In this there was given a detailed description of the claim at Ahalala, which had already been named Foking. Much was said of Mick, and much was said of Dick, both of whom were working as steady as rocks. The number of ounces extracted was stated, with the amount of profits which had been divided, and something was said as to the nature of their life at Ahalala. They were still living under their original tent, but were meditating the erection of a wooden shanty. Ahalala, the writer said, was not a place at which a prosperous miner could expect to locate himself for many years, but the prospects were good enough to justify some present attention to personal comforts. All this was rational, pleasant, and straightforward, and in the letter there was no tone or touch of the old quarrel. It was full and cordial, such as any son might write to any father. It need hardly be said that there was no mention made in it of Mrs. Smith. It was written after the return of John Caldigate from Sydney to Ahalala, but contained no reference to any matrimonial projects. Letters then came regularly, month by month, and were always regularly answered, till a chance reader would have thought that no father and no son stood on better terms with each other. There had been misfortunes, but the misfortunes did not seem to touch John Caldigate himself. After 3 months of hard work and steady conduct, Mick Maggott had broken out, and had again taken to drinking champagne out of buckets. Efforts were made with infinite trouble to reclaim him, which would be successful for a time, and then again he would slip away into the mud. And then Shand would sometimes go into the mud with him, and Shand, when drunk, would be more unmanageable even than Mick. And this went on till Mick had killed himself, and Dick Shand had disappeared. "I grieve for the man as for a dear friend," he said in one of his father's letters, "for he has been as true to me as steel in all things, save drink, and I feel that I have learned under him the practical work of a gold miner, as it cannot be learned except by the unwearied attention of the teacher. Could he have kept from spirits, this man would have made a large fortune, and would have deserved it, for he was indefatigable and never ending in resources. Such was the history of poor Mick Maggot. And Shand's history was told also. Shand strayed away to Queensland, and then returning was again admitted to a certain degree of partnership, and then again fell into drink, and at last, deserting the trade of a miner, tried his hand at various kinds of work, till at last he became a simple shepherd. From time to time Caldigate sent him money when he was in want of it, but they had not again come together as associates in their work. All this was told in his monthly letters, which came to be expected of Foking, till each letter was regarded as the rising of a new sun. There is a style of letter-writing which seems to indicate strength of purpose and a general healthy condition on the part of the writer. In all his letters the son spoke of himself and his doings with confidence and serenity, somewhat surprising his father after a while by always desiring to be remembered to Mr., Mrs., and Miss Bolton. This went on not only from month to month, but from year to year, till, at the end of 3 years from the date at which the son had left Foking, there had come to be a complete confidence between him and his father. John Caldigate had gone into partnership with Crinkett, who had indeed tried to cheat him wretchedly, but had failed, and at that time was the manager of the Polyuka mine. The claim Adahalala had been sold, and he had deserted the flashy insecurity of alluvial searchings for the fundamental security of rock gold. He was deep in the crushing of quartz, and understood well the meaning of 2 ounces to the ton, that glittering boast by which Crinkett had at first thought to allure him. From time to time he sent money home, paying back to his father and to Bolton's bank what had been borrowed on the estate. For there had passed between them many communications respecting Foking. The extravagances of the son became almost the delight of the father, when the father had become certain of the son's reform. There had been even jocular reference to Davis, and a complete understanding as to the amount of money to be given to the nephew in compensation for the blighted hopes as to the reversion of the property. Why it should have been that these years of absence should have endeared to John Caldigate a place which, while it was his home, had always been distasteful to him, I cannot perhaps explain to those readers who have never strayed far from their original nests, and to those who have been wanderers I certainly need not explain it. As soon as he felt that he could base the expression of his desires as to Foking on the foundation of substantial remittances, he was not slow to say that he should like to keep the place. He knew that he had no right to the reversion, but perhaps his father would sympathize with his desire to buy back his right. His father, with all his political tenets as to land, with his often expressed admiration as to the French system, with his loud denunciations of the absurdity of binding a special family to a special fraction of the earth's surface, did sympathize with him so strongly that he at once accepted the arrangement. "I think that his conduct has given him a right to demand it," he said to Mr. Bolton. "I don't quite see that. Money certainly gives a man great powers. If he has money enough, he can buy the succession to Foking if you choose to sell it to him." "I mean as my son," said the father, somewhat proudly. "He was the heir." "But he ceased to be so by his own doing. I advise you to think longer over it before you allowed him to dispossess himself." "It certainly has been all for the best." "I hope so. But when you talk of his right, I am bound to say that he has none. Foking is now yours, without encumbrance, and you can give it to whom you please." "It was he who paid off the mortgage." "You told me that he sent you part of the money, but that's between you and him. I'm very glad, Caldigate, that your son has done so well, and the more so, perhaps, because the early promise was not good. But it may be doubted whether a successful gold digger will settle down quietly as an English country gentleman." There can be no doubt that old Mr. Bolton was a little jealous, and perhaps in some degree incredulous, as to the success of John Caldigate. His sons had worked hard from the very beginning of their lives. With them there had been no period of Newmarket, Davis, and disreputation. On the basis of capital combined with conduct, they had gradually risen to high success. But here was a young man who, having by his self-indulgence thrown away all the prospects of his youth, had rehabilitated himself by the luck of finding gold in a gully. To Mr. Bolton it was no better than that he had found a box of treasure at the bottom of a well. Mr. Bolton had himself been a seeker of money all his life, but he had his prejudices as to the way in which money was to be sought. It should be done in a gradual, industrious manner, and in accordance with recognized forms. A digger who might by chance find a lump of gold as big as his head, or might work for 3 months without finding any, was to him only 1 degree better than Davis, and therefore he did not receive his old friend's statements as to the young man's success with all the encouragement which his old friend would have liked. But his father was very enthusiastic in his return letter to the miner. The matter as to the estate had been arranged. The nephew, who, after all, had not shown himself to be very praiseworthy, had already been compensated. His own will had already been made, of course, in his son's favour. As there had been so much success, and as continued success must always be doubtful, would it not be well that he should come back as soon as possible? There would be enough now for them all. Then he expressed an opinion that such a place as Nobble could not be very nice for a permanent residence. Nobble was not very nice. Over and beside his professional success, there was not much in his present life which endeared itself to John Caldigate. But the acquisition of gold is a difficult thing to leave. There is a curse about it, or a blessing, it is hard to decide which, that makes it almost impossible for a man to tear himself away from its pursuit when it is coming in freely. And the absolute gold, not the money, not the balance at one's bankers, not the plentiful so much per annum, but the absolute metal clinging about the palm of one's hands like small gravel, or welded together in a lump too heavy to be lifted, has a peculiar charm of its own. I have heard of a man who, having his pocket full of diamonds, declared, as he let them run through his fingers, that human bliss could not go beyond that sensation. John Caldigate did not shoe his horse with gold, but he liked to feel that he had enough gold by him to shoe a whole team. He could not return home quite as yet. His affairs were too complicated to be left quite at a moment's notice. If, as he hoped, he should find himself able to leave the colony within 4 years of the day on which he had begun work, and could then do so with an adequate fortune, he believed that he should have done better than any other Englishman who had set himself to the task of gold-finding. In none of his letters did he say anything special about Hester Bolton, but his inquiries about the family generally were so frequent as to make his father wonder why such questions should be asked. The squire himself, who was living hardly a dozen miles from Mr. Bolton's house, did not see the old banker above once a quarter, perhaps, and the ladies of the family certainly not oftener than once a year. Very little was said in answer to any of John's inquiries. Mr. and Mrs. and Miss Bolton are, I believe, quite well. So much was declared in one of the old squire's letters, and even that little served to make known that, at any rate, so far, no tidings as to marriage on the part of Hester had reached the ear of her father's old friend. Perhaps this was all that John Caldigate wanted to learn. At last there came word that John intended to come home with the next month's mail. This letter arrived about midsummer, when the miner had been absent 3 years and a half. He had not settled all his affairs so completely but that it might be necessary that he should return, but he thought that he would be able to remain at least 12 months in England, and in England he intended to make his home. Gold, he said, was certainly very attractive, but he did not like New South Wales as a country in which to live. He had now contracted his adventures to the one enterprise of the Polyuka mine, from which he was receiving large monthly dividends. If that went on prosperously, perhaps he need not return to the colony at all. "Poor Dick Shand," he said. "He is a shepherd far away in the west, hardly earning better wages than an English ploughman, and I am coming home with a pocket full of money. A few glasses of whisky have made all the difference." The squire, when he received this, felt more of exultation than he had ever known in his life. It seemed as though something of those throbbings of delight which are common to most of us when we are young had come to him for the first time in his old age. He could not bring himself to care in the least for Dick Shand. At last, he was going to have near him a companion that he could love. "Well, yes, I suppose he has put together a little money," he said to Farmer Holt, when that worthy tenant asked enthusiastically as to the truth of the rumours which were spread about as to the young squire's success. "I rather think he'll settle down and live in the old place after all." "That's what he ought to do, squire, that's what he ought to do," said Mr. Holt, almost choked by the energy of his own utterances. Chapter 13 Chapter 14 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 14. Again at Home. On his arrival in England, John Caldigate went instantly down to Woking. He had come back quite fortified in his resolution of making Hester Bolton his wife, if he should find Hester Bolton willing, and if she should have grown at all into that form and manner, into those ways of look, of speech, and of gait, which he had pictured to himself when thinking of her. Away at Nobble, the females by whom he had been surrounded had not been attractive to him. In all our colonies the women are beautiful, and in the large towns a society is soon created, of which the fastidious traveller has very little ground to complain. But in the small distant bush towns, as they are called, the rougher elements must predominate. Our hero, though he had worn moleskin trousers and jersey shirts, and had worked down a pit 12 hours a day with a pickaxe, had never reconciled himself to female roughnesses. He had condescended to do so occasionally, telling himself that it was his destiny to pass his life among such surroundings. But his imagination had ever been at work with him, and he possessed a certain aptitude for romance which told him continually that Hester Bolton was the dream of his life, and ought to become, if possible, the reality. And now he came back resolved to attempt the reality, unless he should find that the Hester Bolton of Chesterton was altogether different from the Hester Bolton of his dreams. The fatted calf was killed for him in a very simple but full-hearted way. There was no other guest to witness the meeting. "And here you are," said the father. "Yes, sir, here I am, all that's left of me." "There is quite plenty," said the father, looking at the large proportions of his son. "It seems but a day or two since you went, and yet they have been long days. I hardly expected to see you again, John. Certainly not so soon as this, certainly not in such circumstances. If ever a man was welcome to a house, you are welcome to this. And now, what do you mean to do with yourself?" "By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning you will probably find a pit opened on the lawn, and I shall be down to the middle, looking for gold. Ah, sir, I wish you could have known poor Mick Maggot. If he would have made holes in my lawn, I am glad he did not come home with you." This was the first conversation, but both the father and son felt that there was a tone about it which had never before been heard between them. John Caldigate at this time was so altered in appearance that they who had not known him well might possibly have mistaken him. He was now nearly 30, but looked older than his age. The squareness of his brow was squarer, and here and there through his dark brown hair there was to be seen an early tinge of coming grey. And about his mouth was all the decision of purpose which comes to a man when he is called upon to act quickly on his own judgment in matters of importance. And there was that look of self-confidence which success gives. He had thriven in all that he had undertaken. In that gold-finding business of his he had made no mistakes. Men who had been at it when a boy had tried to cheat him, but had failed. He had seen into such mysteries as the business possessed with quick glances, and had soon learned to know his way. And he had neither gambled nor drank, which are the two rocks on which gold miners are apt to wreck their vessels. All this gave him an air of power and self-assertion which might perhaps have been distasteful to an indifferent acquaintance, but which at this first meeting was very pleasing to the father. His son was somebody, had done something, that son of whom he had been so thoroughly ashamed when the dealings with Davis had first been brought to light. He had kept up his reading, too, had strong opinions of his own respecting politics, regarded the colonies generally from a politico-economical point of view, had ideas on social, religious, and literary subjects sufficiently alike to his father's not to be made disagreeable by the obstinacy with which he maintained them. He had become much darker in colour, having been, as it seemed, bronzed through and through by colonial suns and colonial labour. Altogether, he was a son of whom any father might be proud, as long as the father managed not to quarrel with him. Mr. Caldigate, who during the last 4 years had thought very much on the subject, was determined not to quarrel with his son. "You asked, sir, the other day what I meant to do?" What are we to find to amuse you?" "As for amusement, I could kill rats as I used to do, or slaughter a hecatomb of pheasants at Babington." Here the old man winced, though the word hecatomb reconciled him a little to the disagreeable illusion. "But it has come to me now that I want so much more than amusement. What do you say to a farm?" "On the estate?" And the landlord at once began to think whether there was any tenant who could be induced to go without injustice. "Almost 3 times as big as the estate, if I can find it. A man can farm 5,000 acres as well as 50, I take it, if he has the capital. I should like to cut a broadsword, or, better still, to roam among many herds. I suppose a man should have £10 an acre to begin with. The difficulty would be in getting the land." But all this was said half in joke, for he was still of opinion that he would, after his year's holiday, be forced to return for a time to New South Wales. He had fixed a price for which, up to a certain date, he would sell his interest in the Polyuca mine. But the price was high, and he doubted whether he would get it, and if not, then he must return. He had not been long at Woking, not as yet long enough to have made his way into the house at Chesterton, before annoyance arose. Mrs. Shand was most anxious that he should go to Pollington and tell them anything about poor Dick. They did in truth know everything about poor Dick, that poor Dick's money was all gone, and that poor Dick was earning his bread, or rather his damper, mutton, and tea, wretchedly, in the wilderness of a sheep run in Queensland. The mother's letter was not very piteous, did not contain much of complaint, alluded to poor Dick as one whose poverty was almost natural, but still it was very pressing. The girls were so anxious to hear all the details, particularly Maria. The details of the life of a drunken sot are not pleasant tidings to be poured into a mother's ear, or a sister's. And then, as they two had gone away equal, and as he, John Caldigate, had returned rich, whereas poor Dick was a wretched, menial creature, he felt that his very presence in England would carry with it some reproach against himself. He had in truth been both loyal and generous to Dick, but still, there was the truth. He had come back as a rich man to his own country, while Dick was a miserable Queensland shepherd. It was very well for him to tell his father that a few glasses of whisky had made the difference, but it would be difficult to explain this to the large circle at Pollington, and very disagreeable even to him to allude to it. And he did not feel disposed to discuss the subject with Maria, with that closer confidence of which full sympathy is capable. And yet he did not know how to refuse to pay the visit. He wrote a line to say that as soon as he was at liberty he would run up to Pollington, but that at present business incidental to his return made such a journey impossible. But the letter, or letters, which he received from Babington were more difficult to answer even than the Shand dispatch. There were 3 of them, from his uncle, from Aunt Polly, and from, not Julia, but Julia's second sister, whereby it was signified that Julia's heart was much too heavily laden to allow her to write a simple, cousinly note. The Babington girls were still Babington girls, would still romp, row boats, and play cricket, but their condition was becoming a care to their parents. Here was this cousin come back, unmarried, with gold at command, not only once again his father's heir, but with means at command which were not at all diminished by the Babington imagination. After all that had passed in the linen closet, what escape would there be for him? That he should come to Babington would be a matter of course. The real kindness which had been shown to him there as a child would make it impossible that he should refuse. Caldigate did feel it to be impossible to refuse. Though Aunt Polly had on that last occasion been somewhat hard upon him, had laid snares for him, and endeavoured to catch him as a fowler catches a bird, still there had been the fact that she had been as a mother to him when he had no other mother. His uncle, too, had supplied him with hunting and shooting and fishing, when hunting and shooting and fishing were the great joys of his life. It was incumbent on him to go to Babington, probably would be incumbent on him to pay a prolonged visit there. But he certainly would not marry Julia. As to that, his mind was so fixed that even though he should have to declare his purpose with some rudeness, still he would declare it. "My aunt wants me to go over to Babington," he said to his father. "Of course she does." "And I must go?" You know best what your own feelings are as to that. After you went, they made all manner of absurd accusations against me, but I don't wish to force a quarrel upon you on that account. I should be sorry to quarrel with them, because they were kind to me when I was a boy. They are not very wise. I don't think I ever knew such a house full of fools. There was no relationship by blood between the Squire of Foking and the Squire of Babington, but they had married two sisters, and therefore Mrs. Babington was Aunt Polly to John Caldigate. But fools may be very worthy, sir. I should say that a great many people are fools to you. Not to me especially, said the squire, almost angrily. People who read no books are always fools to those who do read. I deny it. Our neighbour over the water, the Middle Wash was always called the water at Foking, never looks at a book, as far as I know, and he is not a fool. He thoroughly understands his own business. But your Uncle Babington doesn't know how to manage his own property, and yet he knows nothing else. That's what I call being a fool. Now I'm going to tell you a secret, sir. A secret? You must promise to keep it. Of course I will keep it if it ought to be kept. They want me to marry Julia. What? My cousin Julia. It's an old affair. Perhaps it was not Davis only that made me run away 5 years ago. Do you mean they asked you, or did you ask her? Well, I did not ask her. I do not know that I can be more explicit. Nevertheless, it is expected, and as I do not mean to do it, you can see that there is a difficulty. I would not go near the place, John. I must. Then you'll have to marry her. I won't. Then there'll be a quarrel. It may be so, but I will avoid it if possible. I must go. I could not stay away without laying myself open to a charge of ingratitude. They were very kind to me in the old days. Then the subject was dropped, and on the next morning John wrote to his aunt saying that he would go over to Babington after his return from London. He was going to London on business, and would come back from London to Babington on a day which he named. Then he resolved that he would take Pollington on his way down, knowing that a disagreeable thing to be done is a lion in one's path which should be encountered and conquered as soon as possible. But there was one visit which he must pay before he went up to London. "I think I shall ride over to-morrow and call on the Boltons," he said to his father. "Of course you can do that if you please." "He was a little rough to me, but he was kind. I stayed a night at his house, and he advanced me the money." "As for the money, that was a matter of business. He had his security, and in truth his interest. He is an honest man, and a very old friend of mine. But perhaps I may as well tell you that he has always been a little hard about you." "He didn't approve of Davis," said the son, laughing. "He is too prejudiced a man to forget Davis." "The more he thinks of Davis, the better he'll think of me, if I can make him believe that I am not likely to want a Davis again." "You'll find him probably at the bank about 2:30. "I shall go to the house. It wouldn't be civil if I didn't call on Mrs. Bolton." As the squire was never in the habit of going to the house at Chesterton himself, and as Mrs. Bolton was a lady who kept up none of the outward ceremonies of social life, he did not quite understand this, but he made no further objection. On the following day, about 5 in the afternoon, he rode through the iron gates, which he with difficulty caused to be opened for him, and asked for Mrs. Bolton. When he had been here before, the winter had commenced, and everything around had been dull and ugly. But now it was July, and the patch before the house was bright with flowers. The roses were in full bloom, and every morsel of available soil was bedded out with geraniums. As he stood holding his horse by the rein while he rang the bell, a side door leading through the high brick wall from the garden, which stretched away behind the house, was suddenly opened, and a lady came through with a garden hat on and garden gloves, and a basket full of rose leaves in her hand. It was the lady of whom he had never ceased to think from the day on which he had been allowed just to touch her fingers, now 5 years ago. It was she, of course, whom he had come to see, and there she was, to be seen. It was of her that he had come to form a judgment, to tell himself whether she was or was not such as he had dreamed her to be. He had not been so foolishly romantic as to have been unaware that in all probability she might have grown up to be something very different from that which his fancy had depicted. It might, or it might not come to pass that that promise of loveliness combined with innocence and full intelligence, should be kept. How often it is that nature is unkind to a girl as she grows into womanhood, and robs the attractive child of her charms! How often will the sparkle of early youth get itself quenched utterly by the dampness and clouds of the opening world! He knew all that, and knew too that he had only just seen her, had barely heard the voice which had sounded so silvery sweet in his ears. But there she was, to be seen again, to be heard if possible, and to receive his judgment. "Miss Bolton," he said, coming down the stone steps which he had ascended, that he might ring the bell, and offering her his hand. "Mr. Caldigate." "You remember me, then?" "Oh, yes, I remember you very well. I do not see people often enough to forget them. And papa said that you were coming home." "I have come at once to call upon your mother and your father, and upon you. I have to thank him for great kindness to me before I went." "Poor mamma is not quite well," said the daughter. "She has headaches so often, and she has one now. And papa has not come back from the bank. I have been gardening, and all—" There she stopped and blushed, as though ashamed of herself for saying so much. "I am sorry Mrs. Bolton is unwell. I will not go to the ceremony of leaving a card, as I hoped to be able to come again to thank her for her kindness before I went on my travels. Will you tell your father that I called?" Then he mounted his horse, feeling as he did so that he was throwing away an opportunity which kind fortune had given him. There they were together, he and this girl of whom he had dreamed. And now he was leaving her because he did not know how to hold her in conversation for 10 minutes. But it was true, and he had to leave her. He could not instantly tell her how he admired her, how he loved her, how he had thought of her, and how completely she had realized all his fondest dreams. When on his horse, he turned round, and, lifting his hat to her, took a last glance. It could not have been otherwise, he said to himself. He had been sure that she would grow up to be exactly that which he had found her. To have supposed that nature could have been untrue to such promises as had been made then would have been to suppose nature a liar. Just outside the gate he met the old banker, who, according to his daily custom, had walked back from the town. "Yes," said Mr. Bolton, "I remember you. I remember you very well. So you found a lot of gold?" "I got some." "You have been one of the few fortunate, I hear. I hope you will be able to keep it and to make a good use of it. My compliments to your father. Good evening." "I shall take an early opportunity of paying my respects again to Mrs. Bolton, who, I am sorry to hear, is not well enough to see me," said Caldigate, preventing the old curmudgeon from escaping with his intended rapidity. "Yes, she is unfortunately often an invalid, sir, and feels therefore that she has no right to exact from anyone the ceremony of morning visits. Good evening, sir." But he cared not much for this coldness. Having found where the gold lay at his second Alalala, that the gold was real gold, he did not doubt but he would be able to make good his mining operations. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 15. Again at Pollington. On his arrival at Pollington, all the Shands welcomed him as though he had been the successful son or successful brother who had gone out from among them, and spoke of poor Dick as being the unsuccessful son or unsuccessful brother, as indeed he was. There did not seem to be the slightest anger against him, in that he had thriven and had left Dick behind him in such wretched poverty. There was no just ground for anger, indeed. He was well aware of that. He had done his duty by Dick to the best of his ability. But fathers and mothers are sometimes apt to think that more should be done for their own children than a friend's best ability can afford. These people, however, were reasonable. Poor Dick! Isn't it sad? I suppose when he's quite far away in the bush like that he can't get it. By which last miserable shred of security the poor mother allowed herself to be in some degree comforted. "Now I want you to tell me,"
said the father, when they were alone together on the first evening. "What is really his condition?" "He was a shepherd when I last heard about him." "He wrote to his mother by the last mail, asking whether something cannot be done for him. He was a shepherd then. What is a shepherd?" "A man who goes about with the sheep all day, and brings them up to a camp at night. He may probably be a week without seeing a human being. That's the worst of it." "How is he fed?" "Food is brought out to his house, perhaps once a week, perhaps once a fortnight. So much meat, so much flour, so much tea, and so much sugar. And he has £30 or £35 a year besides." "Paid weekly?" "No, perhaps quarterly, perhaps half yearly. He can do nothing with his money as long as he is there. If he wants a pair of boots or a new shirt, they send it out to him from the store, and his employer charges him with the price. It is a poor life, sir." "Very poor. Now tell me, what can we do for him?" "It is an affair of money." "But is it an affair of money, Mr. Caldigate? Is it not rather an affair of drink? He has had his money, more than his share, more than he ought to have had. But even though I were able to send him more, what good would it do him?" This was a question very difficult to answer. Caldigate had been forced to answer it to himself in reference to his own conduct. He had sent money to his former friend, and could without much damage to himself have sent more. Latterly he had been in that condition as to money in which a man thinks nothing of £50, that condition which induces one man to shoe his horse with gold, and another to chuck his bank notes about like half-crowns. The condition is altogether opposed to the regulated prudence of confirmed wealth. Caldigate had stayed his hand in regard to Dick Shand, simply because the affair had been one not of money, but of drink. "I suppose a man may be cured by the absence of liquor?" "By the enforced absence?" "No doubt they often break out again. I hardly know what to say, sir. If you think that money will do good, money that is in moderation, I would advance it. He and I started together, and I am sometimes aghast with myself when I think of the small matter which, like the point on a railway, sent me running rapidly on to prosperity, while the same point, turned wrong, hurried him to ruin. I have taken my glass of grog, too, my 2 glasses, or perhaps more. But that which would elate him into some fury of action would not move me. It was something nature did for me rather than virtue. I am a rich man, and he is a shepherd, because something was put into my stomach capable of digesting bad brandy, which was not put into his." "A man has more than one chance. When he found out how it was with him, he should have abstained. A man must pay the fine of his own weakness." "Oh, yes, it is all understood somewhere, I suppose, though we don't understand it. I tell you what it is, Dr. Shand. If you think that £500 left with you can be of any assistance, you can have it." But the doctor seemed to doubt whether the money would do any good, and refused to take it, at any rate for the present. What could he do with it if he did take it? "I fear that he must lie upon his bed as he has made it," said the doctor sorrowfully. "It is a complaint which money cannot cure, but can always exaggerate. If without costing myself or my family a shilling I could put £1,000 into his hands to-morrow, I do not know whether I ought to do it." "You will remember my offer?" The doctor thanked him, and said that he would remember. So the conversation was ended, and the doctor went about the ordinary occupation of his life, apparently without any settled grief at his heart. He had done his duty by his son, and that sufficed, or almost sufficed, for him. Then came the mother's turn. Could anything be sent to the poor lost one, to poor Dick? Clothes ran chiefly in her mind. If among them they could make up a dozen of shirts, would there be any assured means of getting them conveyed safely to Dick's shepherd hut out in the Queensland bush? In answer to this, Caldigate would fain have explained, had it been possible, that Dick would not care much for a dozen new shirts, that they would be to him, even if received, almost as little source of comfort as would be a ton of Newcastle coals. He had sunk below shirts by the dozen, almost below single shirts, such as Mrs. Shand and her daughters would be able to fabricate. Some upper flannel garment, and something in the nature of trousers, with a belt round his middle, and an old straw hat, would be all the wardrobe required by him. Men, by dint of misery, rise above the need of superfluities.
The poor wretch whom you see rolling himself, as it were, at the corner of the street within his old, tattered, filthy coat, trying to extract something more of life and warmth out of the last glass of gin which he has swallowed, is by no means discomposed because he has no clean linen for the morrow. All this Caldigate understood thoroughly, but there was a difficulty in explaining it to Dick Shand's mother. "I think there will be some trouble about the address," he said. "But you must know so many people out there." "I have never been in Queensland myself, and have no acquaintance with squatters. But that is not all, Mrs. Shand." "What else? You can tell me. Of course I know what it is that he has come to. I don't blind myself to it, Mr. Caldigate, even though I am his mother. But I am his mother, and, if I could comfort him just a little. Clothes are not what he wants. Of clothes he can get what is necessary, poor as he is." "What is it he wants most?" "Somebody to speak to, someone to be kind to him." "My poor boy!" "As he has fallen into what he is now, so can he rise again, if he can find courage to give his mind to it. I think that if you write to him and tell him so, that will be better than sending him shirts. The doctor has been talking to me about money for him." "But, Mr. Caldigate, he couldn't drink the shirts out there in the bush. Here, where there's a pawnbroker at all the corners, they drink everything." He had promised to stay 2 days at Pollington, and was of course aware of the dangers among which he walked. Maria had been by no means the first to welcome him. All the other girls had presented themselves before her, and when at last she did come forward, she was very shy. The eldest daughter had married her clergyman, though he was still only a curate, and the second had been equally successful with Lieutenant Postlethwaite, though the lieutenant had been obliged in consequence to leave the army and to earn his bread by becoming agent to a soap-making company. Maria Shand was still Maria Shand, and was it not too probable that she had remained so for the sake of that companion who had gone away with her darling brother Dick? "Maria has been thinking so much about your coming," said the youngest. Not the girl who had been impertinent and ill-behaved before, for she had since become a grown-up Miss Shand, and had a young attorney of her own on hand, and was supposed to be the one of the family most likely to carry her pigs to a good market, but the youngest of them all, who had been no more than a child when he had been at Pollington before. "I hope she is at home," said Caldigate. "At home? Of course she's at home. She wouldn't be away when you're coming." The Shands were demonstrative always, and never hypocritical. Here it was, told at once, the whole story. He was to atone for having left Dick in the lurch by marrying Maria. There did seem to him to be a certain amount of justice in the idea, but then unfortunately it could not be carried out. If there were nothing else against it but the existence of the young lady at Chesterton, that alone would have been sufficient. And then, though Maria Shand was very well, though no doubt she would make a true and loving wife to any husband, though there had been a pretty touch of feeling about the Thompsons' seasons, still she was not all that he fancied that a wife should be. He was quite willing to give £500 for Dick, but after that he thought that he would have had almost enough of the Shands. He could not marry Maria, and so he must say plainly if called upon to declare himself in the matter. There was an easiness about the family generally which enabled him to hope that the difficulty would be light. It would be as nothing compared with that coming scene between himself and Aunt Polly, perhaps between himself and his uncle Babington, or perhaps, worse again, between himself and Julia. When he found himself alone with Maria in the drawing-room on the following morning, he almost thought that it must have been arranged by the family. "Doesn't it seem almost no time since you went away?" said the young lady. "It has gone quickly, but a great deal has been done." "I suppose so. Poor Dick!" "Yes, indeed, poor fellow. We can only hope about Dick. I have been speaking to your father about him." "Of course we all know that you did your very best for him. He has said so himself when he has written. But you have been fortunate." "Yes, I have done very well. There is so much chance at it that there is nothing to be proud of." "I'm sure that there is a great deal, cleverness and steadiness and courage and all that. We were delighted to hear it, though poor Dick could not share it with you. You've made an immense fortune." "Oh dear, no, not that. I have been able to get over the little difficulties which I left behind me when I went away, and have got something in hand to live upon." "And now?" "I suppose I shall go back again. said Caldigate with an air of indifference. "Go back again," said Maria, who had not imagined this. But still a man going back to Australia might take a wife with him. She would not object to the voyage. Her remembrance of the evening on which she had crept down and put the little book into his valise was so strong that she felt herself to be justified in being in love with him. "But not for always?" "Certainly not. Just to wind up affairs." It would be no more than a pleasant wedding tour, and perhaps she could do something for poor Dick. She could take the shirts so far on their destination. "Oh, Mr. Caldigate, how well I remember that last night!" "So indeed do I, and the book." The hardship upon the moth is that though he has already scorched himself terribly in the flame, and burned up all the tender fibre of his wings, yet he can't help returning to the seductions of the tallow candle till his whole body has become a wretched cinder. Why should he have been the first to speak of the book? Of course she blushed, and of course she stammered. But in spite of her stammering she could say a word. I dare say you never looked at it." "Indeed I did, very often. Once, when Dick saw it in my hands, he wanted to take it away from me." "Poor Dick!" "But I have never parted with it for an hour." "Where is it now?" she asked. "Here," said Caldigate, pulling it out of the breast pocket of his coat. If he had had the presence of mind to say that he had lent the book to another young lady, and that she had never returned it, there might probably have been an end of this little trouble at once. But when the little volume appeared, just as though it had been kept close to his heart during all these 4 years, of course she was entitled to hope. He had never opened the book since that morning in his cabin, not caring for the academic beauties of Thomson's Seasons, had never looked at it till it had occurred to him as proper that he should take it with him to Pollington. Now he brought it out of his pocket, and she put out her hand to receive it from him. "You are not going to take it back again?" "Certainly not, if it be of any value to you." "Do you not value the presents which your friends make you?" "If I care for the friends, I do." "As I care very much for this friend, I shall keep the book." "I don't think that can be true, Mr. Caldigate." He was painfully near the blaze, determined not to be burned, and yet with no powers of flying away from the candle into the farthest corner of the room. "Why not true? I have kept it hitherto. It has been with me in many very strange places." Then there was a pause, while he thought of escaping, and she of utilizing the occasion, and yet it was not in her nature to be unmaidenly or aggressive. Only if he did like her it would be so very nice, and it is so often the case that men want a little encouragement. "I dare say you thought more of the book than the donor." "That is intended to be unkind." "No, certainly not. I can never be unkind to a friend who has been so very good as you were to poor Dick. Whatever else may happen, I shall never forget that." By this time there was a faint sound of sobbing to be heard, and then she turned away her face that she might wipe a tear from her eyes. It was a real tear and a real sob, and she really thought that she was in love with him. "I know I ought not to have come here," he said. "Why not?" she asked energetically. "Because my coming would give rise to so much sadness about your brother." "I am so glad you have come, so very glad. Of course we wanted to hear, and besides—" "What besides?" "Papa and mamma and all of them are so glad to see you. We never forget old friends." Then again there was silence. "Never," she repeated, as she rose from her chair slowly and went out of the room. Though he had fluttered flamewards now and again, though he had shown some moth-like aptitudes, he had not shown himself to be a downright foolish, blind-eyed moth, determined to burn himself to a cinder as a moth should do. And she was weak. Having her opportunity to command, she went away and left him because she did not know what more to say. She went away to her own bedroom and cried and had a headache during the remainder of the day. And yet there was no other day. Later that evening, just at the hour when on the previous night he was closeted with the father, he found himself closeted with the mother. "She has never forgotten you for one moment since you left us," said the mother. Mrs. Shand had rushed into the subject so quickly that these were almost the first words she said to him. He remained quite quiet, looking out from the open window into the moonlight. When a distinct proposition was made to him like this, he certainly would not be a moth. "I don't know whether you have thought of her too, Mr. Caldigate." He only shook his head. "That is so?" "I hope you do not think that I have been to blame in any way," he said, with a conscience somewhat stricken, for he remembered well that he had kissed the young lady on that evening 4 years ago. "Oh no, I have no complaint to make. My poor child, it is a pity, but I have nothing more to say. It must be so, then?" "I am the least settled man in all the world, Mrs. Shand." "But at some future time?" "I fear not. My mind is intent on other things." So it was, intent on Hester Bolton. But the statement, as he made it, was certainly false, for it was intended to deceive. Mrs. Shand shook hands with him kindly, however, as she sent him away to bed, telling him that breakfast should be ready for him at 8 the next morning. His train left Pollington at 9, and at 8 the doctor with all his family were there to greet him at the breakfast table. With all the family, except Maria. The mother, in the most natural tone in the world, said that poor Maria had a headache and could not come down. They filled his plate with eggs and bacon and toast, and were as good to him as though he had blighted no hopes and broken no heart. He whispered one word at going to the doctor. "Pray remember that whenever you think the money can be of use, it is there. I consider that I owe him quite as much as that." The father grasped his hand, and all of them blessed him as he went. "If I can only get away from Babington as easily," he said to himself, as he took his place in the railway carriage. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 16. Again at Babington. The affair of Julia Babington had been made to him in set terms, and had, if not accepted, not been at once refused. No doubt this had occurred 4 years ago, and, if either of them had married since, they would have met each other without an unpleasant reminiscence. But they had not done so, and there was no reason why the original proposition should not hold good. After escaping from Babington, he had indeed given various reasons why such a marriage was impossible. He had sold his inheritance. He was a ruined man. He was going out to Australia as a simple miner. It was only necessary for him to state all this, and it became at once evident that he was below the notice of Julia Babington. But everything had been altered since that. He had regained his inheritance, he had come back a rich man, and he was more than ever indebted to the family because of the violent fight they had made on his behalf just as he was going. As he journeyed to Babington, all this was clear to him, and it was clear to him also that, from his first entrance into the house, he must put on an air of settled purpose. He must gird up his loins seriously. He must let it be understood that he was not, as he used to be, ready for worldly lectures from his aunt, or for romping with his female cousins, or for rats or rabbits or partridges with the male members of the family. The cares of the world must be seen to sit heavy on him, and at the very first mention of a British wife, he must declare himself to be wedded to Polly Euchre. At Babington he was received with many fatted calves. The whole family were there to welcome him, springing out upon him and dragging him out of the fly as soon as he had entered the park gates. Aunt Polly almost fainted as she was embracing him under an oak tree, and tears, real tears, ran down the squire's face as he shook both his nephew's hands at once. "By George," said the Babington heir, "you're the luckiest fellow I ever heard of. We all thought Faking was gone for good." As though the possessions of Faking were the summit of human bliss. Caldigate, with all the girls around him, could not remonstrate with words, but his spirit did remonstrate. "Oh, John, we are so very, 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 very glad to have you back again," said Julia, sobbing and laughing at the same time. He kissed them all, of course, and now Julia was close to his elbow as he walked up to the house. In the midst of all this there was hardly opportunity for that deportment which he meant to exercise. When fatted calves are being killed for you by the dozen, it is very difficult to repudiate the good nature of the slaughterers. Little efforts did he make, even before he got to the house. "I hardly know how I stand just yet," he had said, in answer to his uncle's congratulations as to his wealth. I must go out again, at any rate." "Back to Australia?" asked his aunt. "Oh, I fear so. It is a kind of business, gold mining, in which it is very hard for a man to know what he's worth. A claim that has been giving you £1,000 net every month for 2 years past comes all of a sudden a great deal worse than valueless. You can't give it up, and you have to throw back your thousands in profitless work." "I wouldn't do that," said the squire. "I'd stick to what I got," said the Babington heir. "It's a very difficult business," said Caldigate, with a considerable amount of deportment and an assumed look of age, as though the cares of gold-seeking had made him indifferent to all the lighter joys of existence. "But you mean to live at Foking?" asked Aunt Polly. "I should think probably not. But a man situated as I am never can say where he means to live." "But you are to have Foking," whispered the squire. Whispered it so that all the party heard the words, whispering not from reticence but excitement. "That's the idea at present," said the Foking heir. "But Polyuca is so much more to me than Foking. A gold mine with £50,000 or £60,000 worth of plant about it, Aunt Polly, is an imperious mistress." In all this our hero was calumniating himself. Polyuca and the plant he was willing to abandon on very moderate terms, and had arranged to wipe his hands of the whole concern, if those moderate terms were accepted. But cousin Julia and Aunt Polly were enemies against whom it was necessary to assume whatever weapons might come to his hand. He had arranged to stay a week at Babington. He had considered it all very deeply, and had felt that, as 2 days was the least fraction of time which he could with propriety devote to the Shands, so must he give at least a week to Babington. There was therefore no necessity for any immediate violence on the part of the ladies. The whole week might probably be allowed to pass without absolute violence. Had he not shown by various ways that he did not intend to make many visits to the old haunts of his childhood before his return to Australia? When he said that he should not hunt in the coming winter, that he feared his hand was out for shooting, that he had an idea of travelling on the continent during the autumn, and that there was no knowing when he might be summoned back to Polyuca, of course there came across Aunt Polly's mind, and probably also across Julia's mind, an idea that he meant to give them the slip again. On the former occasion he had behaved badly. This was their opinion. But, as it had turned out, his circumstances at the moment were such as to make his conduct pardonable. He had been harassed by the importunities both of his father and of Davies, and that, under such circumstances, he should have run away from his affianced bride was almost excusable. But now it was very different now. Something must be settled. It was very well to talk about Polyuca. A man who has engaged himself in business must no doubt attend to it. But married men can attend to business quite as well as they who are single. At any rate, there could be no reason why the previous engagement should not be consolidated and made a family affair. There was felt to be something almost approaching to resistance in what he had said and done already. Therefore Aunt Polly flew to her weapons, and summoned Julia also to take up arms. He must be bound at once with chains, but the chains were made as soft as love and flattery could make them. Aunt Polly was almost angry, was prepared to be very angry, but not the less did she go on killing fatted calves. There were archery meetings at this time throughout the country, the period of the year being unfitted for other sports. It seemed to Caldigate as though all the bows and all the arrows had been kept especially for him, as though he was the great toxopholite of the age, whereas no man could have cared less for amusement than he. He was carried here and was carried there, and then there was a great gathering in their own park at home. But it always came to pass that he and Julia were shooting together, as though it were necessary that she should teach him, that she should make up by her dexterity for what was lost by his awkwardness, that she, by her peculiar sweetness, should reconcile him to his new employment. Before the week was over, there was a feeling among all the dependents of Babington, and among many of the neighbours, that everything was settled, and that Miss Julia was to be the new mistress of Foking. Caldigate knew that it was so. He perceived the growth of the feeling from day to day. He could not say that he would not go to the meetings, all of which had been arranged beforehand. Nor could he refuse to stand up beside his cousin Julia and shoot his arrows directly after she had shot hers. Nor could he refrain from acknowledging that though she was awkward in her drawing-room, she was a buxom young woman dressed in green, with a feather in her hat and a bow in her hand. And then she could always shoot her arrows straight into the bull's-eye. But he was well aware that the new hat had been bought especially for him, and that the sharpest arrow from her quiver was intended to be lodged in his heart. He was quite determined that any such shooting as that should be unsuccessful. "Has he said anything?" the mother asked the daughter. "Not a word." This occurred on the Sunday night. He had reached Babington on the previous Tuesday, and was to go up to Foking on next Tuesday. "Not a word." The reply was made in a tone almost of anger. Julia did believe that her cousin had been engaged to her, and that she actually had a right to him, now that he had come back no longer ruined. "Some men never do," said Aunt Polly, not wishing to encourage her daughter's anger just at present. "Some men are never left alone with a girl for half a moment but what they are talking stuff and nonsense. Others never seem to think about it in the least. But whether it's the one or whether it's the other, it makes no difference afterwards. He never had much talk of that kind. I'll just say a word to him, Julia." The saying of the word was put off till late on Sunday evening. Sunday was rather a trying day at Babington. If hunting, shooting, fishing, croquet, lawn billiards, bow and arrows, battledore and shuttlecock, with every other game, as games come up and go, constitute a worldly kind of life, the Babingtons were worldly. There surely never was a family in which any kind of work was so wholly out of the question, and every amusement so much a matter of course. But if worldliness and religion are terms opposed to each other, then they were not worldly. There were always prayers for the whole household, morning and evening. There were 2 services on Sunday, at the first of which the males, and at both of which the females, were expected to attend. But the great struggle came after dinner at 9 o'clock, when Aunt Polly always read a sermon out loud to the assembled household. Aunt Polly had a certain power of her own, and no one dared to be absent, except the single servant who was left in the kitchen to look after the fire. The squire himself was always there, but a peculiar chair was placed for him, supposed to be invisible to the reader, in which he slept during the whole time, subject to correction from a neighbouring daughter in the event of his snoring. An extra bottle of port after dinner was another Sunday observance, which added to the irritability of the occasion, so that the squire, when the reading and prayers were over, would generally be very cross, and would take himself up to bed almost without a word, and the brothers would rush away almost with indecent haste to their smoking. As the novels had all been put away into a cupboard, and the good books which were kept for the purpose strewed about in place of them, and as knitting and even music were tabooed, the girls, having nothing to do, would also go away at an early hour. "John, would you mind staying a few moments with me?" said Aunt Polly in her softest voice, when Caldigate was hurrying after his male cousins. He knew that the hour had come, and he girded up his loins. "Come nearer, John," she said, and he came nearer, so that she could put her hand upon his. "Do you remember, John, when you and I and Julia were together in that little room upstairs?" There was so much pathos in her voice, she did her acting so well, that his respect for her was greatly augmented, as was also his fear. "She remembers it very well." "Of course I remember it, Aunt Polly. It's one of those things that a man doesn't forget." "A man ought not to forget such a scene as that," she said, shaking her head. "A man would be very hard of heart if he could forget it." Now must be the moment for his exertion. She had spoken so plainly as to leave no doubt of her meaning, and she was pausing for an answer. Yet he hesitated, not in his purpose, but doubting as to his own manner of declaring it. He must be very decided. Upon that he was resolved. He would be decided, though they should drag him in pieces with wild horses for it afterwards. But he would fain be gentle with his aunt, if it was possible. "My dear Aunt Polly, it won't do. I'm not going to be caught, and so you may as well give it over." That was what he wished her to understand, but he would not say it in such language. Much was due to her, though she was struggling to catch him in a trap. "When I had made such a fool of myself before I went, about money," he said, "I thought that was all over." "But you have made anything but a fool of yourself since," she replied triumphantly. "You've gone out into the world like a man, and have made your fortune, and have so returned that everybody is proud of you. Now you can take a wife to yourself and settle down and be a happy goodman." It was exactly his view of life, only there was a difference about the wife to be taken. He certainly had never said a word to his cousin which could justify this attack upon him. The girl had been brought to him in a cupboard, and he had been told that he was to marry her, and that when he had been young and drowned with difficulties. How is a man ever to escape if he must submit under such circumstances as these? "My dear Aunt Polly, I had better tell you at once that I cannot marry my cousin Julia." Those were the words which he did speak, and as he spoke there was a look about his eyes and his mouth which ought to have made her know that there was no hope. "And why not? John Caldigate, is it you that I hear?" "Why should I?" "Because you promised it." "I never did, Aunt Polly." "And because she loves you." "Even if it were so, am I to be bound by that? But indeed, I never even suggested it, never thought of it. I am very fond of my cousin, very fond of all my cousins. But marriage is a different thing. I am inclined to think that cousins had better not marry." "You should have said that before. But it is nonsense. Cousins marry every day. There is nothing about it either in the Bible or the Prayer Book. She will die." Aunt Polly said this in a tone of voice which made it a matter of regret that she should not have been educated for Drury Lane. But as she said it, he could not avoid thinking of Julia's large ankles and red cheeks, and of the new green hat and feather. A girl with large ankles is, one may suppose, as liable to die for love as though she were as fine about her feet as a thoroughbred filly, and there is surely no reason why a true heart and a pair of cherry cheeks should not go together. But our imagination has created ideas in such matters so fixed that it is useless to contend against them. In our endeavours to produce effects, these ideas should be remembered and obeyed. "I hope not on that account," said Caldigate, and as he uttered the word some slightest suspicion of a smile crossed his face. Then Aunt Polly blazed forth in wrath. "And at such a moment as this you can laugh?" "Indeed, I did not laugh. I am very far from laughing, Aunt Polly." "Because I am anxious for my child whom you have deceived, you make yourself merry with me?" "I am not merry. I am miserably unhappy because of all this. But I cannot admit that I have deceived my cousin. All that was settled, I thought, when I went away. But coming back at the end of 4 years, of 4 such long years, with very different ideas of life—" "What ideas?" "Well, at any rate with ideas of having my own way, I cannot submit myself to this plan of yours, which, though it would have given me so much—" "It would give you everything, sir." "Granted. But I cannot take everything. It is better that we should understand each other, so that my cousin, for whom I have the most sincere regard, should not be annoyed." "Much you care!" "What shall I say?" "It signifies nothing what you say. You are a false man. You have inveigled your cousin's affections, and now you say that you can do nothing for her. This comes from the sort of society you kept out at Botany Bay. I suppose a man's word there is worth nothing, and that the women are of such a kind they don't mind it. It is not the way with gentlemen here in England, let me tell you that." Then she stalked out of the room, leaving him either to go to bed, or join the smokers, or to sit still and repent at his leisure, as he might please. His mind, however, was chiefly occupied for the next half hour with thinking whether it would be possible for him to escape from Babington on the following morning. Before the morning he had resolved that, let the torment of the day be what it might, he would bear it, unless by chance he might be turned out of the house. But no tragedy such as that came to relieve him. Aunt Polly gave him his tea at breakfast with a sternly forbidding look, and Julia was as cherry-cheeked as ever, though very silent. The killing of calves was over, and he was left to do what he pleased during the whole day. One spark of comfort came to him. "John, my boy," said his uncle in a whisper, "what's the matter between you and madam?" Mr. Babington would sometimes call his wife Madam when he was half inclined to laugh at her. Caldigate of course declared that there was nothing wrong. The squire shook his head and went away, but from this it appeared to Caldigate that the young lady's father was not one of the conspirators, by ascertaining which his mind was somewhat relieved. On the next morning the fly came for him, and he went away without any kisses. Upon the whole he was contented with both his visits, and was inclined to assure himself that a man has only to look a difficulty in the face, and that the difficulty will be difficult no longer. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 17. Again at Puritan Grange. As Caldigate travelled home to Foking, he turned many things in his mind. In the first place, he had escaped, and that to him was a matter of self-congratulation. He had declared his purpose in reference to his cousin Julia very clearly, and, though he had done so, he had not quarrelled utterly with the family. As far as the young lady's father was concerned, or her brothers, there had been no quarrel at all. The ill will against him was confined to the women. But as he thought of it all, he was not proud of himself. He had received great kindness from their hands, and certainly owed them much in return. When he had been a boy, he had been treated almost as one of the family. But as he had not been quite one of them, would it not have been natural that he should be absorbed in the manner proposed? And then he could not but admit to himself that he had been deficient in proper courage when he had been first caught and taken into the cupboard. On that occasion he had neither accepted nor rejected the young lady, and in such a matter as this silence certainly may be supposed to give consent. Though he rejoiced in his escape, he was not altogether proud of his conduct in reference to his friends at Babington. Would it not have been better that he should have told his aunt frankly that his heart was engaged elsewhere? The lady's name would have been asked, and the lady's name could not have been given. But he might in this way have prepared the way for the tidings which would have to be communicated should he finally be successful with Hester Bolton. Now such news would reach them as an aggravation of the injury. For that, however, there could be no remedy. The task at present before him was that of obtaining a footing in the house at Chesterton, and the more he thought of it, the more he was at a loss to know how to set about it. They could not intend to shut such a girl up, through all her young years, as in a convent. There must be present to the minds of both of them an idea that marriage would be good for her, or, at any rate, that she should herself have some choice in the matter. And if there were to be any son-in-law, why should not he have as good a chance as any other? When they should learn how constantly the girl's image had been present to his mind, so far away, during so many years, under such hard circumstances, would not that recommend him to them? Had he not proved himself to be steady, industrious, and a good man of business? In regard to position and fortune, was he not such as a father would desire for his daughter? Having lost his claim to Foking, had he not regained it? And in doing so, had he not shown himself to be something much more than merely the heir to Foking? An immediate income would, of course, be necessary, but there was money enough. He would ask the old man for nothing. Report said that though the old man had been generous to his own sons, still he was fond of money. He should have the opportunity of bestowing his daughter in marriage without being asked for a shilling. And then John Caldigate bethought himself with some pride that he could make a proper settlement on his wife without burdening the escape at Foking with any dowers. But of what use would be all this, if he could not get at the girl to tell her that he loved her? He might indeed get at the father and tell his purpose plainly and honestly, but he thought that his chance of prevailing with the girl might be better than with the father. In such cases it is so often the daughter who prevails with her own parents after she has surrendered her own heart. The old man had looked at him sternly, had seemed even in that moment of time to disapprove of him. But the girl, well, in such an interview as that, there had not been much scope for approval. Nor was he a man likely to flatter himself that any girl could fall in love with him at first sight. But she had not looked sternly at him. In the few words which she had spoken, her voice had been very sweet, Both of them had said they remembered him after the long interval that had passed, but the manner of saying so had been very different. He was almost sure that the old man would be averse to him, though he couldn't tell himself personally there was no just cause for such aversion. But if this were so, he could not forward his cause by making his offer through the father. "Well, John, how has it gone with you at Babington?" his father asked almost as soon as they were together. It had not been difficult to tell his father of the danger before he made his visit, but now he hesitated before he could avow that the young lady's hand had again been offered to him. "Pretty well, sir. We had a good deal of archery and that kind of thing. It was rather slow." "I should think so. Was there nothing besides the archery?" "Not much." "The young lady was not troublesome?" "Perhaps the less we say about it the better, sir. They were very kind to me when I was a boy." "I have nothing to say at all, unless I am to be called on to welcome her as a daughter-in-law." "You will not have to do that, sir." "I suppose, John, you mean to marry some day?" said the father, after a pause. Then it occurred to the son that he must have someone whom he could trust in this matter which now occupied his mind, and that no one probably might be so able to assist him as his father. "I wish I knew what your idea of life is," continued Mr. Caldigate. "I fear you will be growing tired of this place, and that when you get back to your gold mines you will stay there." "Oh, there is no fear of that. I do not love the place well enough." "If you were settled here I should feel more comfortable. I sometimes think, John, that if you would fix yourself, I would give the property up to you altogether, and go away with my books into some town. Cambridge, perhaps, would do as well as any other." "You must never do that, sir. You must not leave Woking. But as for myself, I have ideas about my own life." "Are they such that you can tell them?" "Yes, you shall hear them all. But I shall expect you to help me, or at least not turn against me." "Turn against you, John? I hope I may never have to do that again. What is it that you mean?" This he said very seriously. There was usually in his voice something of a tone of banter, a subdued cynicism, which had caused everybody near him to be afraid of him, and which even yet was habitual to him. But now that was all gone. Was there to be any new source of trouble betwixt him and his son? "I intend to ask Hester Bolton to be my wife," said John Caldigate. The father, who was standing in the library, slapped both his hands down upon the table. "Hester Bolton? Is there any objection? What do you know about her? Why, she's a child." "She's nearly 20, sir." "Have you ever seen her?" "Yes, I have seen her. Twice. I dare say you'll think it very absurd, but I've made up my mind about it. If I say that I was thinking about it all the time I was in Australia, of course you will laugh at me." "I will not laugh at you at all, John." "If any one else were to say so to me, I should laugh at them. But yet it was so. Have you ever seen her?" "I suppose I have. I think I remember a little girl." "For beauty I have never seen anybody equal to her," said the lover. "I wish you'd go over to Chesterton and judge for yourself." "They wouldn't know what such a thing meant. It is years since I've been in the house. I believe that Mrs. Bolton devotes herself to religious exercises, and that she regards me as a pagan." "That's just the difficulty, sir. How am I to get at her? But you may be sure of this, I mean to do it. If I were beat, I do think that then I should go back and bury myself in the gold mines. You asked me what I meant to do about my future life. That is my purpose. If she were my wife, I should consult her. We might travel part of the time, and I might have a farm. I should always look upon Woking as home. But till that is settled, when you ask me what I mean to do with my life, I can only say that I mean to marry Hester Bolton."
"Did you tell them at Babington?"
"I've told nobody but you. How am I to set about it?" Then Mr. Caldigate sat down and began to scratch his head and to consider.
"I don't suppose they ever go out anywhere?"
"I don't think they do, except to church."
"You can't very well ask her there. You could always knock at the house door."
"I can call again once, but what if I am refused then? It is of no use knocking if a man does not get in." After a little more conversation, the squire was so far persuaded that he assented to the proposed marriage as far as his assent was required. But he did not see his way to give any assistance. He could only suggest that his son should go direct to the father and make his proposition in the old-fashioned, legitimate fashion. But when it was put to him whether Mr. Bolton would not certainly reject the offer unless it was supported by some good will on the part of his daughter, he acknowledged that it might probably be so. "You see," said the squire, "he believes in gold, but he doesn't believe in gold mines." "It is that accursed Davis that stands against me," said the son. John Caldigate no doubt had many things to trouble him. Before he had resolved on making his second visit to Chesterton, he received a most heart-rending epistle from Aunt Polly, in which he was assured that he was quite as dear to her as ever, quite as dear as her own children, and in which he was implored to return to the haunts of his childhood, where everybody loved him and admired him. After what had passed, he was determined not to revisit the haunts till he was married, or at any rate engaged to be married. But there was a difficulty in explaining this to Aunt Polly without an appearance of ingratitude. And then there were affairs in Australia which annoyed him. Tom Crinkett was taking advantage of his absence in reference to Polyeuca, that his presence would soon be required there, and other things were not going quite smoothly. He had much to trouble him, but still he was determined to carry out his purpose with Hester Bolton. Since the day on which he had roused himself to the necessity of an active life, he had ever called upon himself not to let the grass grow under his feet, and he had taught himself to think that there were few things a man could not achieve if he would only live up to that motto. Therefore, though he was perplexed by letters from Australia, and though his Aunt Polly was a great nuisance, he determined to persevere at once. If he allowed himself to revisit Knowle before he had settled this matter with Hester Bolton, would it not be natural that Hester Bolton should be the wife of some other man before he returned? With all this on his mind, he started off one day on horseback to Cambridge. When he left Foking, he had not quite made up his mind whether he would go direct to the bank and ask for old Mr. Bolton, or make a first attempt at that fortified castle at Chesterton. But on entering the town he put his horse up at an inn just where the road turns off to Chesterton, and proceeded on foot to the house. This was about a mile distant from the stable, and as he walked that mile, he resolved that if he could get into the house at all, he would declare his purpose to someone before he left it. What was the use of shilly-shallying? Whoever did anything by letting the grass grow under his feet? So he knocked boldly at the door and asked for Mrs. Bolton. After a considerable time, the maid came and told him, apparently with much hesitation, that Mrs. Bolton was at home. He was quite determined to ask for Miss Bolton if Mrs. Bolton were denied to him, but the girl said that Mrs. Bolton was at home, seeming by her manner to say at the same time, "I cannot tell a lie about it because of the sin, but I don't know what business you have here, and I'm sure that my mistress does not want to see anyone such as you." Nevertheless, she showed him into the big sitting-room on the left hand of the hall, and as he entered, he saw the skirts of a lady's dress vanishing through another door. Had there been a moment allowed to him, he would boldly have called the lady back, for he was sure that the lady was Hester. But the lady was gone, and the door closed before he could open his mouth. Then he waited for full 10 minutes, which of course seemed to him to be very much more than an hour. At last the door was opened, and Mrs. Bolton appeared. The reader is not to suppose that she was an ugly, cross-looking old woman. She was neither ugly, nor old, nor cross. When she had married Mr. Bolton she had been quite young, and now she was not much past 40. And she was handsome, too, with a fine oval face which suited well with the peculiar simplicity of her dress and the sober seriousness of her gait and manner. It might perhaps be said of her that she tried to look old and ugly, and cross too, but that she did not succeed. She now greeted her visitor very coldly, and, having asked after old Mr. Caldigate, sat silent, looking at John Caldigate, as though there were nothing much more possible for her to say. "I could not but come to see you, and thank you for your kindness before I went," said John. "I remember your coming about some business. We have very few visitors here." "I went out, you know, as a miner." "I think I heard Mr. Bolton say so." "And I have succeeded very well." "Oh, indeed." "So well that I have been able to come back, and though I may perhaps be obliged to revisit the colony to settle my affairs there, I am going to live here at home." I hope that will be comfortable to you." At every word she spoke her voice took more and more plainly that tone of wonder which we are all of us apt to express when called on to speak on matters which we are at the moment astonished to have introduced to us. "Yes, Mrs. Bolton, I hope it will. And now I have got something particular to say." "Perhaps you had better see Mr. Bolton at the bank." "I hope I may be allowed to do so. I quite intend it, but as I am here, if you will allow me, I will say a word to you first. In all matters there is nothing so good as being explicit." She looked at him as though she was altogether afraid of him. And indeed she was. Her husband's opinion of the young man had been very bad 5 years ago, and she had not heard that it had been altered since. Young men who went out to the colonies because they were ruined were, to her thinking, the worst among the bad. Men who drank and gambled and indulged in strange lives, mere castaways, the adopted of Satan. And to her thinking, among men, none were so rough as miners, and among miners none were so godless, so unrestrained, so wild as the seekers after gold. She had read perhaps something of the Spaniards in Central America, and regarded such adventurers as she would pirates and freebooters generally. And then with regard to the Caldigates generally, the elder of whom she knew to have been one of her husband's intimate friends in his less regenerative days, she believed them to be infidel freethinkers. She was not, therefore, by any means predisposed in favour of this young man, and when he spoke of his desire to be explicit, she thought that he had better be explicit anywhere rather than in her drawing-room. "You may remember," he said, "that I had the pleasure of meeting your daughter here before I left the country 5 years ago." Then she listened with all her ears. There were not many things in this empty, vain, hard, unattractive world which excited her, but the one thing in regard to which she had hopes and fears, doubts and resolutions, the one matter as to which she knew that she must ever be on her guard, and yet as to which she hardly knew how she was to exercise her care, was her child. "And once I have seen her since I have been back, though only for a moment." Then he paused, as though expecting that she should say something. But what was it possible that she should say? She only looked at him with all her eyes, and retreated a little from him with her body, as anxious to get away from a man of his class who should dare even to speak to her of her girl. "The truth is, Mrs. Bolton, that her image has been present to me through all my wanderings, and I am here to ask her to be my wife." She rose from her chair as though to fly from him, and then, sitting down again, stared at him with her mouth open and her eyes fixed upon him. His wife? Her Hester to become the wife of such a one as that? Her girl, as to whom, when thinking of the future life of her darling, she had come to tell herself that there could be no man good enough, pure enough, true enough, firm enough in his faith and life to have so tender, so inestimable a treasure committed to his charge? End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 18. Robert Bolton. Caldigate felt at the moment that he had been very abrupt, so abrupt as to have caused infinite dismay. But then it had been necessary that he should be abrupt in order that he might get the matter understood. The ordinary approaches were not open to him, and, unless he had taken a more than usually rapid advantage of the occasion which he had made for himself, he would have had to leave the house without having been able to give any of its inmates the least idea of his purpose. And then, as he said to himself, matrimony is honest. He was in all worldly respects a fit match for the young lady. To his own thinking, there was nothing preposterous in the nature of his request, though it might have been made with some precipitate informality. He did not regard himself exactly as the lady regarded him, and therefore, though he saw her surprise, he still hoped that he might be able to convince her that in all that he was doing he was as anxious for the welfare of her child as she could be herself. She sat there so long without saying a word that he found himself obliged to renew his suit. "Of course, Mrs. Bolton, I am aware how very little you know of me." "Nothing at all," she answered hurriedly, "or rather too much." He blushed up to his eyes, perfectly understanding the meaning of her words, and, knowing that he had not deserved them, he was almost angry. "If you will make inquiry, I think you will find that I have so far succeeded as to justify you in hoping that I may be able to marry and settle myself in my own country." "You don't know my daughter at all." "Very little." "It is quite out of the question. She is very young, and such a thing has never occurred to her. And we are not the same sort of people." "Why not, Mrs. Bolton? Your husband and my father have been intimate friends for a great many years. It is not as though I have taken up the idea only yesterday. It has been present with me, comforting me, during all my work for the last 5 years. I know all your daughter's features as though she has been my constant companion." The lady shivered and almost trembled at this profanation of her child's name. It was trouble to her that one so holy should ever have been thought about by one so unholy. "Of course, I do not ask for anything at present, but will you not consult your husband as to the propriety of allowing her to make my acquaintance?" "I shall tell my husband, of course." "And will repeat to him what I say?" "I shall tell him, as I should any other most wild proposition that might be made to me. But I am quite sure that he will be very angry." "Angry? Why should he be angry?" "Because—" Then she stopped. "I do not think, Mrs. Bolton, that there can be any cause for anger. If I were a beggar, if I were below her in position, if I had not means to keep a wife, even if I were a stranger to his name, he might be angry. But I do not think he can be angry with me now, because, in the most straightforward way, I come to the young lady's parents and tell them that I love their child. Is it a disgrace to me that of all whom I have seen I think her to be the most loveliest and best? Her father may reject me, but he will be very unreasonable if he is angry with me." She could not tell him about the dove and the kite, or the lamb and the wolf. She could not explain to him that he was a sinner, unregenerated, a wild man in her estimation, a being of quite another kind than herself, and therefore altogether unfitted to be the husband of her girl. Her husband, no doubt, could do all this if he would. But then she too had her own skeleton in her own cupboard. She was not quite assured of her own husband's regeneration. He went to church regularly, and read his Bible, and said his prayers, but she feared, she was almost sure, that he liked the bank books better than his Bible. That he would reject this offer from John Caldigate she did not doubt. She had always heard her husband speak of the man with disapprobation and scorn. She had heard the whole story of Davis and the Newmarket debts. She had heard, too, the man's subsequent prosperity spoken of as a thing of chance, as having come from gambling on an extensive scale. She herself regarded money acquired in so unholy a way as likely to turn to slate stones, or to fly away and become worse than nothing. She knew that Mr. Bolton, whether regenerate or not, regarded young Caldigate as an adventurer, and that therefore the idea of such a marriage would be as unpalatable to him as to herself. But she did not dare to tell her visitor that he was an unregenerate kite, lest her husband would not support her. "Whatever more you have got to say, you had better say it to him," she replied to the lover when he had come to the end of his defence. At that moment the door opened and a gentleman entered the room. This was Mr. Robert Bolton, the attorney. Now, of all her husband's sons, who were of course not her sons, Mrs. Bolton saw this one the most frequently, and perhaps liked him the least. Or it might be juster to say that she was more afraid of him than of the others. The two eldest, who were both in the bank, were quiet, sober men, who lived affluently and were married to religious wives, and brought up their children plentifully and piously. She did not see very much of them, because her life was not a social life, but among her friends they were the most intimate. But Robert's wife was given to gaiety and dinner parties, and had been seen even at balls. And Robert himself was much oftener at the Grange than either of the other brothers. He managed his father's private affairs, and was, perhaps, of all his sons, the best liked by the father. He was prosperous in his own business, and was reported to be the leading lawyer in the town. In the old Cambridge days he had entertained John Caldigate at his house, and though they had not met since the miner's return from Australia, each at once knew the other, and their greeting was friendly. "Where's Hess?" said Robert, asking at once after his sister. "She is engaged, Robert," said Mrs. Bolton, very seriously and very firmly. She gave me a commission about some silk, and Margaret says that it can't be executed in Cambridge. She must write to Fanny." Margaret was Mrs. Robert Bolton, and Fanny was the wife of the barrister brother who lived in London. "I will tell her, Robert." "All the same, I should have liked to have seen her." "She is engaged, Robert." This was said more seriously and more firmly than before. "Well, Caldigate," said the attorney, turning to the visitor, "so you are the one man who has not only gone to the gold country and found gold, but has brought his gold home with him." "I have brought a little home, but I hope others have done so before." "Ha! I've never heard of any. You seem to have been uncommonly lucky. Hard work, wasn't it?" "Hard enough at first." "And a good deal of chance?" "If a man will work steadily, and has backbone enough to stand up against reverses without consoling himself with drink, and if, when the gold comes, he can refrain from throwing it about as though it were endless, I think a man may be tolerably sure to earn something." Then he told the story of the horse with the golden shoes. "Shoes of gold upon a horse!" said Mrs. Bolton, holding up both her hands. The man who could even tell such a story must be an adventurer. But nevertheless the story had interested her so that she had been enticed into taking some part in the conversation. When Caldigate got up to take his leave, Robert Bolton offered to walk back to the town with him. He had expected to find his father, but would now look for him at the bank. They started together, and as they went Caldigate told his story to the young lady's half-brother. It occurred to him that of all the family Robert Bolton would be the most reasonable in such a matter, and that of all the family he might perhaps be the best able to give assistance. When Robert Bolton had heard it all, at first he whistled. Then he asked the following question: "What did she say to you?" "She did not give him much encouragement." "I should think not. Though I say it who shouldn't, Hester is the sweetest girl in Cambridgeshire. But her mother thinks her much too good to be given in marriage to any man. This kind of thing was bound to come about some day." "But Mrs. Bolton seems to have some personal objection to me." "That's probable." "I don't know why she should." "She's got one treasure of her own in enjoying what she's shut out from all the rest of the world. Is it unnatural that she should be a little suspicious about a man who proposes to take her treasure away from her?" "She must surrender her treasure to some one some day." "If it be so, she will hope to do so to a man of whose antecedents she may know more than she does of yours. What she does know of you is of a nature to frighten her. You'll excuse me." "Of course." "She's heard that you went away under a cloud, having surrendered your estate. That was against you. Well, you've come back, and she hears that you've brought some money with you. She does not care very much about money, but she does care about regularity and fixed habits. If Hester is to be married at all, she would especially wish that her husband should be a religious man. Perhaps you are." "I am neither the one thing nor the other, especially." "And therefore peculiarly dangerous in her eyes. It is natural that she should oppose you." "What am I to do, then?" "How am I to answer that? The whole story is very romantic, and I do not know that we are a romantic family. My father is autocratic in his own house." This last assurance seemed to contain some comfort. As Mrs. Bolton would be his enemy in the matter, it was well that the power of deciding should be in other hands. "I do not mean to give it up," said he. "I suppose you must, if they won't open their doors to you." "I think they ought to allow me to have the chance of seeing her." "I don't see why they should. Mind, I am not saying anything of this for myself. If I were my sister's guardian, I should take the trouble to make many inquiries before I either asked you into my house or declined to do so. I should not give access to you or to any other gentleman merely because he asked it." "Let them make inquiry." "Mrs. Bolton probably thinks that she already knows enough. What my father may say I cannot even surmise." "Will you tell him?" "If you wish it." "Tell him also that I will wait upon him at once if he desires it. He shall know everything about my affairs, which indeed require no concealment. I can settle enough upon her for her comfort. If she is to have anything of her own, that will be over and above. As far as I am concerned myself, I ask no question about that. I think that a man ought to earn enough for himself and for his wife too. As to religion, if I were you, I'd leave that alone," said the lawyer. "Perhaps so." "I will tell my father. That's all I can say. Good-bye." So they parted, and Caldigate, getting on his horse, rode back to Foking. Looking back at what he had done that day, he was almost disposed to be contented with it. The lady's too evident hostility was, of course, to be deprecated, but then he had expected it. As Robert Bolton had explained to him very clearly, it was almost impossible that he should at first be regarded by her with favourable eyes. But he thought that the brother had been quite as favourable to him as he could have expected, and the ice was broken. The Bolton family generally would know what he was about. Hester would not be told, of course, at any rate not at once. But the first steps had been taken, and it must be for him now so to press the matter that the ultimate decision should be made to rest in her hands as soon as possible. "What did Mr. Bolton say to you?" asked the squire. "I did not see him." "And what did the young lady say?" "I did not see her." "Or the mamma?" "I did see her, and told her my project." "I should think she would be startled." "She was not very propitious, sir, but that was not to be expected." "She is a poor, melancholy, half-crazed creature, I take it," said the squire. "At least, that is what I hear. The girl, I should think, would be glad to get away from such a home. But I'm afraid you will find a good many obstacles." After that nothing more was said about the matter at Foking for some days. But there was a great deal said upon the matter both in Cambridge and at Chesterton. Robert Bolton found his father at the bank on the same afternoon, and performed his promise. "Did he see your stepmother?" asked the old man. "Yes, and as far as I could understand, did not receive very much favour at her hands." "But he did not see Hester?" "Certainly not to-day." Then the old man looked up into his son's face, as though seeking some expression there from which he might take some counsel. His own nature had ever been imperious, but he was old now, and in certain difficulties which environed him he was apt to lean on his son Robert. It was Robert who encouraged him still to keep in his hands some share of the management of the bank, and it was to Robert that he could look for counsel when the ceremonious strictness of his wife at home became almost too hard even for him. "It is natural to suppose that Hester should be married some day," said the lawyer. "Her mother will never wish it." "She will never wish it at any given moment, but she would probably assent to the proposition generally. Why not Hester as well as another girl? It is the happiest life for women." I'm not sure. Women think so themselves, and Hester will probably be the same as others. She will, of course, have an opinion of her own." "She will be guided by her mother." "Not altogether. It would only be fair that she should be consulted on a matter of such importance to herself." "You would not tell her what this man has been saying?" "Not necessarily. I say that she should be consulted generally as to her future life. In regard to this man, I see no objection to him if he be a good man." "He was here at college. You know what he did then?" "Yes, and I know, too, something of what he has done since. He went away disinherited and almost degraded. He has come back, as I hear, comparatively a rich man. He has got back his inheritance, which might probably be settled on his children if he were to be married. And all this he has done off his own bat. Where other men stumble so frequently, he has stood on his legs. No doubt he has lived with rough people, but still he seems to be a gentleman. Hester will be well off, no doubt, some day." "She will have something," said the old man. "But this suitor asks for nothing. It is not as though he were coming to you to prop him up in the world. It does not look like that, at least. Of course, we ought to make inquiry as to his means." "The mortgage has been paid off." "So much we know, and the rest may be found out. I do not mean at all to say that he should be allowed to have his own way. I think too much of my sister for that. But in this matter we ought to regard simply her happiness and her welfare, and considering that, you ought to be prepared for her coming marriage. You may take it for granted that she will choose to give herself sooner or later to some man. Give a girl good looks and good sense and good health, and she is sure to wish to be some man's wife, unless she be deterred by some conventual superstition." If there were any words capable of conveying horror to the mind of the old banker, they were convents, priests, and papacy, of which the lawyer was well aware when speaking thus of his sister. Mrs. Bolton was certainly not addicted to papistical observances, nor was she at all likely to recommend the seclusion of her daughter in a convent. All her religious doctrines were those of the Low Church, but she had a tendency to arrive at similar results by other means. She was so afraid of the world, the flesh, and the devil, that she would fain shut up her child so as to keep her from the reach of all evil. Vowed celibacy was abominable to her, because it was the resource of the Roman Catholics, and because she had been taught to believe that convent walls were screens for hiding unheard-of wickedness. But yet, on behalf of her child, she desired seclusion from the world, fancying that so-and-so only might security be ensured. Superstition was as strong with her as with any self-flagellated nun. Fasting, under that name, she held in abhorrence, but all sensual gratifications were wicked in her sight. She would allow all home indulgences to her daughter, each under some separate plea, constrained to do so by excessive love, but she did so always in fear and trembling, lest she was giving some foothold to Satan. All of which Robert Bolton understood better even than did his father, when he gave the above advice in reference to this lover. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 19. Men are so wicked. A month had passed by since Caldigate's interview with Mrs. Bolton, and nothing had as yet been decided either for him or against him at Chesterton. And the fact that no absolute decision had been made against him may be taken as having been very much in his favour. But of those who doubted, and doubting had come to no decision, Mrs. Bolton herself was by no means one. She was as firm as ever in her intention that the idea should not even be suggested to her daughter. Nor, up to this time, had our hero's name been even mentioned to Hester Bolton. About a week after Caldigate's visit to Chesterton, in the early days of August, he wrote to Robert Bolton, saying that he was going into Scotland for a month, and that he trusted that during that time his proposition might be considered. On his return he would take the liberty of calling on Mr. Bolton at the bank. In the meantime he hoped that inquiries might be made as to his position in the world, and, in order that such inquiries might be effectual, he gave a reference to his man of business in London. To this letter Robert Bolton sent no answer, but he went up to London, and did make the inquiries as suggested, and consulted his brother the barrister and his sister-in-law the barrister's wife. They were both of opinion that John Caldigate was behaving well, and were of opinion also that something should be done to liberate Hester from the thraldom of her mother. "I know how it would be when she grew up and became a woman," said Mrs. William Bolton. "Nobody will be allowed to see her, and she won't have a chance of settling herself. When we asked her to come up here for a couple of months in the season, Mrs. Bolton sent me word that London is a terrible place for young girls, though of course she knew that our own girls were being brought up here." Then the ways of Mrs. Bolton at Chesterton, and Hester's future life generally, were discussed in a spirit that was by no means unfriendly to our hero. The suggested inquiries were made in the city, and were all favourable. Every one connected with the mining interests of the Australian colonies knew the name of John Caldigate. All of that class of people were well aware of his prosperity and confirmed good fortune. He had brought with him, or sent home, nobody quite knew how much money. But it was very well known that he had left his interest in the Polyuca mine to be sold for £60,000, and now there had come word that a company had created itself for the sake of making the purchase, and that the money would be forthcoming. The gentlemen in the city connected with mining matters did not think that Mr. Caldigate would be called upon to go out to the colony again, unless he chose to do so for his own pleasure. All this Robert Bolton learnt in the city, and he learned also that the man as to whom he was making inquiry was held in high esteem for honesty, perseverance, and capacity. The result of all this was that he returned to Cambridge with a feeling that his sister ought to be allowed to make the man's acquaintance. He and his brother had agreed that something should be done to liberate their sister from her present condition. Love, on the part of a mother, may be as injurious as cruelty, if the mother be both tyrannical and superstitious. While Hester had been a child, no interference had been possible or perhaps expedient, but the time had now come when something ought to be done. Such having been the decision in Harley Street, where the William Boltons lived, Robert Bolton went back home with the intention of carrying it out. This could only be done through the old man, and even with him not without great care. He was devotedly attached to his young wife, but was very averse to having it thought that he was ruled by her. Indeed, in all matters affecting his establishment, his means, and his business, he would hardly admit of interference from her at all. His worldly matters he kept between himself and his sons. But in regard to his soul he could not restrain her, and sometimes would hardly oppose her. The prolonged evening prayers, the sermons twice a week, the 2 long church services on Sundays, indulgence as to the third being allowed to him only the score of his age, he endured it at her command. And in regard to Hester, he had hitherto been ruled by his wife, thinking it proper that a daughter should be left in the hands of her mother. But now, when he was told that if he did not interfere his girl would be constrained by the harsh bonds of an unnatural life, stern as he was himself, and inclined to be gloomy, little as he was disposed to admit ideas of recreation and delight, he did acknowledge that something should be done to relieve her. "But when I die she must be left in her mother's hands," said the old banker. "It's to be hoped that she may be in other hands before that," replied his son. "I do not mean to say anything against my stepmother, but for a young woman it is generally best that she should be married, and in Hester's peculiar position she ought to have the chance of choosing for herself." In this way something almost like a conspiracy was made on behalf of Caldigate. And yet the old man did not as yet abandon his prejudices against the miner. A man who had at so early an age done so much to ruin himself, and had then sprung so suddenly from ruin to prosperity, could not, he thought, be regarded as a steady, well-to-do man of business. He did agree that, as regarded Hester, the prison bars should be removed, but he did not think that she should be invited to walk forth with Mr. John Caldigate. Robert declared that his sister was quite able to form an opinion of her own, and boldly suggested that Hester should be allowed to come and dine at his house. "To meet the man?" asked the banker in dismay. "Yes," said Robert. "He isn't an ogre. You needn't be afraid of him. I should be there, and Margaret. Bring her herself if you are afraid of anything. No plant ever becomes strong by being kept always away from the winds of heaven." To this he could not assent at the time. He knew that it was impossible to assent without consulting his wife. But he was brought so far round as to think that if nothing but his own consent were wanting, his girl would be allowed to go and meet the ogre. "I suppose we ought to wish that Hester should be married some day," he said to his wife about this time. She shuddered and dashed her hands together as though deprecating some evil, some event which she could hardly hope to avoid, but which was certainly an evil. "Do you not wish that yourself?" She shook her head. "Is it not the safest condition in which a woman can live?" "How shall anyone be safe among the dangers of this world, Nicholas?" She habitually called her husband by his Christian name, but she was the only living being who did so. "More safe, then?" said he. "It is the natural condition of a woman." "I do not know. Sin is natural." "Very likely, no doubt, but marriage is not sinful." "Men are so wicked." "Some of them are." "Where is one that is not steeped in sin over his head?" "That applies to women also, doesn't it?" said the banker, petulantly. He was almost angry because she was introducing a commonplace as to the world's condition into a particular argument as to their daughter's future life, which he felt to be unfair and illogical. "Of course it does, Nicholas. We are all black and grimed with sin, men and women too. And perhaps something more may be forgiven to men because they have to go out into the world and do their work. But neither one nor the other can be anything but foul with sin, except... He was quite accustomed to the religious truth which was coming, and in an ordinary way did not object to the doctrine which she was apt to preach to him often. But it had no reference whatever to the matter now under discussion. The general condition of things produced by the fall of Adam could not be used as an argument against matrimony generally. Wicked as men and women are, it is so evidently intended that they should marry and multiply, that even she would not deny the general propriety of such an arrangement. Therefore, When he was talking to her about their daughter, she was ill-treating him when on that occasion she flew away to her much accustomed discourse. "What's the use, then, of saying that men are wicked?" "They are, they are." "Not a doubt about it, and so are the women, but they've got to have husbands and wives. They wouldn't be any the better if there were no marrying. We have to suppose that Hester will do the same as other girls." "I hope not, Nicholas." "But why not?" "They are vain, and they adorn themselves, not in modest apparel, as St. Paul says in 1 Timothy chapter 2, nor with shamefacedness and sobriety, but with braided hair, and gold, and pearls, and costly array." "What has that to do with it?" "Oh, Nicholas!" "She might be married without all those things." "You said you wanted her to be like other girls." "No, I didn't. I said she would have to get married like other girls. You don't want to make a nun of her." "A nun! I would sooner sit by her bedside and watch her die. My Hester a nun!" "Very well, then. Let her go out into the world." "The world, Nicholas! The world, the flesh and the devil! Do they not always go together?" He was much harassed and very angry. He knew how unreasonable she was, and he did not know how to answer her. And she was dishonest with him, because she felt herself unable to advocate in plain terms a thorough shutting up of her daughter, a protecting of her from the temptation of sin by absolute and prolonged sequestration. Therefore she equivocated with him, pretending to think that he was desirous of sending his girl out to have her hair braided and herself arrayed in gold and pearls. It was thoroughly dishonest, and he understood the dishonesty. "She must go somewhere," he said, rising from his chair and closing the conversation. At this time a month had passed since Caldigate had been at Chesterton, and he had now returned from Scotland to Woking. On the following day Hester was taken out to dinner at the nurseries, as Robert Bolton's house was called, was taken out by her father. This was quite a new experiment, as she had never dined with any of her aunts and cousins except at an early dinner almost as a child, and even as a child not at her brother Robert's. But the banker, after having declared that she must go somewhere, had persisted. It is not to be supposed that Caldigate was on this occasion invited to meet her, nor that the father had as yet agreed that any such meeting should be allowed. But as William Bolton, the London brother, and Mrs. William and one of their girls were down at Cambridge, it was arranged that Hester should meet her relatives. Even so much as this was not settled without much opposition on the part of Hester's mother. There was nobody at the house but members of the family. The old banker's oldest son, Nicholas, was not there, as his wife and Mrs. Robert did not get on well together. Mrs. Nicholas was almost as strict as Mrs. Bolton herself, and, having no children of her own, would not have sympathized at all in any desire to procure for Hester the wicked luxury of a lover. The second son, Daniel, joined the party with his wife, but he had married too late to have grown-up children. His wife was strict too, but of a medium strictness. Teas, concerts, and occasional dinner parties were, with her, permissible, as were also ribbons and a certain amount of costly array. Mrs. Nicholas was in the habit of telling Mrs. Daniel that you cannot touch pitch and not be defiled, generally intending to imply that Mrs. Robert was the pitch, and would harp on the impossibility of serving both God and Mammon, thinking perhaps that her brother-in-law Robert and Mammon were one and the same. But Daniel, who could go to church as often as any man on Sundays, and had thoroughly acquired for himself the reputation of a religious man of business, had his own ideas as to proprieties and expediencies, and would neither quarrel with his brother Robert, or allow his wife to quarrel with Mrs. Robert. So that the Nicholases lived very much alone. Mrs. Nicholas and Mrs. Bolton might have suited each other, might have been congenial and a comfort each to the other, but the elder son and the elder son's wife had endeavoured to prevent the old man's second marriage, and there had never been a thorough reconciliation since. There are people who can never forgive. Mrs. Nicholas had never forgiven the young girl for marrying the old man, and the young girl had never forgiven the opposition of her elder step-daughter-in-law to her own marriage. Hence it had come to pass that the Nicholases were extruded from the family conclaves, which generally consisted of the Daniels and the Roberts. The Williams were away in London, not often having much to do with these matters, but they too allied themselves with the dominant party, it being quite understood that as long as the old man lived, Robert was, and would be, the most potent member of the family. When the father and the three sons were in the dining-room together, after the 6 or 7 ladies had left them, the propriety of allowing John Caldigate to make Hester's acquaintance was fully discussed. "I would not for the world interfere," said Robert, "if I did not think it unfair to the dear girl that she should be shut up there altogether." "Do you suppose that the young man is in earnest?" asked Daniel. As to this they all agreed that there could be no doubt. He was, too, an old family friend, well-to-do in the world, able to make proper settlements, and not at all greedy as to a fortune with his wife. Even Daniel Bolton thought that the young man should have a chance, by saying which he was supposed to declare that the question ought to be left to the arbitrament of the young lady. The old banker was unhappy and ill at ease. He could not reconcile himself at once to so great a change. Though he felt that the excessive fears of his wife, if indulged, would be prejudicial to their girl, still he did not wish to thrust her out into the world all at once. Could there not be some middle course? Could there not be a day named some 4 years hence, at which she might be allowed to begin to judge for herself? But his 3 sons were against him, and he could not resist their joint influence. It was, therefore, absolutely decided that steps should be taken for enabling John Caldigate to meet Hester at Robert Bolton's house. "I suppose it will end in a marriage," William Bolton said to his brother Robert when they were alone. "Of course it will. She's the dearest creature in the world, so good to her mother, but no fool, and quite aware that the kind of restraint to which she has been subjected is an injustice. Of course she will be gratified when a man like that tells her that he loves her. He's a good-looking fellow, with a fine spirit and plenty of means. How on earth can she do better?" "But Mrs. B," said William, who would sometimes thus disrespectfully allude to his stepmother. "Oh, Mrs. B will do all she can to prevent it," said Robert. "But I think we shall find that Hester has a will of her own." On the following day John Caldigate called at the bank, where the banker had a small wainscoted back parlour appropriated to himself. He had already promised that he would see the young man, and Caldigate was shown into the little room. He soon told his story, and was soon clever enough to perceive that the telling of his story was at any rate permitted. The old father did not receive him with astonishment and displeasure combined, as the young mother had done. Of course he made difficulties, and spoke of the thing as being beyond the bounds of probability. But objection no stronger than that may be taken as amounting almost to encouragement in such circumstances. And he paid evident attention to all that Caldigate said about his own pecuniary affairs, going so far as to say that he was not in a condition to declare whether he would give his daughter any fortune at all on her marriage. "It is quite unnecessary," said Caldigate. "She will probably have something at my death," rejoined the old man. "And when may I see her?" asked Caldigate. In answer to that Mr. Bolton would not at first make any suggestion whatsoever, falling back upon his old fears, and declaring that there could be no such meetings at all, but at last allowing that the lover should discuss the matter with his son Robert. "Perhaps I may have been mistaken about the young man, Caldigate," the banker said to his wife that night. "Oh, Nicholas!" "I only say that perhaps I may have been mistaken." "You were not thinking of Hester?" "I said nothing about Hester then, but perhaps I may be mistaken in my opinion about that young man, John Caldigate." John Caldigate, as he rode home after his interview at the bank, almost felt that he had cleared away many difficulties, and that by his perseverance he might probably be enabled to carry out the dream of his earlier youth. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 20. Hester's Courage. After that, Caldigate did not allow the grass to grow under his feet, and before the end of November the 2 young people were engaged. As Robert Bolton had said, Hester was of course flattered, and of course delighted with this new joy. John Caldigate was just the man to recommend himself to such a girl, not too light, not too prone to pleasure, not contenting himself with bicycles, cricket matches, or billiards, and yet not wholly given to serious matters, as had been those among whom she had hitherto passed her days. And he was one who could speak of his love with soft, winning words, neither roughly, nor yet with too much of shamefaced diffidence. And when he told her how he had sworn to himself after seeing her that once when all before him in life was enveloped in doubt and difficulty, that he would come home and make her his wife, she thought that the manly constancy of his heart was almost divine. Of course she loved him with all her heart. He was in all respects one made to be loved by a woman, and then what else had she ever had to love? When once it was arranged that he should be allowed to speak to her, the thing was done. She did not at once tell him that it was done. She took some few short halcyon weeks to dally with the vow which her heart was ready to make, but those around her knew that the vow had been inwardly made, and those who were anxious on her behalf with a new anxiety, with a new responsibility, redoubled their inquiries as to John Caldigate. How would Robert Bolton or Mrs. Robert excuse themselves to that frightened and miserable mother, if at last it should turn out that John Caldigate was not such as they had represented him to be? But no one could pick a hole in him, although many attempts to pick holes were made. The question of his money was put quite at rest by the transference of all his securities, balances, and documents to the Boltons' bank, and the £60,000 for Polly Euchre was accepted, so that there was no longer any need that he should go again to the colony. This was sweet news to Hester when she first heard it, for it had come to pass that it had been agreed that the marriage should be postponed till his return, that having been the one concession made to Mrs. Bolton. There had been many arguments about it, but Hester at last told him that she had promised so much to her mother, and that she would of course keep her promise. Then the arrangement took such a form that the journey was not necessary, or perhaps the objection to the journey became so strong in Caldigate's mind that he determined to dispense with it at any price. And thus, very greatly to the dismay of Mrs. Bolton, suddenly there came to be no reason why they should not be married almost at once. But there was an attempt made at the picking of holes, or rather many attempts. It would be unfair to say that this was carried on by Mrs. Bolton herself, but she was always ready to listen to what evil things were said to her. Mrs. Nicholas, in her horror at the general wickedness of the Caldigates, almost reconciled herself to her stepmother, and even Mrs. Daniel began to fear that a rash thing was being done. In the first place, there was the old story of Davis and Newmarket. Robert Bolton, who had necessarily become the advocate and defender of our hero generally, did not care much for Davis and Newmarket. All young men sow their wild oats. Of course he had been extravagant. Since his extravagance he had shown himself to be an industrious, sensible, steady member of society. And there was the money that he had earned. What young man had earned more in a shorter time, or had ever been more prudent in keeping it? Davis and Newmarket were easily answered by a reference to the bank account. Did he ever go to Newmarket now, though he was living so close to it? On that matter Robert Bolton was very strong. But Mrs. Nicholas had found out that Caldigate had spent certainly 2 Sundays running at Foking without going to church at all, and as far as she could learn, he was altogether indifferent about public worship. Mrs. Bolton, who could never bring herself to treat him as a son-in-law, but who was still obliged to receive him, taxed him to his face with his paganism. "Have you no religion, Mr. Caldigate?" He assured her that he had, and fell into a long discussion in which he thoroughly confused her, though he by no means convinced her that he was what he ought to be. But he went with her to church twice on one Sunday, and showed her that he was perfectly familiar with the ways of the place. But perhaps the loudest complaint came from the side of Babington, and here 2 sets of enemies joined their forces together who were thoroughly hostile to each other. Mrs. Babington declared loudly that old Bolton had been an errand boy in his youth, and that his father had been a porter and his mother a washerwoman. This could do no real harm, as Caldigate would not have been deterred by any such rumours, even had they been true, but they tended to show animosity, and enabled Mrs. Nicholas to find out the cause of the Babington opposition. When she learned that John Caldigate had been engaged to his cousin Julia, of course she made the most of it, and so did Mrs. Bolton. And in this way it came to be reported not only that the young man had been engaged to Miss Babington before he went to Australia, but also that he had renewed his engagement since his return. "You do not love her, do you?" Hester asked him. Then he told her the whole story, as nearly as he could tell it with some respect for his cousin, laughing the while at his aunt's solicitude, and saying perhaps something not quite respectful as to Julia's red cheeks and green hat, all of which certainly had not the effect of hardening Hester's heart against him. "The poor young lady can't help it if her feet are big," said Hester, who was quite alive to the grace of a well-made pair of boots, although she had been taught to eschew braided hair and pearls and gold. Mrs. Babington, however, pushed her remonstrances so far that she boldly declared that the man was engaged to her daughter, and wrote to him more than once declaring that it was so. She wrote indeed very often, sometimes abusing him for his perfidy, and then again imploring him to return to them, and not to defile the true old English blood of the Caldigates with the suds of a washerwoman and the swept-out refuse of a porter's shovel. She became quite eloquent in her denunciation, but always saying that if he would only come back to Babington, all would be forgiven him. But in these days he made no visits to Babington. Then there came a plaintive little note from Mrs. Shand. Of course they wished him joy if it were true. But could it be true? Men were very fickle, certainly, but this change seemed to have been very, very sudden. And there was a word or two, prettily written in another hand, on a small slip of paper. "Perhaps you had better send back the book." And Caldigate, as he read it, thought that he could discern the almost obliterated smudge of a wiped-up tear. He wrote a cheerful letter to Mrs. Shand, in which he told her that though he had not been absolutely engaged to marry Hester Bolton before he started for Australia, and consequently before he had ever been at Pollington, yet his mind had been quite made up to do so, and that therefore he regarded himself as being abnormally constant rather than fickle. "And tell your daughter, with my kindest regards," he added, "that I hope I may be allowed to keep the book." The Babington objections certainly made their way in Cambridge and out at Chesterton further than any others, and for a time did give a hope to Mrs. Bolton and Mrs. Nicholas, and made Robert Bolton shrug his shoulders uneasily when he heard of the details of the engagement in the linen closet. But there came at one moment a rumour, which did not count for much among the Boltons, but which disturbed Caldigate himself more than any of the other causes adduced for breaking off his intended marriage. Word came that he had been very intimate with a certain woman on his way out to Melbourne, a woman supposed to be a foreigner and an actress, and the name of Settini was whispered. He did not know whence the rumour came, but on one morning Robert Bolton, half laughing, but still with a tone of voice that was half earnest, taxed him with having as many loves as Lothario. "Who is Settini?" asked Robert Bolton. "Settini?" said Caldigate, with a struggle to prevent a blush. "Did you travel with such a woman?" "Yes, at least, if that was her name. I did not hear it till afterwards. Very agreeable woman she was." "They say that you promised to marry her when on board." "Then they lie. But that's a matter of course. There are so many lies going about that I almost feel myself to be famous." "You did not see her after the journey?" "Yes, I did. I saw her act at Sydney, and very well she acted. Have you anything else to ask?" Robert Bolton said that he had nothing else to ask, and seemed, at the moment, to turn his half-serious mood into one that was altogether jocular. But the mention of the name had been a wound, and when an anonymous letter a few days afterwards reached Hester herself, he was really unhappy. Hester made nothing of the letter, and did not even show it to her mother. At that time a day had been fixed for their marriage, and she already regarded her lover as nearer to her than either father or mother. The letter purported to be from someone who had travelled with her lover and this woman on board ship, and declared that everybody on board the ship had thought that Caldigate meant to marry the woman, who then, so said the letter, called herself Mrs. Smith. Hester showed the letter to Caldigate, and then Caldigate told his story. There had been such a woman, who had been much ill-treated because of her poverty. He had certainly taken the woman's part. She had been clever, and, as he had thought, well behaved. and no doubt there had been a certain amount of friendship. He had seen her again in Sydney, where he had found her exercising her profession as an actress. That had been all. "I cannot imagine, dear," he said, "that you should be jealous of any woman, but certainly not of such a one as she." "Nor can I imagine," said Hester stoutly, "that I could possibly be jealous of any woman." And then there was nothing more said about the woman Smith Cettini. During all this time there were many family meetings. Those between Mr. Caldigate the father and old Mr. Bolton were pleasant enough, though not peculiarly cordial. The banker, though he had been brought to agree to the marriage, had not been quite reconciled to it. His younger son had been able to convince him that it was his duty to liberate his daughter from the oppression of her mother's over-vigilance, and all the rest had followed very quickly, overwhelming him, as it were, by stern necessity. When once the girl had come to understand that she could have her own way, if she chose to have a way of her own, she very quickly took the matter into her own management. And in this way the engagement became a thing settled before the banker had realized the facts of the position. Though he could not be cordial, he endeavoured to be gracious to his old friend. But Mrs. Bolton spoke words which made all friendship impossible. She asked old Mr. Caldigate after his soul, and when he replied to her less seriously than she thought becoming, she told him that he was in the bad way. And then she said things about the marriage which implied that she would sooner see her daughter in her grave than married to a man who was no more than a professing Christian. The conversation ended in a quarrel, after which the squire would not go again to Puritan Grange. There was indeed a time, an entire week, during which the mother and daughter hardly spoke to each other. In these days Mrs. Bolton continually demanded of her husband that he should break off the match, always giving as a reason the alleged fact that John Caldigate was not a true believer. It had been acknowledged between them that if such were the fact, the man would be an unfit husband for their daughter. But they differed as to the fact. The son had over and over again declared himself to be a faithful member of the Church of England, not very scrupulous, perhaps, in the performance of her ceremonies, but still a believing member. That his father was not so, every one knew, but he was not responsible for his father. Mr. Bolton seemed to think that the argument was good, but Mrs. Bolton was of opinion that to become willingly the daughter-in-law of an infidel would be to throw oneself with one's eyes open in the way of perdition. Hester, through all this, declared that nothing should now turn her from the man she loved. "Not though he were an infidel himself?" said the terror-stricken mother. "Nothing," said Hester bravely. "Of course I should try to change him." A more wretched woman than Mrs. Bolton might not probably then have been found. She suddenly perceived herself to be quite powerless with a child over whom her dominion had hitherto been supreme, and she felt herself compelled to give way to people whom, with all her heart, she hated. She determined that nothing should induce her to soften her feelings to this son-in-law who was forced upon her. The man had come and had stolen from her her treasure, her one treasure. And that other man whom she had always feared and always hated, Robert Bolton, the man whose craft and worldliness had ever prevented her from emancipating her husband from the flesh and the devil, had brought all this about. Then she reconciled herself to her child, and wept over her, and implored heaven to save her. Hester tried to argue with her, spoke of her own love, appealed to her mother, asking whether, as she had now declared her love, it could be right that she should abandon a man who was so good and so fondly attached to her. Then Mrs. Bolton would hide her face and sob, and put up renewed prayers to heaven that her daughter might not by means of this unhappy marriage become lost to all sense of grace. It was very miserable, but still the prospect of the marriage was never abandoned nor postponed. A day had been settled a little before Christmas, and the Robert Boltons would allow of no postponement. The old man was so tormented by the misery of his own house that he himself was averse to delay. There could be no comfort for him till the thing should have been done. Mrs. Bolton had suggested that it should be put off till the spring, but he had gloomily replied that as the thing had to be done, the sooner it was done the better. It had been settled almost from the first that the marriage festival should be held, not at Puritan Grange, but at the nurseries, and gradually it came to be understood that Mrs. Bolton herself would not be present, either at the church or at the breakfast. It was in vain that Hester implored her mother to yield to her in something, to stand with her at any rate on the steps before the altar. "Would you wish me to go and lie before my God," said the unhappy woman, "when I would give all that I have in the world, except my soul, my life, my name, even my child herself, to prevent this? Am I to go and smile and be congratulated, and to look as though I were happy?" There was, therefore, very much unhappiness at the Grange, and an absence of all triumph even at the nurseries. At the old bank house in the town where the Nicholases lived, the marriage was openly denounced, and even the Daniels, though they were pledged to be present, were in doubt. "I suppose it is all right," said Mrs. Robert to her husband. "Of course it is all right. Why not?" "It seems sad that such an event as a marriage should give rise to so much ill feeling. I almost wish we had not meddled, Robert." "I don't think there's anything to regret. Remember what Hester's position would have been if my father had died, leaving her simply to her mother's guardianship. We were bound to free her from that, and we've done it." This was all very well, but still there was no triumph, no ringing of those inward marriage bells, the sound of whose music ought to be so pleasant to both families concerned. There were, however, two persons quite firm in their purpose, and these were the bride and bridegroom. With him firmness was comparatively easy. When his father suggested that the whole Bolton family was making itself disagreeable, he could with much satisfaction reply that he did not intend to marry the whole Bolton family. Having answered the first letter or two, he could ignore the Babington remonstrances, and when he was cross-examined as to points of doctrine, he could with sincerity profess himself to be of the same creed with his examiners. If he went to church less often than old Mr. Bolton, so did old Mr. Bolton go less often than his wife. It was a matter as to when there was no rule. Thus his troubles were comparatively light, and his firmness might be regarded as a thing of course. But she was firm too, and firm amidst very different circumstances. Though her mother prayed and sobbed, implored her, and almost cursed her, still she was firm. She had given her word to the man and her heart, and she would not go back. "Yes, papa, it is too late now," she said, when her father, coming from his wife, once suggested to her that even yet it was not too late. "Of course I shall marry him," she said to Mrs. Robert, almost with indignation, when Mrs. Robert on one occasion almost broke down in her purpose. "Dear aunt, indeed you need not interfere," she said to Mrs. Nicholas. "If he were all that they have called him, still I would marry him," she said to her other aunt, "because I love him." And so they all became astonished at the young girl whom they had reared up among them, and to understand that whatever might now be their opinions, she would have her way. And so it was decided that they should be married on a certain Tuesday in the middle of December. Early in the morning she was to be brought down to her aunt's house, there to be decked in her bridal robes, thence to be taken to the church, then to return for the bridal feast, and from thence to be taken off by her husband, to go whither they might list. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 21. The Wedding. It was a sad wedding, though everything within the power of Mr. Robert Bolton was done to make it gay. There was a great breakfast, and all the Boltons were at last persuaded to be present, except Mrs. Bolton and Mrs. Nicholas. As to Mrs. Nicholas, she was hardly even asked. "Of course we shall be delighted to see Mrs. Nicholas, if she would come," Mrs. Robert said to Nicholas himself. But there had been such long-continued and absolute hostility between the ladies that this was known to be impossible. In regard to Mrs. Bolton herself, great efforts were made. Her husband condescended to beg her to consent on this one occasion to appear among the Philistines. But as the time came nearer, she became more and more firm in her resolution. "You shall not touch pitch and not be defiled," she said. "You cannot serve God and mammon." When the old man tried to show her that there was no question of mammon here, she evaded him, as she always did on such occasions, either by a real or simulated deficiency of consequent intelligence.
She regarded John Caldigate as being altogether unregenerate, and therefore a man of the world, and therefore a disciple of Mammon. She asked him whether he wanted her to do what she thought to be sinful. "It is very sinful hating people as you hate my sons' families," he said in his wrath. "No, Nicholas, I do not hate their families. I certainly do not hate Margaret, nor yet Fanny. But I think that they live in opposition to the gospel. Am I to belie my own belief?" Now the old man was quite certain that his wife did hate both Robert's wife and William's, and would not admit in her own mind this distinction between the conduct of persons and the persons themselves. But he altogether failed in his attempts to induce her to go to the breakfast. The great contest was between the mother and the daughter, but in all that passed between them no reference was even made to the banquet. As to that, Hester was indifferent. She thought on the whole that her mother would do best to be absent. After all, what is a breakfast, or what the significance of any merry-meeting, even for a wedding? There would no doubt be much said and much done on such an occasion at variance with her mother's feelings. Even the enforced gaiety of the dresses would be distasteful to her, and there would hardly be sufficient cause for pressing her to be present on such an occasion. But in reference to the church, the question, to Hester's thinking, was very different. "Mamma," she said, "if you are not there, it will be a lasting misery to me." "How can I go there when I would give so much to save you from going there yourself?" This was a terrible thing for a mother to say to her own child on the eve of her wedding, but it had been now said so often as to have lost something of its sting. It had come to be understood that Mrs. Bolton would not allow herself to give any assent to the marriage, but that the marriage was to go on without such assent. All that had been settled, but still she might go to the church with them and pray for good results. She feared that evil would come, but still she might wish for good, wish for it and pray for it. "You don't want me to be unhappy, mamma?" "Want?" said the mother. "Who can want her child to be unhappy? But there is an unhappiness harder to be borne, more to be dreaded, enduring so much longer than that which we may suffer here. Will you not come and pray that I may be delivered also from that? As I am going from you, will you not let me know that you are there with me at the last moment? Though you do not love him, you do not wish to quarrel with me. Oh, mamma, let me feel at any rate that you are there." Then the mother promised that she would be there in the church, though unknown to, or at least unrecognized by, any one else. When the morning came, and when Hester was dropped at the nurseries, in order that she might go up and be invested in her finery amidst her bridesmaids, who were all her cousins, the carriage went on and took Mrs. Bolton to the church. It was represented to her that, by this arrangement, she would be forced to remain an hour alone in the cold building. But she was one of those who regarded all discomfort as meritorious, as in some way adding something to her claim for heaven. Self-scourging with rods as a penance was to her thinking a papistical ordinance most abominable and damnatory. But the essence of the self-scourging was as comfortable to her as ever was a hair shirt to a Roman Catholic enthusiast. So she went and sat apart in a dark, distant pew, dressed in black and deeply veiled, praying, not, it is to be feared, that John Caldigate might be a good husband to her girl, but that he, as he made his way downward to things below, might not drag her darling with him. That only a few can be saved was the fact in all her religion with which she was most thoroughly conversant. The straight way and the narrow gate through which only a few can pass. Were they not known to all believers, to all who had a glimmering of faith, as an established part of the Christian belief, as a part so established that to dream even that the gate would be made broad and the way open would be to dream against the gospel, against the very plainest of God's words? If so, and she would tell herself at all hours that certainly so it was, then why should she trouble herself for one so little likely to come in the way of salvation as this man who was now robbing her of her daughter? If it was the will of the Almighty, as it clearly was the will of the Almighty, that out of every 100, 99 should perish, could she dare now to pray more than for one? Or, if her prayers were wider, must they not be inefficacious? Yes, there had been the thief upon the cross. It was all possible.
But this man was a thief not upon the cross, and therefore, as she prayed that morning, she said not a prayer for him. In the meantime the carriage had gone back for the bride, who in very simple raiment, but yet in bridal white array, was taken up to the church. These Boltons were prosperous people who had all their carriages, so that there was no lack of vehicles. 2 of the girls from London and 2 from the nurseries made up the bevy of bridesmaids, who were as bright and fair as though the bride had come from some worldlier stock. Mrs. Robert, indeed, had done all she could to give to the whole concern a becoming bridal brightness, till even Mrs. Daniel had been tempted to remonstrate. "I don't see why you shouldn't wear pretty things if you've got the money to pay for them," said Mrs. Robert. Mrs. Daniel shook her head, but on the afternoon before the wedding she bought an additional ribbon. Caldigate came over from Foking that morning, attended by one John Jones, an old college friend, as his best man. The squire was not at the wedding, but on the day before he was with Hester at the nurseries, telling her that she should be his dear daughter, and at the same time giving her a whole set of wicked but very prettily worldly gauds. "Upon my word, my dear, he's been very gracious," said Mrs. Robert, when she saw them. "I quite envy the girl being married nowadays, because they get such pretty things." "They are very pretty," said Hester, "and must have cost, I'm afraid to say, so much money." "I suppose it means to say that he will love me, and therefore I am so glad to have them." But the squire, though he did mean to say that he would love her, did not come to the wedding. He was, he said, unaccustomed to such things, and hoped that he might be excused. Therefore, from the Foking side there was no one but John Caldigate himself, and John Jones. Of the Babingtons, of course, there was not one. As long as there was a possibility of success, Mrs. Babington had kept up her remonstrances. But when there was no longer a possibility, she announced that there was to be an everlasting quarrel between the houses. Babington and Foking were for the future to know nothing of each other. Caldigate had hoped that though the ladies would for a time be unforgiving, his uncle and his male cousins would not take up the quarrel. But Aunt Polly was too strong for that, and he was declared to be a viper who had been warmed in all their bosoms and had then stung them all round. "If you will nurse a viper in your bosom, of course he will sting you," said Aunt Polly in a letter which she took the trouble to write to the squire. In reply to which the squire wrote back thus: "My dear sister, if you will look into your Dictionary of Natural History, you will see that vipers have no stings. Yours truly, D. Caldigate." This letter was supposed to add much to the already existing offence. But the marriage ceremony was performed in spite of all this quarrelling, and the mother, standing up in the dark corner of her pew, heard her daughter's silver-clear voice as she vowed to devote herself to her husband. As she heard it, she also devoted herself. When sorrow should come, as certainly sorrow would come, then she would be ready once again to be a mother to her child. But till that time should come, the wife of John Caldigate would be nothing to her. She was not content with thinking and resolving that it should be so, but she declared her intention in so many words to her daughter. For poor Hester, though she was proud of her husband, this was in truth a miserable day. Could she have been induced to separate herself altogether from her mother on the previous night, or even on that morning, it would have been better. But there was with her that customary longing for a last word of farewell, which has often made so many of us wretched. And then there was a feeling that, as she was giving herself away in marriage altogether in opposition to her mother's counsels, on that very account she owed to her more attached and increased observance. Therefore she had arranged with her husband that when she returned from the banquet to prepare herself for her journey, a longer absence than usual should be allowed to her, so that she might be taken back to Chesterton, and might thus see her mother the last, after saying farewell to all the others. Then the carriage should return to the nurseries, and he would be ready to step in, and she need not show herself again, worn out as she would be with the tears and sobbings which she anticipated. It all went as it was arranged, but it would have been much better to arrange it otherwise. The journey to the Grange and back, together with the time spent in the interview, took an hour, and the time went very slowly with the marriage guests. There always comes a period beyond which it is impossible to be festive. When the bride left the room, the bridesmaids and other ladies went with her. Then the gentlemen who remained hardly knew what to do with each other. Old Mr. Bolton was not jovial on the occasion, and the four brothers hardly knew how to find subjects for conversation on such an occasion. The bridegroom felt the hour to be very long, although he consented to play billiards with the boys, and John Jones, although he did at last escape and find his way up among the girls, thought that his friend had married himself into a very sombre family. But all this was pleasant pastime indeed compared with that which poor Hester endured in her mother's bedroom. "So it has been done," said Mrs. Bolton, sitting in a comfortless little chair which she was accustomed to use when secluded, with her Bible, from all the household. She spoke in a voice that might have been fit had a son of hers been just executed on the gallows. "Oh, mamma, do not speak of it like that." "My darling, my own one, would you have me pretend what I do not feel?" "Why, yes, even that would be better than treatment such as this." That would have been Hester's reply could she have spoken her mind, but she could not speak it, and therefore she stood silent. "I will not pretend. You and your father have done this thing against my wishes and against my advice." "It is I that have done it, mamma." "You would not have persevered had he been firm as I have been. But he has vacillated, turning hither and thither, serving God and Mammon, and he has allowed himself to be ruled by his own son. I will never, never speak to Robert Bolton again." "Oh, mamma, do not say that." "I do say it. I swear it. You shall not touch pitch and not be defiled. If there be pitch on earth, he is pitch. If your eye offend you, pluck it out. He is my stepson, I know, but I will pluck him out like an eye that has offended. It is he that has robbed me of my child." "Am I not still your child?" said Hester, going down on her knees with her hands in her mother's lap, and her eyes turned up to her mother's face. "No, you are not mine any longer. You are his. You are that man's wife. When he bids you do that which is evil in the sight of the Lord, you must do it. And he will bid you. You are not my child now. As days run on and sins grow black, I cannot warn you now against the wrath to come. But though you are not my child, though you are this man's wife, I will pray for you. And for him? I do not know. I cannot say. Who am I that I should venture to pray specially for a stranger? That his way may be shown to all sinners. Thus will I pray for him, and it will be shown, though whether he will walk in it, who can say that?" So much was true of John Caldigate, no doubt, and is true of all, but there was a tone in her voice which implied that in regard to this special sinner there could be very little hope indeed. "Why should you think that he is bad, mamma?" "We are all bad. There is no doubt about his being bad. There is not one among us fit to sweep the lowest step of God's throne. But they who are his people shall be made bright enough to sit round his feet. May the time come when you, my darling, shall be restored to the fold." The poor young wife, by this time, had acknowledged to herself the mistake she had made in thus coming to her mother after her marriage. She now was, of course, in that ecstatic phase of existence which makes one's own self altogether subordinate to the self of another person. That her husband should be happy constituted her hope of happiness. That he should be comfortable, her comfort. If he were thought worthy, that would be her worthiness, or if he were good, that would be her goodness. And even as to those higher, more distant aspirations amidst which her mother was already dwelling, she would take no joy for herself which did not include him. The denunciations against him which were so plainly included even in her mother's blessings and prayers for herself did not frighten her on behalf of the man to whom she had devoted herself. She could see the fanaticism and fury of her mother's creed, but she could not escape from the curse of the moment. When that last imprecation was made by the woman, with her hands folded and her eyes turned up to heaven, Hester could only bury her face on her mother's knees and weep. "When that time comes, and I know it will come, you shall return to me and once more be my child," said the mother. "You do not mean that I shall leave my husband?" "Who can tell? If you do, and I am living, you shall be my child. Till then we must be apart. How can it be otherwise? Can I give my cheek to a man to be kissed and call him my son, when I think that he has robbed me of my only treasure?" This was so terrible that the daughter could only hang around her mother's neck, sobbing and kissing her at the same time, and then go without another word. She was sure of this, that if she must lose one or the other, her mother or her husband, then she would lose her mother. When she returned to the nurseries, her husband, according to agreement, came out to her at once. She had bidden adieu to all the others, but at the last moment her father put his hand into the carriage so that she could take it and kiss it. "Mamma is so sad," she said to him. "Go home to her and comfort her." Of course the old man did go home, but he was aware that there would be for some time little comfort there, either for him or for his wife. He and his sons had been too powerful to her in arranging the marriage, but now that it was done, nothing could stop her reproaches. He had been made to think it wrong on one side to shut his girl up, and now from the other side he was being made to think that he had done very wrong in allowing her to escape. It had been arranged that they should be driven out of Cambridge to the railway station at Audley End on their way to London, so that they might avoid the crowd of people who would know them at the Cambridge station. As soon as they had got away from the door of Robert Bolton's house, the husband attempted to comfort his young wife. "At any rate, it is over," he said, alluding, of course, to the tedium of their wedding festivities. "So much is over," she replied. "You do not regret anything?" She shook her head slowly as she leaned lovingly against his shoulder. "You are not sorry, Hester, that you have become my wife?" "I had to be your wife, because I love you." "Is that a sorrow?" "I had been all my mother's, and now I am all yours. She has thrown me off because I have disobeyed her. I hope you will never throw me off." "Is it likely?" "I think not. I know that I shall never throw you off. They have tried to make me believe that you are not all that you ought to be in religion. But now your religion shall be my religion, and your life my life. I shall be of your colour altogether. But, John, a limb cannot be wrenched out of a socket, as I have been torn away from my mother, without pain." "She will forgive it all when we come back." I fear. I never knew her to forgive anything yet." This was very bad, but nevertheless it was plain to him, as it had been plain to Robert and William Bolton, that not because of the violence of that woman's characters should the life of her daughter have been sacrificed to her. His duty to make her new life bright for her was all the more plain and all the more sound, and, as they made their first journey together, he explained to her how sacred that duty should always be to him. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of John Caldigate by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 22. As to touching pitch. Before the wedding, old Mr. Caldigate arranged with his son that he would give up to the young married people the house at Foking, and indeed the entire management of the property. "I have made up my mind about it," said the squire, who at this time was living with his son on happy terms. "I have never been adapted for the life of a country gentleman," he continued, "though I have endeavoured to make the best of it, and have in a certain way come to love the old place. But I don't care about wheat, nor yet about bullocks, and a country house should always have a mistress." And so it was settled. Mr. Caldigate took for himself a house in Cambridge, whither he proposed to remove nothing but himself and his books, and promised to have Foking ready for his son and his son's bride on their return from their wedding tour. In all this Robert Bolton and the old squire acted together, the brother thinking that the position would suit his sister well. But others among the Boltons, Mrs. Daniel, the London people, and even Mrs. Robert herself, had thought that the young people had better be further away from the influences or annoyances of Puritan Grange. Robert, however, had declared that it would be absurd to yield to the temper and prejudice and fury, as he called it, of his father's wife. When this discussion was going on, she had absolutely quarrelled with the attorney, and the attorney had made up his mind that she should be
ignored. And then, too, as Robert explained, it must be for the husband and not for the wife to choose where they would live. Foking was, or at any rate would be, his own, by right of inheritance, and it was not to be thought of that the man should be driven away from his natural duties, and from the enjoyment of his natural privileges, by the mad humours of a fanatic female. In all this, old Mr. Bolton was hardly consulted, but there was no reason why he should express an opinion. He was giving his daughter absolutely no fortune, nor had he even vouchsafed to declare what money should be coming to her at his death. John Caldigate had positively refused to say a word on the subject, had refused even when instigated to do so by Hester's brother. "It shall be just as he pleases," Caldigate had said. "I told your father that I was not looking after his daughter with any view to money, and I will be as good as my word." Robert had told her father that something should be arranged, but the old man had put it off from day to day, and nothing had been arranged. And so it came to pass that he was excluded almost from having an opinion as to his daughter's future life. It was understood that the marriage trip should be continued for some months. Caldigate was fettered by no business that required an early return. He had worked hard for 5 years, and felt that he had earned a holiday. And Hester naturally was well disposed to be absent for as long a time as would suit her husband. Time, and time alone, might perhaps soften her mother's heart. They went to Italy, and stayed during the winter months in Rome, and then, when the fine weather came, they returned across the Alps, and lingered about among the playgrounds of Europe, visiting Switzerland, the Tyrol, and the Pyrenees, and returning home to Cambridgeshire at the close of the following September. And then there was a reason for the return. It would be well that the coming heir to the Foking estate should be born at Foking. Whether an heir, or only an insignificant girl, it would be well that the child should be born amidst the comforts of home. And so they came back. When they reached the station at Cambridge, the squire was there to receive them, as were also Robert Bolton and his wife. "I am already in my new house," said the old man, "but I mean to go out with you for to-day and to-morrow, and just stay till you are comfortably fixed." "I never see her myself," said Robert, in answer to a whispered inquiry from his sister, "or it would be more correct to say she will never see me. But I hear from the others that she speaks of you constantly." "She has written to me, of course, but she never mentions John. In writing back, I have always sent his love, and have endeavoured to show that I would not recognize any quarrel." "If I were you," said Robert, "I would not take him with me when I went." Then the 3 Caldigates were taken off to Foking. A week passed by, and then arrived the day on which it had been arranged that Hester was to go to Chesterton and see her mother. There had been numerous letters, and at last the matter was settled between Caldigate and old Mr. Bolton at the bank. "I think you had better let her come alone," the old man had said, when Caldigate asked whether he might be allowed to accompany his wife. "Mrs. Bolton has not been well since her daughter's marriage, and has felt the desolation of her position very much. She is weak and nervous, and I think you had better let Hester come alone." Had Caldigate known his mother-in-law better, he would not have suggested a visit from himself. No one who did know her would have looked forward to see her old hatred eradicated by an absence of 9 months. Hester therefore went into Cambridge alone, and was taken up to the house by her father. As she entered the iron gates, she felt almost as though she were going into the presence of one who was an enemy to herself. And yet, when she saw her mother, she rushed at once into the poor woman's arms. "Oh, mamma, dearest mamma, my own, mamma!" Mrs. Bolton was sitting by the open window of a small breakfast parlour which looked into the garden, and had before her on her little table her knitting and a volume of sermons. "So you have come back, Hester?" she said, after a short pause. She had risen at first to receive her daughter, and had returned her child's caresses, but had then reseated herself quickly, as though anxious not to evince any strong feeling on the occasion. "Yes, mamma, I have come back. We've been so happy." "I am glad you have been happy. Such joys are short-lived, but still, he's been so good to me, mamma." Good? What was the meaning of the word good? She doubted the goodness of such goodness as his. Do not they who are tempted by the pleasures of the world always praise the good nature and kindness of them by whom they are tempted? There are meanings to the word good which are so opposed to one to another. A husband is, I suppose, generally kind to his wife, at any rate for a little time, she said. Oh, mamma, I do so wish you knew him. The woman turned her face round, away from her daughter, and assumed that look of hard, determined, impregnable obstinacy with which Hester had been well acquainted all her life. But the young wife had come there for a purpose, not strong perhaps in actual hope, but resolute even against hope to do her best. There must be an enduring misery to her unless she could bring her mother into some friendly relation with her husband, and she had calculated that the softness produced by her return would give a better chance for this than she might find at any more protracted time. But Mrs. Bolton had also made her calculations, and had come to her determination. She turned her head away, therefore, and sat quite silent, with the old stubborn look of resolved purpose. "Mamma, you will let him come to you now?" "No." "Not your own Hester's husband?" "No." "Are we to be divided for ever?" "Did I not tell you before, when you were going? Shall I lie and say that I love him? I will not touch pitch, lest I be defiled." "Mamma, he is my husband. You shall not call him pitch. He is my very own. Mamma, mamma, recall the words that you have said." The woman felt that it had to be recalled to some degree. "I said nothing of him, Hester. I call that pitch which I believe to be wrong, and if I swerve but a hair's breadth wittingly towards what I believe to be evil, then I shall be touching pitch, and then I shall be defiled. I did not say that he was pitch. Judge not, and ye shall not be judged." But if ever judgment was pronounced and a verdict given and penalties awarded, such was done now in regard to John Caldigate. "But, mamma, why will it be doing evil to be gracious to your daughter's husband?" The woman had an answer to this appeal very clearly set forth in her mind, though she was unable to produce it clearly in words. When the marriage had been first discussed, she had opposed it with all her power, because she had believed the man to be wicked. He was unregenerate, and when she had put it to her husband, and to the Nicholases, and to the Daniels, to see whether such was not the case, they had not contradicted her. It was acknowledged that he was such a one as Robert, a worldly man all round. And then he was worse than Robert, having been a spendthrift, a gambler, and, if the rumours which had reached them were true, given to the company of loose women. She had striven with all her might that such a one should not be allowed to take her daughter from her, and had striven in vain. He had succeeded, but his character was not changed by his success. Did she not know him to be chaff that must be separated by the wind from the corn, and then consumed in the fire? His character was not altered because that human being whom she loved the best in all the world had fallen into his power. He was not the less chaff, the less likely to be burned. That her daughter should also become chaff, there was the agony of it. If instead of taking the husband and wife together she could even now separate them, would it not be her duty to do so? Of all duties, would it not be the first? Let the misery here be what it might, what was that to eternal misery or to eternal bliss? When, therefore, she was asked whether she would be doing evil were she to be so gracious to her own son-in-law, she was quite sure that any such civility would be a sin. The man was pitch, though she had been coerced by the exigencies of a worldly courtesy to deny that she had intended to say so. He was pitch to her, and she declared to herself that were she to touch him, she would be denied. But she knew not in what language to explain all this. "What you call graciousness, Hester, is an obligation of which religion knows nothing," she said after a pause. "I don't know why it shouldn't. Are we to be divided, mamma, because of religion?" "If you were alone—" "But I am not alone. Oh, mamma, mamma, do you not know that I am going to become a mother?" "My child!" "And you will not be with me because you think that you and John differ as to religious forms." "Forms?" she said. "Forms? Is the spirit there?
By their fruits ye shall know them. I ask you yourself whether his life as you have seen it is such as I would think conformable with the word of God. Whose life is so? But an effort may be made. Do not let us palter with each other, Hester. There are the sheep, and there are the goats. Of which is he? According to the teaching of your early years, in which flock would he be found if account were taken now? There was something so terrible in this that the young wife, who was thus called upon to denounce her husband, separated herself by some steps from her mother, retreating back to a chair in which she seated herself. "Do you remember, mamma, the words you said just now? 'Judge not, and ye shall not be judged.'" "Nor do I judge." "And how does it go on? 'Forgive, and ye shall be forgiven.'" "Neither do I judge, nor can I forgive." This she said, putting all her emphasis on the pronoun, and thereby declaring her own humility. "But the great truths of my religion are dear to me. I will not trust myself in the way of sinners, because by some worldly alliance, to which I myself was no consenting party, I have been brought into worldly contact with them. I, at any rate, will be firm. I say to you now no more than I said so many times, when it was still possible that my words should not be in vain. They were vain. But not on that account am I to be changed. I will not be wound like a skein of silk round your little finger." That was it. Was she to give way in everything because they had been successful among them in carrying out this marriage in opposition to her judgment? Was she to assent that this man be treated as a sheep because he had prevailed against her, while she was so well aware that he would still have been a goat to them all had he not prevailed? She, at any rate, was sincere. She was consistent. She would be true to her principles, even at the expense of all her natural yearnings. Of what use to her would be her religious convictions if she were to give them up just because her heartstrings were torn and agonized? The man was a goat, though he were 10 times told her child's husband. So she looked away again into the garden, and resolved that she would not yield in a single point. "Good-bye, mamma," said Hester, rising from her chair and coming up to her mother. "Good-bye, Hester. God bless you, my child." "You will not come to me by Folking?" "No, I will not go to Folking." "I may come to you here?" "Oh, yes, as often as you will, and for as long as you will." "I cannot stay away from home without him, you know," said the young wife. "As often as you will, and for as long as you will," the mother said again, repeating the words with emphasis. "Would I could have you here as I used to do, so as to look after every want and administer to every wish. My fingers shall work for your baby, and my prayers shall be said for him and for you, morning and night. I am not changed, Hester. I am still, and ever shall be, while I am spared, your own loving mother." So they parted, and Hester was driven back to Folking. In forming our opinion as to others, we are daily brought into difficulty by doubting how much we should allow to their convictions, and how far we are justified in condemning those who do not accede to our own. Mrs. Bolton believed every word that she said. There was no touch of hypocrisy about her. Could she, without sting of conscience, have gone off to Folking, and ate of her son-in-law's bread, and drank of his cup, and sat in his presence? No mother living would have enjoyed more thoroughly the delight of waiting upon and caressing and bending over her child. She denied herself all this with an agony of spirit, groaning not only over their earthly separation, thinking not only of her daughter's present dangers, but tormented also by reflections as to dangers and possible separations in another world. But she knew she was right. She knew at least that were she to act otherwise, there would be upon her conscience the weight of sin. She did not know that the convictions on which she rested with such confidence had come in truth from her injured pride, had settled themselves in her mind because she had been beaten in her endeavours to prevent her daughter's marriage. She was not aware that she regarded John Caldigate as a goat, as one who beyond all doubts was a goat, simply because John Caldigate had had his way, while she had been debarred from hers. Such no doubt was the case, and yet who can deny her praise for fidelity to her own convictions? When we read of those who have massacred and tortured their opponents in religion,
have boiled alive the unfortunates who have differed from themselves as to the meaning of an unintelligible word or two, have vigorously torn the entrails out of those who have been pious with a piety different from their own, how shall we dare to say that they should be punished for their fidelity? Mrs. Bolton spent much of that afternoon with her knees on the hard boards, thinking that a hassock would have taken something from the sanctity of the action, wrestling for her child in prayer. And she told herself that her prayer had been heard. She got up more than ever assured that she must not touch pitch, lest she should be defiled. Let us pray for what we will with earnestness, though it be for the destruction of half of a world. We are sure to think that our prayers have been heard. End of chapter 22.